My childhood, basically, my mother and my brother and I, like, we lived in every battered women's shelter in this area. We've all been homeless, we've all been in jail, we've all been diagnosed with different things, we've been exploited. I think oftentimes people have experienced trauma, and when trauma is not intervened upon, it manifests itself into mental health, substance use disorder. You just sort of learn how to be dysfunctional, and to unlearn those things, you need help, and there's not much help out there. So what we're seeing now, I believe, post COVID, is just what it looks like. I think the veil has been removed in regards to the sufferings of people. The structures of the world that we live in, women and children just sort of fall at the bottom of these structures, and so they're the ones that suffer the most. No third grade little girl plans to be a prostitute. She doesn't plan to be homeless. She's not planning to hold a sign on the highways that she'll work for food. You have women who have been raped, molested. Their worldview have been disturbed since before they can even speak. Some of them, they've endured things because their parents were addicted, or their neighborhood. How that is traumatizing on a person when you can't feed yourself, or you're a child and you can hear the discussions amongst the adults that there's not enough. Kids go through so much, and then we become adults, and then the expectation is to adult. But how do you adult when you don't know what to do? So those are the women we encounter. Nobody wants to be bothered with them. So that's why you see more women and children in the streets. And so I believe part of the call on my life and our staff is we stand in the gap for them. I believe the shelter is an opportunity to meet their needs immediately, and hopefully we can shift out the things that they've learned all their lives, including what they're passing down to their children. It's an honor because we've all been through it, and so we get to be here and serve in this capacity. So I have been called a survivor leader. I have survived exploitation, trafficking, horrific abuse as a child, and I believe, again, that God has not necessarily allowed those things, but He has utilized those things. I've been clean and sober for almost 25 years. My whole experience in recovery has brought me here. That's why I sit here before you today. What brings me joy? If I can lift someone's head and they see God due north, it's all about God, that brings me joy. God brings me joy, just seeing that shift in somebody. And it should never be about another person. It always has to be about their personal relationship with God. That brings me joy.
I met a friend that I grew up with who actually had been a heroin addict, and I expected to find him either in jail or dead. He said, "Hey, Bill, I need to tell you something." I said, "What?" He said, "I found Jesus." And I was like, "You found Jesus?" I didn't know Jesus was lost. He said, "No, Bill, I'm not talking about religion. There's a real Jesus, and He can change your life." He changed my life. I was in the military for 4 years during the Vietnam War. Got on drugs pretty bad before I went in the military. Continued with it while I was in the military, but sort of like a functional drug addict. Did my job, got by. It's more than just an addiction. There's family things, there's background, there's wounds, there's hurts. And those are the things that are so deep-rooted that you can't fix on your own, and you need someone. In my case, I needed Jesus, but I needed someone to introduce me to Jesus. I needed someone to be bold enough to tell me the truth, someone to invite me, but a place to go. He said, hey, there is this service. It's held on the north side at this place called the Light of Life, which I knew nothing about. Although I lived close, I grew up on Federal Street Extension, which is just up the hill from the Light of Life. So he said, you will love it, because they got a preacher there who's really funny. And I said, okay, I'll go with you. But in reality, I don't want to go to church. I was going to say, hey, Denny, I'm glad you found Jesus. I'm glad life's working out good for you, but this Jesus business is not for me. So anyway, I go to the Light of Life, and I'm sitting in their little chapel service. There's a lot of drug addicts and people struggling with alcohol there. Even though I'm still struggling with drugs, I sort of saw myself as, now I'm not that bad, but I was that bad. I was empty, and I was hurting, and I was lost. And the preacher's preaching, and he says this verse, that if any man gives his life to Christ, he becomes a new creation. Old things are passed away, new things come. And all of a sudden, as he was speaking, he disappeared. I mean, he was still there, but to my eyes, he was gone from the platform, and in place was a blackboard. It appeared there was this writing all over it, scribbling nonsense. And I heard a voice, and the voice said, Bill, this is your life. It's a mess. But if you will let me, I will do this for you. And a hand appeared with an eraser, and it erased all this scribbling. And all of a sudden it was gone. And there is the speaker up there preaching again. He said, if anyone wants Christ, to come up. And I got up on my seat, I went up to the front, and I didn't know how to pray. I said, Jesus, I've been driving the car of my life, and I'm wrecking it. I'm going to get in the back seat, and I'm going to let you drive. And when I was done, I was set free from drugs. I'd been struggling with drugs for 7 years. I was set free. And that was 1975. And not only did he take drugs out of my life and bitterness out of my life and reunite with my father, he called me into the ministry. And I've been in the ministry for 40 years. And that was from the Light of Life, a little chapel service on the north side, to a young man who expected nothing except a boring, uncomfortable service to get out of there. And it changed my life forever.
Hey, we are here at Light of Life's annual Thanksgiving Dinner Box Outreach, and today there are over 100 volunteers behind me that are packing 2,300 Thanksgiving dinner boxes with everything a family would need for Thanksgiving dinner that'll go off to families in need today.
Our Thanksgiving boxes are going to be feeding over 20,000 people who are experiencing food insecurity.
People always ask us what is actually in the Thanksgiving dinner boxes, and the answer is everything you would need for a Thanksgiving dinner for your family. We have mashed potatoes, stuffing, corn, gravy, cranberry sauce, green beans, butter, rolls, pie, and of course a delicious turkey.
We have on our t-shirts today that it's hope in turkey, because really it's more than a meal. Think about the single mom who's at home with their children, but that mother knows they're not going to be able to afford a Thanksgiving meal. They know that they're going to be struggling just to have a regular meal on this day. But because of the volunteers and all of those around us today, we're going to be able to provide that traditional meal for that family.
This is one of our favorite events that Peoples does in the year, and it's because this is the season of giving, and it's really important for us to give back. And boxing over 2,300 meals is just such an amazing way to spend Thanksgiving week.
Light of Life is a great organization. It really takes care of the community that we live in. This is a perfect opportunity to take care of the people that we live and work with. It's one of my favorite opportunities to volunteer every year. I look forward to it every year. It's not just for a good cause, but the people who you volunteer with, they're just fantastic. It's so much fun. It's just a wonderful thing to do.
I started drinking alcohol first. I was selling drugs. I used crack cocaine. I've been in jails. I've been in institutions. The end of the road was when I was homeless.
My drug of choice was heroin. There's no limit that you won't go to get the next one, just to be okay. I think that's one of the biggest misconceptions. That or like it's fun, because it's not fun. I mean, you don't even feel like a person.
Got on drugs pretty bad before I went in the military, continued with it during the Vietnam War.
I lost my sister in 2015 to addiction, and I've seen it ravage families. Addiction does not discriminate. Homelessness does not discriminate.
I had an amazing career. I worked for many years, paramedic for almost 20 years. Before all this happened, I never thought addiction would happen to me.
I lived in the projects. My husband, myself. I have 3 children. I smoke crack cocaine. My husband smoked crack cocaine. And eventually it got out of hand.
I drove up into an apartment complex. The stickers were outdated. When they pulled me over, all they could do was impound my car. As I was walking away, the police officer found a rock of crack that I had been looking for a month and a half. And when they grabbed me, I told the officers, I know this is going to sound strange, but thank you.
After the military, I was stationed in California at the height of the Vietnam War. There wasn't a drug that came back that we couldn't get. You know, after Daddy did what he did, then Mommy lived. He shot her and then killed himself. It has an effect on you.
I was a single mother to my daughter, and I bounced from different family members' houses. I started using around the age of 18 years old.
I found my father dead. He had committed suicide, and I was already far into drug addiction by then. And chances of me getting out of that cycle after living through that were slim and none.
From using crack cocaine and just hit bottom, and all my life I didn't know how I got there, but I needed a way out.
24 years of hardcore partying, being a drinker. I had numerous jobs that I did enjoy, lost many of them due to being a non-functioning alcoholic.
I grew up in the 60s, and I was attracted to the dark lifestyle in my community and struggled for at least 35 to 40 years.
My whole adult life was basically a lot of years of struggling through addiction and mental health struggles that were going untreated. I got out of being incarcerated and had nowhere to go. I had to go to a homeless advocate to even get the tent to sleep in the woods.
I started out using marijuana when I was 15. I was abused as a child, sexually abused. That was my way of numbing the pain.
When I was 13, I did marijuana. I drank just because it made me feel good and my other friends were doing it. I started selling drugs and then kind of took off from there.
My life was unmanageable. I lived to use, to drink. But the most important thing, I was violent, torturing myself for numerous of years.
My childhood, basically, my mother and my brother and I, we lived in every battered women's shelter in this area. We've all been homeless, we've all been in jail, we've all been diagnosed with different things, we've been exploited.
People who are experiencing homelessness, they need to be seen, they need to be understood. We need to take time to hear their stories and then come alongside them.
I think the desperation, waking up in a tent, not being able to bathe for a week or two. There's just that look when they hit bottom and they're just sick and tired of being sick and tired.
I think most women, by the time they get to us, they feel like this is my last shot.
We are celebrating 70 years, and one of the things that's been consistent for that 70 years is that Light of Life has needed to adapt to the needs of the community. About 5 years ago, we noticed the people that were coming out into the streets were not necessarily the same demographic of homeless that were before. The outreach team, every day they go out.
We have a lot of them that were in college. And some of the others, younger people, we don't know the trauma that they went through in their homes, or even cases of being raped.
I was a heroin addict. I've been clean 28 years. I lived in a tree shack for about 3 months. This is, there's a personal investment.
How long have you been here?
Like 3 months.
Did you grow up in Pittsburgh?
Yeah, Southside. My mom's in Canonsburg. Grandma's in Brookline.
How long have you been using?
Oh, 2016. Oh, yeah, I was dope, yeah.
How you feeling today?
Sick.
And how many people live here with you?
Like 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you ever wanted to get off permanently?
Yeah, I do, and then I get back on it.
Yeah. Have you talked to your mom recently?
A couple of weeks ago.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Does she miss you?
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah.
Within our county, over the last 5 years, we've lost over 400 transitional housing beds. That's very important. About 25% of the street homeless in our country, Housing First is an appropriate first step and right step for them. But for the other 75%, they need support. Even in times when we are in an overflow situation, homeless will want to be around us. And they say because they feel safe where we are. We want to make sure that all of them have a place with dignity where they can stay. We're working with community partners to discover what those solutions are. Part of our strategy is not only reaching those who are homeless, but to also prevent people from becoming homeless. The fastest growing population of homeless are women with children. When we see a woman who is about to be evicted, we want to come alongside them with rental assistance, working with their landlords, being advocates for them, because we know it's better for that mother.
When I was in the throes of things, community rallied around my daughter and helped her complete high school. If it weren't for the women at Light of Life reminding me, this is why we do what we do.
I learned the importance of my relationship with God. I also learned my own value. I had probably zero esteem when I got there. I would have never went back to school if it wasn't for Light of Life.
That the opposite of sobriety is community? Absolutely, I'm a firm believer in that.
You know, I have my moments in life where I feel unworthy, but I know today that I am a daughter of the King. One of my favorite scriptures is Philippians 4:13, that I can do all things through Christ that strengthen me. That scripture has gotten me through so much turmoil and pain being clean and sober.
Some of the trials and tribulations of our guests that come to the shelter, they're me. You know, it's actually a blessing to be able to share my experience, strength, and hope with these men.
I think of how much love Light of Life provided, and what it was like to walk through those doors of that shelter and take a deep breath and sense hope and be able to breathe effortlessly. It's crazy how powerful it was. But, sorry. It's an amazing experience to come through addiction and to recovery.
My daughter and I were the first clients at the Women and Children's Shelter. I formed a sisterhood with the women in the program. I'm a CCAC student now and working towards a degree in nursing. We have our own place that is safe. I've been able to repair relationships with my family, most importantly, my relationship with my daughter. There is nothing the same about my life now as it was prior to coming to the Light of Life.
The hope is that we see in the changes of the lives of the people that come to Light of Life. When they are given an opportunity to be in a Christ-centered environment where people love and care for them, healing happens. The ultimate rescue mission was Jesus coming back to earth and realizing that we were lost and he loved us. We are a community of those who have been rescued. The end game for us is to see homelessness eliminated, one life at a time. When one heart is changed, then a family can be changed. And when a family can be changed, then a community can be changed. And when a community can be changed, a city can be changed.
Here at Light of Life, we're about family. We're about help strengthening that family. So anything and everything that they need, we try to get them connected to help them strengthen that family so that their kids don't go down that same path. And I have seen where, you know, some kids have turned their life around and actually came to Christ. Because at Light of Life, they learn about Jesus. The women in the program are trying to stay clean and sober from drug and alcohol. And then in the same token, they might have some other issues, whether it's mental health or some sexual abuse. It's like a real hard situation for some of them because some of them just not used to their old behaviors and doing things the way they used to do them. So new things is like scary. It puts fear, doubt. So I try to give them strength and hope that they can do it. And I'll use myself as an example because I'm a recovering addict myself. So I try to give them examples of, you know, how I came through certain things or what I've seen other people come through. I just try to give them strength and hope. With the old building, the current issues would be not having an elevator. If you had someone handicapped or disabled, if they weren't able to come up the steps, then that actually wouldn't even been the program for them because there's no way to get them in there. The only other challenge is space. We would love to have more space where we, especially now with the COVID, if we had more space, we can break off into smaller groups a lot better than what we're doing now. And with the new building, what I like about the new building, we've never had a women's shelter. Never had a women's shelter. So it's going to be good about that at the new building, having a shelter. Those women can start in the shelter and work their way to Women and Children's program or either Sister's House, whatever it may be, whatever part they fit into. future, we'll be able to hold more, especially with the shelter opening up. We'll be able to hold more, and going into a new building, we'll be able to broaden our program and be able to give a lot more women the care that they need to grow in their recovery.
There's a scripture that says that if any man or woman is in Christ, he is a new creation. Old things are passed away. Behold, all things have become new. How many are glad that old things can pass away? There's a lot of old things we need to leave back there, forget about it, and we need to embrace the new and move into the future. And that's what we're doing today. We're embracing the new and we're moving it to the future. So tonight is going to be that night of celebrating that new beginning.
I know some of the graduates tonight experienced the Waymaker as he was making a way out of no way as you was working through your program. If that's you, come on and shout glory. He is a Waymaker. And when I think about the men and women that's going to come up tonight and that's going to be celebrated, one of the things I think about is their courage. It takes courage to take your life back.
I was slowly killing myself with the drinking. 27 years I drank. My drinking almost killed me. So I had to find a way to learn how to live again. I'm so grateful and thankful to be in this program. I thank Light of Life for helping me on my journey. I'm very grateful for this program. I really am.
So we unpack that program by bringing a very robust and structured program that is focused on a biblical foundation, because until that foundation is laid, you can't build nothing on it. So we build it on the biblical principles of God's word. That's where we start. And then they go into recovery, they go into job readiness, they go into financial literacy to give them a well-rounded and robust program that is going to equip them and to prepare them beyond the doors of Light of Life. Amen.
God is good, God is good. I just want to say I thank the Light of Life for what it's done for me. I was homeless, hopeless, but you know, God allowed their eyes to see something in me and gave me a chance. I just praise God. Amen.
The beautiful thing about community is that as we come together, there's electricity in the room. There's the presence of God in the room, and we are all sharing our love with the graduates. And so what my greatest hope is that this will imprint in their memory for the rest of their lives, that on this day, we came around them and we celebrated this milestone, but we also said that just like you made it to this point, you can make it for another day, another year, another decade. And so this needs to be marked in their life as a remembrance of how all of us came together. Wow, what a great day. What a beautiful day. Thank you all for being here to make it so special. Over 25 years in the making, this day has been just trying to find a place where we can have services for people who are experiencing homelessness and be able to serve them with dignity and respect. And then finally, we were able to locate this building. We had to redesign it, but redesign it in a way that from the moment they walk in the doors, we want people to be able to experience life transformation. And so whether you're looking at the walls, the widths of the hallways, the height of the ceilings, the colors, everything is designed around taking somebody who is experiencing trauma, bringing them into a space that communicates that they are welcomed, that there's a place for them. I often say the opposite of addiction is not sobriety, but community. And we want those who are experiencing food and housing insecurity to know that there is a community for them. If there's anyone in our city that needs a place to come, a place where they can talk to somebody to hear their story, Light of Life is that place.
Hey, do you want to come inside?
I don't want to hear anymore. Teach me to listen. I don't want to see anymore. Give me a vision that you could move this heart to be set apart. I don't need to recognize the man in the mirror, and I don't want to trade your plan for something familiar. I can't waste a day, I can't stay the same. I wanna be different, I wanna be changed, till all of me is gone, and all that remains is a fire so bright the whole world can see that there's something different. So come and be different in me. And I don't wanna spend my life stuck in a pattern, and I don't wanna gain this world but lose what matters. So I'm giving up everything because I wanna be different. I wanna be changed till all of me is gone, and all that remains is a fire so bright the whole world can see that there's something different. So come and be different. Oh, I know that I am far from perfect, but through you the cross still says I'm worth it. So take this beating in my heart and come and finish what you started. When they say me, let them see you, 'cause I just wanna be different, yeah. I wanna be different, I wanna be changed till all of me is gone, and all that remains, oh, is a fire so bright the whole world can see that there's something different. So come and be different. I just wanna be different. So could you be different in me?
Hey, brother, wanna come in?
My name's Joe and I'm an addict. Except for today I'm clean. Thank God.
Tonight we are celebrating men and women who have successfully graduated at the Light of Life long-term residential program.
Tonight's graduates I would describe as achievers, overcomers. There are people who had a long journey to get to the place where they are.
The last step on that journey is often tonight, it's graduation. It's when these men and women cross the finish line at their time at Light of Life. But in some ways, when they cross the finish line, it's the beginning of a whole new journey.
I remember my youngest son telling me, "Mom, we need you." And I said, "I need you too." Then I came to Light of Life, long-term recovery. Today I have 3 years and 4 months clean.
Right, this is my second time back. 3 years later, it's some change. I'm a better man than I was when I walked in. I'm gonna let y'all know something because it's really not about me. I'm saying to the new guys, the men and women who are here today, stick and stay, you will be up here with us.
When I started in the program, I was hanging out with the wrong people. And Ray, he guided me away from them, and I thank him to this day. I stuck it out for 2 years. I ain't gonna lie, it wasn't easy, especially when you have to hold the mirror up to yourself. But the best part about Light of Life is they hold it up with you.
Our hope is to surround our alumni after they graduate, but also to get them to come back and help the very men and women who walk through our doors going through the same things that they went through a year or two prior.
We, as the Light of Life staff, celebrate your accomplishments tonight. Congratulations.
Always call us, we're always available, we're family.
We love you, we're proud of you, and we can't wait to see what's next.
If among you one of your brothers should become poor, in any of your towns within your land that the Lord your God is giving you, you shall not harden your heart or shut your hand against your poor brother, but you shall open your hand to him and lend him sufficient for his need, whatever it is. That's what the Light of Life does.
Let me introduce myself. I'm not the same person you knew. Life in a brand new light. There's nothing that I can't do. Let me introduce myself. I'm not the same person you knew. Life in a brand new light. There's nothing that I can't do.
Well, hello everyone.
Good morning.
We are here this morning, starting the night watch, the morning watch, and again, if you're just joining us, welcome to Conversations on a Bench with me, Jarrell Gilliam. I'm the Executive Director of Light of Life Rescue Mission. We have a very special guest with us, which I'll introduce in just a second. Seems to be nice and cozy warm over there. So he'll explain his garb in a little bit. But again, we just want to start at the top by explaining what this is and what this is not. We are joining other rescue missions. Light of Life is a part of an association of rescue missions called Citygate. And there's over 300 rescue missions in the United States and Canada. And this idea came from a few rescue missions that had conversations on a bench for 24 hours in their city. And they were very productive, and so we decided to expand it. So on this day, there are 12 to 13 other rescue missions across the country that are having these conversations at the same time. And we've been able to connect with some of them and talk to the executive directors on the bench. We might do that a little bit later. But why are we doing this? One of the things that we want to be very clear that this is not about trying to say that we are experiencing homelessness for 24 hours or we are being like a homeless person by being on this bench. That couldn't be any further from the truth. One, we are here in this tent. Although it's cold, it's not as freezing as it is out there. Another difference is, we have heaters and things around us to keep us warm. People who are staying outside, they don't have these things. One of the other major differences is when we talk to people who have been experiencing homelessness and addiction, what they say is, yeah, they could be hungry, yeah, they could be cold, but what hurts them the most, what is most difficult for them is the isolation.
Yeah.
It's the being alone. It's the feeling invisible, being able to be in a crowd and people just not even acknowledge their humanity. So we are not that. There's always a crew around me, and they're making sure I'm okay, and they're checking on me. Those who are out there in the streets, they don't have that very often. And so we want to just, make it clear as well that I know where I'm going. Tomorrow night or later tonight, this day, I'll be at home and I'll be resting in bed.
Yeah.
Part of the trauma of those that are experiencing homelessness is the stress of not knowing what's coming tomorrow, not knowing when they're going to have their next meal, not knowing if somebody's going to break into their tent while they're resting or try to get into their car if it's a mother and a child in their car because they have no place to stay. So again, we just want to be very clear up front. This is not about us experiencing homelessness. It's about us making space and room for a conversation. We believe that this is worthy of conversation, worthy of discussion. And we've invited some good friends to come with us. There's faith leaders that are visiting. We have community leaders, governmental leaders, and we just want to make space for conversations and see what their thoughts are about homelessness. And we're praying that there'll be inspiration in these moments of ideas that we can use to encourage others who are out there. So while you're watching, we are streaming live on YouTube and on Facebook. So please like us, subscribe, all that stuff. Share the news out. We also have some staff that are watching the chat, so I appreciate all the thumbs up and emojis that people are putting in there and encouraging us along the way. It truly is appreciated. So just get involved. We want this to be a dialogue. One of the things happening behind the scenes, which you can't see now, but maybe we'll show you later on, is there's a lobby behind us, which is where we receive our guests, and in that lobby there's a bulletin board, and we simply ask the question. We're kind of going back to Mr. Rogers' neighborhood idea, and it's like, what would Pittsburgh look like if this truly was a place where everyone felt welcome? What would that look like if people were here and everyone had a bed, everyone had a place, everyone felt loved and accepted. And they're writing on the board different ideas, and at the end of our time today, we're going to read some of the things that people are writing. In the Bible, there's this idea of prophecy, and we say that this is called prophetic imagination. It's looking at the future and imagining what does this world look like if it would be run by God, if His kingdom would truly come. And that's one of the things that motivates me. In Isaiah 58, there's a great passage there that describes what it looks like. And I just invite people to look into that. But you'll see in there, it says that the people that are hungry, they would be fed. The people that are naked, they would have clothes on. The people that are lonely, they would have a community. The people without a voice, they would be given a voice. And then there's this one phrase that's so powerful, that they would be called the repairers of the breach.
Amen.
And so we'd be running to the places where there are gaps and seeing the breaches mended. And so that mending is not only happening in our community, but it's happening in our hearts. So that's what this is about. Again, welcome. And now I want to bring in my very good friend. We've known each other for for something years.
Yeah, too many years.
And yeah, we go way back, but our lives have been connected all along. And so, Ken D'Alessandro, just thank you for joining us today at this very early morning.
It's an honor to be with you today, Jarrell, and to see what Light of Life Missions has been doing and involved with in the city, and how far it's come in the restorative process in people's lives. I mean, not just a place to get a warm meal to bed and, you know, thank you very much and out the door, but really engaging people at every level to try to move them from, you know, from where they are. And that starts with that acceptance, like you were saying, morning, that's, like as you were saying, with that acceptance process.
Yes.
And I think, you know, we're all uncomfortable sometimes,
right?
Especially at night, you're walking in the city, coming home from the baseball game or something, and you know, there's that guy or there's that lady, right, with the basket or and you said that about that invisibleness, and and even though people want to be left alone, it's the result of what's been happening because nobody really wants to reach out to them and we know that there's issues, but it's addressing those issues, and that's what I love, especially as we toured the new outreach center.
Yes, very exciting.
What an amazing process there is to see how people can be respected at the lowest moment in their lives, right? And most of it not by choice, although the misnomer sometimes is that, well, people just choose to do this. And, you know, when they're led into those places, I was just overwhelmed when I toured that facility with the quality of the services that are being provided. As you said, it helps people feel like they're a human being, right?
Yes.
And you know, you know me, I'm a James kind of guy, right? The book of James says, you know, if you say you have faith, show me.
Yeah.
Like, not that we do works to just, you know, I'm going to go to heaven because I gave this homeless guy $5 on the street or whatever, right? But really to the point of caring. And I think about the book of Acts where it says that they had all things in common.
Yes.
And, you know, when they saw a need, that people were reaching out to each other and saying, hey, you know, I have this and you have that. And when we come together as the body, right, that each of those pieces can work together. So, it's certainly an honor to be a little cold this morning right, out here. But, you know, I'm excited about what God has been doing with, you know, through Light of Life and specifically through, you know, your life and ministry as we've known each other for so many years.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that. And
I'm going to put my hat on. My ears are getting cold.
It's kind of cold. But, yeah, when you were talking about that, you know, the way the building is designed and all those things, one of the things that we were very intentional was that oftentimes people who are receiving services, I hate to always use the DMV, the Department of Motor Vehicles, as the example, but we don't want to be like that, where you walk in, you're sitting on a hard chair, your number, waiting for your number to be called, and we want to be the opposite of that. We want to be more like walking into a hotel where you have a concierge, you have somebody who's greeting you, hearing your story, and then coming alongside you. And because of our generous donors and people around us, they helped us to be able to create that space. But it's the staff and the volunteers that bring that space alive. And they really communicate the love, the acceptance, and I hear so often when people come in, and which the goal is to be surprised by hospitality, be surprised by not being told to fill this out and sit in the corner, we'll be with you in an hour, but to actually have a place to come in, charge your phone, have a cup of coffee, and engage with someone. And so I want to go back to something that you were mentioning, and it could also go into your story a little bit, but we've been talking about the importance of community.
Yeah.
And a lot of times that goes back to lonely times in our lives. And often it's when we begin making choices, forgetting about the one who made us, and we start trying to figure our life out on our own, and we start trying to take shortcuts and find ways to bring pleasure or whatever it is, but the more we go down that path, the more empty we are. And also what seems to accompany that path is loneliness and isolation and rejection. And it's a hard way to live like that. And it can really drive people to a place of even being suicidal.
Right, yeah.
And so, could you speak to that and either things that you've experienced or seen or people you've helped that are in that situation?
Well, I mean, coming from my background, my testimony, right? And not that I want to give, Satan any glory for, that what he tried to destroy my life. But as a young adult, in my late teens and early 20s, addicted to drugs, on the street, can't keep a job. You're living this life of like a lie because the drugs keep telling you that, oh no, it's all okay. But everything's falling apart around you. Your family doesn't want you. They're frustrated because they don't understand, what's happening or how to help you or what's been going through. And, I remember my dad saying to me at one point, by the time you're 18, I'll be visiting you in the jail. And when I was 18, I almost ended up in that place. Wow. Because there was just, it's that, I don't know, that like you said, that sense of loneliness, or you get in that place where it just seems like you can't get out. And so why try anymore? Because it doesn't work. You've tried everything. You wanted to stop. And I'm really thankful that that God stepped into my life, and I know maybe a lot of people don't understand that whole concept. But that thing that I was looking for, that thing that I was trying to fulfill with the drugs and the partying and the crazy lifestyle and all that stuff, belongs to God. And I remember reading in the Word, in a Bible. I mean, I had no idea what was written in the Bible, but I went out and I bought one to argue with somebody. And reading that verse, it says, if you lack wisdom, ask God and he'll give it to you. And I was just crazy enough to say, God, if you're up there, I've been looking for something all my life. I mean, I was only 20, but nothing was working, and I was like, I want to know the truth. And it was when I really understood that God loved me. And it wasn't that turn or burn, the street preacher that's, repent, or you're going to hell. I mean, some people need to hear that, right? But what I needed to hear was, I love you. Because there's no defense against love as an offense.
Right.
And that's what melded me. That's what brought me to a place of surrender. Was to realize that, that there was this God who created me, first of all, and he wasn't mad because my life was all mess, but he was willing to accept me where I was. And I'm telling you, there in the beginning days, I'd be sitting like with a can of beer and smoking a joint, and reading my Bible, but God was never like, oh, hey, you got to stop that, you got to quit doing that. It was like, I love you. And it's when I heard those words from him, that's what broke me. And I think that's what we all need to hear, right? I mean, not only the homeless person, their life is just falling apart, but we all need to hear that I love you. And it was at that point that I found these Christians who weren't asking me about this huge afro that I had, and whether I was stoned or not coming to church that night, or what I mean. There were people that cared about me. Don't get me wrong, but it wasn't. It was the judgmental thing that was missing. They were more willing to love me where I was and help me get to where I needed to go, right? And that interim step is what is the answer, right? So you're right. It's more than a bed. It's more than like, okay, we're going to sit out here and experience homelessness, but it's like, what can we do to get that person from where they are to be, I love the mission statement, to be a productive, member again of the society and what God is done to us. And, coming from you know, all of that into a life of medicine, right, as a paramedic. And working, you know, I was a Pittsburgh paramedic for a number of years. So, you know, I worked all the areas. You know, we dealt with the homeless people, and I think one of the things that really needs to start happening now is, like we talked about, this community medicine thing.
Yes.
Where, you know, the people need, it's hard enough sometimes to get medical care when you have insurance, right?
Yes,
and
yes.
you've got a place to go. But, you know, what do you do when you need medication or you need some help and there's nowhere to go, or that somebody's reaching out with, you had mentioned like a street medicine program, or, you know, helping people be compliant with their medications and following up on them, and this whole concept of, you know, bringing community health services into the homeless community, you know, I think
Right
is
where they are.
right, is a big piece of, you know, what the future looks like in sense of, you know, delivering this care. And of course, community, you know, the community paramedic programs, community medicine programs are all geared in that direction now, right? Like how do we reach those people and get them the help that they need is another step towards coming back to, you know, normality in that sense, right? And getting back there. So
well, we know we started experiencing that a little bit during the pandemic, where people were stuck in their homes, or older adults didn't want to go out. So we started thinking about how can we bring care to them, and then it began. These community health workers started, you know, those ideas started happening, and now paramedicine, community paramedicine is being talked about. And so one of the goals of this sitting on a bench is talking about what are some ideas that could help us be more loving as a community to help everyone. And I definitely think this is a piece of the puzzle, to be able to take care where people are, to help people also make healthy life choices with the food that they're eating, and exercise, and just understanding all those things. There were times where we were encouraging certain vaccines or certain things in the community, and or testing, and to be able to take that to the people, to go to local churches or rec centers and have a health clinic, and it was helping people to be more healthy, and that's all part of this idea of making a community a healthier place.
Well, I mean, community brings accountability, right? And, you know, that's the whole concept with, you know, I attend one of the, you know, recovery group, and it's that place where we can be held accountable one to each other, right? And that support, that when you're feeling like there's nowhere else to turn, you know there is somewhere else there, because if Jarrell was able to do it, I can do it, and the sharing of our stories and our experiences, right, and helping other people, and not in that judgmental way, right? It's that, okay, hey, the scripture says that God's mercies are new every morning. So all the mess that happened yesterday, it can be done. It's done, right? God says, hey, let's go with today, right? And that support and not condemnation, that even our own selves, right? We give ourselves sometimes like, you failed again, you didn't do it, you did this, you did that, where the community comes along and can support us, right? When I'm strong, you're maybe not, and when you're strong, I need your strength, right? But it's that being willing to give of ourselves. You know, it's great, some people give a check, give money, give all these things, but the most important thing is the human connection, right? That connection with someone else.
Right. I've probably said it a half a dozen times over this time, that the opposite of addiction is not sobriety, but community.
Amen.
And we need to find ways to have relationship, to have that accountability, to know that people care. A statistic I also share is we know that here in the U.S., that 60% of adults, by the time they reach their adulthood, have had one adverse childhood event, some type of traumatic event.
Right.
But the people that we serve, people who who go to shelters who are experiencing homelessness, 90% of them have had 3 or more by the time they reach adulthood.
Oh my gosh.
So you can just imagine, and some have had as many as 8 or 9. So you just imagine a child having this traumatic event. Maybe it was a fire, loss of a parent, witnessing a murder, some type of traumatic event. And then they have another one on top of that, and then another one on top of that. And now they're trying to figure out, how do you cope with this? And if you don't have someone who's going to point you in a healthy direction, there's always going to be somebody going to take you in a negative direction.
Oh yeah, the
Let
option.
me drown your sorrows. Let me numb it. And so easily people start going down that other path.
Yeah, I remember when, back in that time, it's such a trap, because it's like, if you do this, you'll feel better. That's the deception, right?
Yeah.
But the next time you got to do a little bit more than that
Yeah.
to feel that same better.
Yes.
In that vicious circle of like how it just goes from one to the next until finally, you get that hot shot and now it's over, right?
Yes.
Somebody's dead in the street.
Yeah.
And it's just because there's, like you said, it's that desire to, that fulfillment, that peace that's missing,
Yes.
in our lives, and the support, right?
Yes.
And I think, from my experience in going through that recovery process, that if Satan can get us as an island on our own,
Yeah.
you're a target. You're done.
Yeah.
Because we can't do it. I couldn't do it. That was the whole reason, I ended up where I was, because I couldn't stop it, right? It just
right.
it was running my life, So having these kind of programs that are treating people like people, not
Yeah.
just like, okay, this guy needs a meal, get him in and get him back out again, but really, you mean you care about me? Like, you care about me.
Yes.
And I think just from that one visit I had to the center, that feeling amongst people that I'm cared for here. Not
Yeah.
just this is a place to come and get warm and get a cup of coffee.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I think is really a benefit of the of the program. It's exciting.
Yeah. Well, when we begin moving towards healing, that the rest of that study talks about how, there's been these traumatic events. The more it happens to us, the more we start reacting out of our amygdala or our fight or flight response. So you become wanting to push people away, you're
Yep.
suspicious, all those things are happening. You really, it's like there's a rut in your brain and you start thinking in the same ways, and you don't get into the frontal lobe where you start having choices. However, the good thing is that there is a way to reverse that process, and that process is reversed when you're in a loving community.
Yeah.
And it's not surprising that we see that example in Scripture. It's like creating an environment where people are seen and known, and then that's how they begin to grow and learn again and love again and get back involved again.
Well, I could never have imagined, like, from the I'm down the road now, right? It's 40 some years from that moment in my life. But to see how God, took this 20-year-old drug addict, gang banger, just, waste on society,
right,
and molded something beautiful from my life. I mean, I think about that song that all we had was our brokenness and strife.
Yes.
And he made something beautiful, of our life. And, I always go back to this, my experience in emergency medicine, and, when I became the director of West Mifflin Ambulance Service back in the day.
Right.
And they handed me the keys to 20 drug boxes. I thought, what a testimony of God's faithfulness. Because if it was the old Ken, there'd be no drugs left in them boxes.
That's right. That's right.
But it's that, those moments of success, right? Where you see God taking everything that was broken, that was hopeless.
Yeah.
Right? And you see that, okay, hey, I can do this.
Yes.
Right? My confidence back. I don't need that stuff anymore. Right? I can bring some value to my life and to the people around me, right? and sort of not make amends, but you feel like it's something to give back. I mean, and ever since that moment, you know, and like you, I've dedicated myself to youth ministry and, you know, reaching out to, you know, kids on the street and, you know, people in this environment that had suffered the same. I remember there's a scripture in 2 Corinthians that says, comfort those with the comfort with which you have been comforted. And so it's amazing how the people that I've interacted with over my life have all been in that same place that I was, right? And I was able to be there and say, hey, look, you know, if God can do it for me, he can do it for you. Like, I'm nobody special, right? I mean, I'm God's child and all that stuff, but God's not a respecter of persons, you know, and so there's hope, but you have to be in a, like you said, in a community where you see that success. It's not just a story somebody's telling you, or you heard, oh, that guy, this guy. No, there's Jarrell. He's sitting right in front of me. And I know he knows because you've been there, you've been through it, you know. So if I could encourage, you know, people that are watching or that are participating in the future, you know, that, there's financial support and all those things that need, because there are expenses, but it's that you've got a personal story. You know, God wants to use you in a way to touch somebody's life, right? And it might be just, like you said, come down and, you know, sit at the center and have coffee with those guys. And you may never know, you might be an engineer, and that guy sitting across from you has got a degree, he's been an engineer, maybe he designed a missile system for the government, you know what I mean, in his day, and has experienced this traumatic loss, and suddenly you have a connection, right? And now I'm remembering those days because you're telling me about it, and you know how that kind of goes. So I think sometimes people think, like, I don't know what to do. Well, just, you know, there's not a lot, just love people, right? Come, spend some time, serve some meals, you know, get involved, come down and help clean, right? It only takes a little bit of effort, you know, to be a part of the whole process. And if each one of us are doing our piece, like Scripture says, right? We're the body, we're not the finger of Christ. But we're the body, right? Working together to make the whole. You know, I think we can make a big impact in the, you know, in our region, you know, in this community, and reaching out to the people that are in need, right? You know.
Well, I believe that, and I appreciate, you know, one, that you came and spent time with us, and we could have this conversation. I think back to some of the early youth ministry we were involved with, and you know, there were organizations, Doorway, I remember, and others, that their idea was that within 24 hours of a young person being on the streets of Pittsburgh, that they would be encountered by somebody who could help them before one of the negative people would come in and try to get them.
Grab them.
And so we have a similar idea for those who are experiencing homelessness. We want it to be that there's such a net that within 24 hours of hitting our streets, they're going to hit Operation Safety Net or Light of Life or Age and Inclusion Health. Somebody's going to come to them and say, here's a place for you to go. Because in our city, no one has to be out in the street. There's a place for everyone. Not every city can say that.
Amen.
And so we just want to get that word out. So thank you for being with us.
Yeah, great to be here this morning.
For sharing this moment, coming so early in the morning. But I'm glad you're here, and glad that we get to share this part of our lives together.
Amen.
So it's amazing to see the full circle, and I don't know about you, but I know you know, we have many years that we're going to be working together, so I'm excited about that. So.
Amen. Well, it's an honor to be here this morning, and you know, I'm a living testimony of the restorative process that can happen in somebody's life. You know what I mean? If they have the opportunity.
Right.
Amen.
Well, thank you. Again, hope you hang out a while. There'll be some other people coming around, and I'm sure we'll keep our conversation going.
Right, we'll do.
So thank you. You're a good brother. And again, thanks again for coming.
Thank you.
If when we were talking, I always like to clarify that, you know, we are this faith-based organization, but our faith does not mean that you must believe our faith in order to get services. It's actually because of our faith that we believe that we should be open. And so it doesn't matter if you have faith, no faith, a different faith. If you're hungry, there's a place to eat. If you're thirsty, there's a place to drink. If you need clothes, we have clothes for you. If you need a place to sleep, we have a shelter. And it's open for anyone who wants help. But we're just sharing what is the foundation and the motivation for what we do. And that is an example that we found in the Bible. It's interesting that over 90% of recovery programs have some element of faith in it. All AANA type groups, they all talk about coming to the end of themselves and acknowledging that there's something that's greater than themselves. There's been multiple surveys of people experiencing homelessness, and they asked them, what would you like to be part of your recovery process? What would you like to be part of your healing process? And it's always in the 70s, the upper 70% want some type of spiritual component to their recovery. And so we just want to acknowledge that, and we want to be able to speak to that. And we also want to make sure that everyone has a place to come. Everyone has a place where they feel welcome. And we are so privileged to be able to be here, to be a part of that. We could not do this without the volunteers that volunteer thousands and thousands of hours and come in and help in our kitchen. They're mentors. They help in various departments here. They can help clients get practice interviewing skills, or help them with job readiness. There are so many things that our volunteers do that help us to be able to do the work that we do. And so we're just grateful for the opportunity to be able to do this together and to be together. So yes. Okay, great. Okay, great. Okay. See you later. All right. Okay. Shalom. I think Pastor canceled things for this week, but we'll check. Yeah. Yeah, it's a heat wave. That's right. Right. Thank you. Well, here we are.
Yeah.
It's a little warmer in here than out there, but not a lot warmer.
Oh, yeah.
I had, I guess to clean it up in between, I had a bottle of water that you gave me, and the longer it was out here, the more ice was formed in it. So it was turning into ice in front of our eyes. So,
Oh, man.
So I had to get another bottle for the second part. But still, it's much warmer than it would be out there or in the tent.
Yeah, yeah.
And so So again, I just thank you for coming out and signing up for such an early slot to help us start off the final 11 hours, I guess, or something like that, 10 hours to get to the end. You're Michael Hendricks, and we have been here for we started at 4.
Yeah.
And we're going up 4 the next day, and one of the things we want to do is introduce you to some of our staff and some of our people that are helping us. And so Michael is here, and his team helped to put a lot of this support together. So just introduce yourself, talk about what you do.
Okay.
We also had Matt here from Off the Floor.
Oh, yay,
So we had
great.
a great conversation talking about the vision of the Furniture Bank and just our coming together. So
Yeah, well, I'm Michael Hendricks, Director of Operations for Light of Life. I kind of joke around that I keep the hot water hot, the cold air cold, make sure folks get food. That's kind of very general description of the work we do in operations. The other big part that or work that we do is with our Gift and Kind ministries, like Off the Floor, our Furniture Bank. We also have a donation center that provides clothing and hygiene items for folks. They have like 40 partner agencies that they work with. They come to us. It's like a little mini warehouse in the back of the building. And we have our food pantry. And they also they distribute food to folks in the area, but they also have partner agencies that come in and serve their clients through us.
Well, Light of Life started back in 1952 as a soup kitchen, and then they added a shelter, and until the 90s it was only for men, and then in the 90s it began to help men and women and with children. And as the needs of homelessness and those experiencing housing insecurity, food insecurity continued to grow, we had to expand our services. And one of the things that just took off under your area really started in the pandemic. Because when the pandemic happened, one, we made a commitment to stay open. We feel a call to be here. We know for many of the people experiencing homelessness, if we were closed, they had no other option. And so we had to stay open. And so, but while we were open and others closed, others started coming to us. And I remember, Michael, at one point, not only were people coming to us, but people were donating to us. And then we began to be overwhelmed with all of the supplies coming in.
Wow.
And at one point, there were people that were saying, well, we need to stop it. We need to turn off this spigot. And then as we began to huddle as staff, we were saying, no, let's be good stewards over what God has entrusted to us. And out of that came the idea of, well, it's more for us, more than we can distribute, but partner agencies could do it. And when we opened it up for partner agencies, it actually multiplied our ability to impact those who are in need. Those agencies are so important.
They truly are. When I first came on board a year and a half ago, I think Matt had maybe 10 partner agencies he was working with out of the basement of North Ave. And then this building opened up, and his vision was to continue to see that grow. And the way that God blessed us in planting the seed for this ministry, that has grown significantly over the time I've been here. And he and his team have worked very diligently, and our partners have been really great to work with, and it really points to the need in the area of folks that are at risk for homelessness. And I think that's going to continue to be a growing part of Light of Life's mission, is helping to address the needs of these folks.
You bring up a good point, because as we talk about that progression of how Light of Life has grown over the years, we were very focused on those experiencing homelessness. But then we started saying, what would it be like to help to prevent people from becoming homeless? And the food pantry, some of our meal programs, dinners and breakfasts, as we started interviewing the people who were coming, many of them were the working poor. And they were telling us they could not make it to the end of the month on their paycheck. And we would see that in our meal lines. We would see, as you get past the 15th of the month, more and more people were coming in to get dinners or to get breakfasts. Then we started seeing families coming in, children, mothers, fathers. And so we realized that we have to spend time on the prevention side as well as intervening with people that are. And as you know, I like bringing up that example of the waterfall, you know, where there's a rescue mission at the bottom of the falls, and they're throwing out lifelines, and when people come over the falls, they're pulling them off out of the river, and they're doing that, and they get their system down really well, and they're able to save a lot of people. But someone says, you know what, we got to figure out what's going on the top of the falls that people are getting there to begin with. So someone's going to have to climb up this mountain, get to the top of the falls, and stop people from going in. And that's a lot of what the ministry that's under you is responsible for. They are preventing people from becoming homeless and being able to stay in their homes. It's going to be an ever-growing ministry, but God keeps providing in miraculous ways. We'll be able to combine all three of the Gift and Kind ministries in a warehouse in the next few months, and that's exciting.
It is very exciting. It's near our rescue shelter, overnight emergency services. It'll be a part of that continuum of care. And to be able, one thing that I found really interesting this past summer, so we had to temporarily move our food pantry back to our old building on North Avenue. And
thought we were out of it.
God had other plans, but it truly, I believe God did, because we not only continue to serve the folks on Perry Hilltop, who had been going to the former location, but they also developed a walk-up distribution. So we've seen on Fridays, anywhere from 30 to 50 folks in this community coming up for food and services, and a large number of those folks are homeless. And so we it's like, the Spirit just kind of opens our eyes to other folks in need and finding ways to serve them. And so now we have kind of a model now that will be next to our overnight shelter of how to help folks coming to us in other ways.
So there are people that are scattered in communities all around Allegheny County, and we believe that as God continues to bless us and give us the ability to expand, that we want to see outreach hubs in other areas, or partner with other agencies or churches that are in those areas and help them to be partners with us so they can get the resources that we have and distribute them out there. So it's a bold model, and we're excited to see, because it gives us a chance to impact more.
I firmly believe that, and I pray that what we're able to do through this first outreach hub is build a model not just for Light of Life, but also for other missions. We have a really talented team, very passionate, and very well organized. So I think the future looks really good.
And we're sitting here in front of Ridge Recovery Place. We've been in here a year.
This month,
Wow. And so this has been a dream for a long time that we would have a place like this. And so finally it is here, and to have a place where the way it used to be, staff and clients can have meals together, we can be together, and share stories and get to know each other. And it's such a great atmosphere. And I love inviting people to come down and just visit, get a tour, hang out, and see what it's like to be in this big extended family that we call Light of Life.
Yeah, that's as a newbie, I didn't have history with that time when we could get to meet our clients, work alongside of them, disciple them, build friendships, and so that's been a really uplifting thing for me to be a part of this past year, is being able to connect with the men and the women that we're serving here. Along with the folks that are at our Bentley shelter. But watching those relationships forming between our clients and our staff is really special, and it really points to part of why God has called us here, is to be able to strengthen those relationships.
Right.
And we do it through food, which is a common theme here at Light of Life.
Well, food is so important. It's part of our legacy. And I had somebody just commenting on the quality food that's here, and they were saying it's not just food, it's really good food. And so I know that, again, that's one of the areas that's in your department, and you have you mentioned Rob, but you have a whole group of chefs and cooks that love what they do, and they put that love in every meal they make.
They certainly do. They're such a talented group. I've been in food service of some form for the past 27 years, whether it's kitchens and restaurants or grocery stores. And this is really a fantastic, talented group of folks. And the difference is that they feel called to be here, and that love just shines in the food that they provide. This facility has been a huge blessing because we've been able to really focus on the nutritional needs of our long-term clients in recovery, because nutrition is such a key element to their recovery and the transformation. And so being able to provide a salad bar, to be able to provide more nutrient-dense foods, I think has been really, really helpful for our folks.
Yeah, we had a chance to interview Dr. Bullock from Community College, and he was just telling us about all the various programs they have there. But we were talking about how that partnership is so important.
Yeah.
And we were talking about the food. That's another area where we are partnering with our neighbors right up the street here.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, their dietary program has constructed a practicum here at Light of Life. So we have dietitians that are working with our kitchen team on recipe development, menu development. Today, their intern is actually will start teaching classes for our women and children's program on better nutrition, on how to read labels, how to shop the perimeter of the grocery store, not rely on those quick and easy fixes in the middle. So it's really exciting because it's, again, that seed gets planted and the Spirit just blesses it and things continue to grow. So like you said, being able to partner with CCAC is such a huge opportunity for us, and I think for them as well and for the community.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for taking your time and being with us out here, being with me out here on the bench, and thank you for representing Light of Life so well. Again, we can't do what we do without the right staff, and you're a godsend to our organization. It's great to share with you on the leadership team, and as we navigate the future, I'm glad that we're in this together.
Yeah, absolutely.
Navigating these new opportunities that are out there, and there are some exciting things in 2025. So can't wait to see them unfold and grow. So
absolutely. Well, thank you for your leadership and your passion. It's the first job I've had where I get to come in and work for my pastor. So you're just I can't thank you enough for your leadership in so many different ways, and especially in the way that you hold us together spiritually. So thank you.
Well, thank you for that. And I know that we are about to shift now, so
I see the cameras.
I think KDKA is going to be joining us, so we have friends there at that network. So again, thank you, my brother, for coming.
Yes.
And again, I feel energized as I go to the, the final push. Here.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
You're over the hill.
and I hear at the end, we're going to have a special ending.
Yes.
Trying to bring everybody together. So I know I'll be seeing you behind the scenes before then, but I'll look for you at the end as well.
Awesome.
All right. Good
Thank
to
you.
see you. All right. Thank you.
Stay warm.
Yeah.
I got my peppermint and lemon tea. Do you need a refresher?
I do.
I'll get you one.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, hand this
so
off
we
to
have,
you.
a little change that's going to be happening here with KDKA, and so we're going to get ready and get that set up. Okay, he's off. Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, Doug, I'd like to get a water too at some point.
This is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. So, Father, we thank you for who you are today. We thank you that this is the day that you made. Lord, we choose to rejoice. We thank you for the day of hope, opportunity. We thank you for the North Side. We thank you for people that are here. We thank you for the families that are going to be on their way. And Lord, we pray this afternoon that you would allow us to just experience your love, your grace, your mercy. But Lord, most importantly, that we would have hope set before us, as is said in scriptures. Jesus, we thank you. We welcome you in this place. Holy Spirit, have your way. Let your kingdom come. Your will be done in our lives today.
My favorite thing about Day of Hope is we have the opportunity to minister, to share the gospel of good news. And where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. And there is liberty in this park today. And we are so excited about what God is doing in the lives of the community, and our vendors, and our clients and staff all in one. We have a stage with live worship music, sharing of the gospel. We have programs. We have different vendors that's going to share about health. We have food. We have bouncy house where the kids can jump in and play, and we can see the joy on the kids' faces. We have so many different things happening here today.
Light of Life has been in existence in over 70 years. Our home is on the north side of Pittsburgh. We have a whole continuum of care that we offer to those who need help. It's not just a soup kitchen, it's not just a shelter, but we're going to the street on our outreach team. We're going to where the homeless are, to camps, but then once they come in, we have a day center, we have shelter for overnight for men and women with children. And then we have long-term programs that they can be involved with. We want to have an on-ramp for people to get help, no matter where they are in their homelessness or addiction journey.
Before I had come here, my life was very unmanageable. My choice of drug was pain pills, but it had ended up into heroin, crack, benzos, and pretty much anything I would take. I had lost my kids, I was homeless. When I got to the Light of Life, as soon as I walked in the door, one of the clients had asked me if we could pray before even speaking, and I knew right then and there that was where I was supposed to be. I had people that actually believed in me, trusted me. It helped regain faith and trust in myself. I ended up getting my 3 children back during the time at Light of Life.
I have been addicted since birth, and my mom gave me drugs at a young age. Eventually I learned, jails, institutions, and death, you end up with one or the other, and death was the last thing left, and I went for help. Being in active addiction, you don't really have people that care about you. In Light of Life, you do. If I didn't have Light of Life, I wouldn't be where I'm at now.
In the fall of 2017, Light of Life allowed cameras to follow Dean Robinson, a member of the newly formed outreach team, as he visited homeless camps around the city of Pittsburgh. What you will see is the stark reality of addiction and those working on the front lines of this battle.
This homelessness, along with addiction, has changed over the years. There's a much younger population of people. I've had guys sitting in my office, and I seen the look on their face, and I really do think they wanted to get clean. But it didn't happen that day. The next day they were gone. Madison Camp will be coming up on your right. That is a heroin camp. And pretty bad. You have your old diehards that just refuse to change their ways.
Nobody in the mother or wife or father or son or daughter or no one has ever even tried to help me.
Then you have the young guys that are just lost.
Yeah, I actually had an apartment and a job, but I messed it up. I got back on drugs. I didn't do a lot of heroin until I came up here. I tried heroin for the first time when I first got up here. So, I just think about my mom. I'm all the way up here, got away from my family, and that's the last thing she needs to identify one of her kids. You know what I mean? In a body bag.
Oh.
How long have you been homeless?
9 years.
9 years. May I ask what kind of drugs you do?
Marijuana, alcohol, heroin.
I have a lot of success on the north side because that was me. I was born and raised here on the north side. I grew up in a house with my mother, my father, and my sister. They had high hopes for me as an athlete. Somehow, some way, I just fell into the wrong path. I would get home weekends, and then it went to 4 days a week, and then 5 days a week, and by then I had to have it to function. The stuff I was doing out on the street, people don't live through that stuff. And I really think I was trying to kill myself. I had to change my way of thinking. I had to change the way I do things and extend a helping hand to those that need to get back up.
I lost my apartment, my job, my electric was cut off, everything happened all at once.
I really got into just a cycle, this is how life is. There was no thought of the future.
Pittsburgh's infested with it. It's everywhere.
Now you have young guys that are mixing heroin with fentanyl and elephant tranquilizer and all this. You don't know what you're putting in you, and it's killing people.
I have a lady I've been with for about 3 years. I love her very much. About a week ago, I did 3 bags, she did 3 bags. I woke up, looking over to see where Joyce is at, wondering why all the cops is here. And I go over, start to reach for my girlfriend, Joyce, and the officer kept
pulling me away from her. She died right here, in the tent right here. I feel guilty about losing her. You should have left me dead right along with her. That's how I feel. You should have left me dead right along with her.
In 2014, PA reported 36 counties there were overdose deaths due to heroin. 1 year later, every single county had a heroin death. There's not this hypothetical, okay, it happens in an inner city, it happens in the country, it happens in the suburbs. It can happen anywhere.
People have an idea like it's a certain age or a certain gender or it's a certain socioeconomic group, but it's not. It's everybody.
Angela was always just very unique. We grew up in a very tight-knit family. We were all very loved. She got married and she has 2 children. Probably about 3 years ago, she started to have lots of different health issues. She started presenting autoimmune issues, and so she was put on prescription drugs for her pain. There were a few things that we started to notice that were sort of not really making a lot of sense. When we would be around her, she would be very up and then very down, nodding off, eyes in the back of her head. She wasn't suddenly able to pay some of her bills. It got to the point where it became very clear to us that she was addicted to these prescription pills. Finally, my mom just said, "You have a problem, something's going on, let us help you." While she was in rehab, she met someone that she ended up having a relationship with. At one point, no longer could she get her prescription pills. And so the guy that she had been seeing, he came home and said, "I couldn't get the prescription pills, but I got something better." And that's when she used for the first time. She'd never tried heroin in her life. She tried it one time and she was hooked. There were so many people in our family that thought she was going to be okay. And it got to the point where I had to just say, she's never gonna stop. And I feel like I needed to mentally prepare myself for that reality.
It's hard for people to understand that there's no way in heck with myself. Being clean 4.5 years and making a decision to use drugs again. And that's the concept of people using against their will. It is powerful, it's cunning.
I was getting ready for youth group. I'm in charge of a youth group in Connellsville. And I'm in my kitchen and my stepdad shows up. So I opened the door and he looks at me and he says, "I need to talk to you. You need to get the kids out of the room." And he walked me to the back of the house and all he said was, "They found Angela, she's dead." I will tell you, I was very calm because I thought, she can't use again and she can't hurt herself again. I felt as though it was like a prison in her mind that she couldn't get out of, and she hated herself so much. And now she didn't have to hate herself anymore, and she didn't have to hate herself for what she did to all of us or to her kids. And that she was at peace. This really is a disease. She didn't choose this. She might have chosen to use that first time, but after that, she wasn't in her control.
This is a culturally driven disease that is creating a ripple effect of crime, economic depression, socioeconomic despair. This is an epidemic.
There's a struggle, it's huge. It's a big fight. And I feel like at this point, I don't know who's winning the war, but the drugs seem like they're multiplying.
It truly is a family disease. Even though one person uses, the entire family is affected. And it's painful. And no one should ever have to tell their loved one that they're not ever gonna see their mom again.
If we don't come together and attack this disease together, it's gonna consume us, okay? And I'm scared of what this world will come to.
The guests that are walking through Light of Life's doors are experiencing multiple layers of trauma. And the challenge that we're facing is what to do with a guest that comes through our door with chronic mental health.
The most important thing is to realize that when the women finally reach us here, they are completely broken. They need to be built completely up from ground up.
The number of women who are homeless don't go to a shelter. Their shelter is the street, and they are, for the most part, trying to escape a life of abuse, only to find themselves in a worse situation.
The opioid pandemic that hit before the COVID pandemic was certainly affecting a great number of people here in our region. People that don't have hope or don't have the access to things, the pandemic has just made it even tougher.
When I ask a group of young people, white, black, doesn't matter. Raise your hand if you know someone who's overdosed, who's died through overdose. Almost in the entire room, they all are familiar with it. It's not normal for kids to have to be so used to death.
I grew up in a well-to-do neighborhood, and I was probably like 13, and it was pot, I believe, but alcohol wasn't far behind because my father was an alcoholic. I became very independent emotionally and mentally and physically. That kind of left me feeling as though I didn't really have anybody to turn to because pretty much the people that I had turned to had always disappointed me or let me down. I remember there being a lot of chaos around me. And as I got older, that's like when the depression kicked in and the anxiety, and like a lot of people, I self-medicated. The day I overdosed, it was from heroin and there was absolutely fentanyl. The first thing I said is, what happened? Because there's paramedics and police all around me. And the one guy just said, you died, sweetheart. He said, you overdosed on heroin. And I was like, what? That's impossible. That doesn't make any sense, because I thought that I would use SMART. And the only thing I can think of is my son and how I almost left him without a mom. I told myself I wouldn't do that. I promised, I vowed myself that I would be different. And sometimes it takes plowing through a wall. That was my wall.
The face of homelessness has changed. There was this whole shift that happened when the opioid crisis happened. It changed everything about those who are on the street. We had people coming from the suburbs into the city, women and men, and then of course with children as well.
I would say about 95 to 99% of that population has an underlying traumatic event. If you look at the typical scenario for many of our patients and then just reflect back on 2020, moving into 2021 with the pandemic, as well as with racial injustice, unrest, it presents an epidemic of just multiple proportions.
When I was 4, my parents separated. I'm the youngest of 9 children. When I was 6 years old, I was abused by a man who was a friend of my uncle's, and it changed my life. I became a very sheltered child. I didn't want to talk to anybody. I didn't want to run and play like little kids do. When I was 8 years old, my older brother allowed me to take a big sip of his beer, and he also had this funny looking cigarette that had no filter on it, and he allowed me to smoke on that. And I was free at that moment to be someone different, and I liked it. I didn't become an addict that day, but it didn't take long afterwards. And I went from being a straight A student to failing 7th grade and eventually dropping out of high school. And this was all due to my addiction.
They're desperate. They're trying to survive. They're looking for the next high. They don't know what's in that bag. They don't know what's in that cap of heroin. They don't know what's in that needle. They're injecting in places that you wouldn't even think of, between their toes, in their private areas, which causes different reactions to different parts of their body. But what they do know is they're looking for something that they think is going to help them or fulfill them. And usually it's overdose or death or light of life.
In '92, I began going out with a formerly homeless guide under the bridges and into the abandoned buildings of Pittsburgh. And I got to see the city from a different angle. One of the first partners that I discovered was the Light of Life Mission. I worked with them and we started the Physicians House Call Center there in the basement, and we ran that for about 10 years. You begin to quickly realize when you begin working with the excluded folks in the city that there are others in other agencies that are like soulmates. And that fabric is then woven into the torn fabric of the street to build a community that's got new principles of respect, mutuality, grace, other things that are really important for healing.
We changed our strategy a couple of years ago and began to adopt an outreach model. We actually had staff find people under the bridges or in the communities holding up signs, letting them know that resources are available. What we realized is if we were waiting for them to come to our doors, some of them would never make it to our doors.
When we began to do our work in the new pandemic environment on the street, Light of Life reached out to us and others. We began sharing wisdom and resources at a level we'd never actually done before. The county health department and others were very helpful. But Light of Life's leadership was key to this. And we began to do testing for folks in the shelter. We created the hotel setup where you could send people who had nowhere else to go that were COVID positive. And then we began doing telehealth with Light of Life. I think it created community with providers that was really not there.
We provide primary health care, dental care, holistic health care that's freely available to anybody who needs it. We want people to know there's quality care that meets their needs in a cultural context that's familiar and available to them. Right now, Northside Christian Health Center has a grant through Allegheny County Health to reduce opioid overdoses right here on the Northside community. If it was not for Light of Life partnering with us around that particular program, it wouldn't exist.
Since the 90s, Light of Life has participated in a statewide program to take women with children who are willing to go into long-term programming after they've had about 90 days clean and put them into an apartment, help them to learn to be self-sufficient. We were getting calls every day for women with children looking for a shelter. We are so blessed to be able to offer, starting in February of this year, of women with children to be able to come in off the streets, knowing that just hours before they were sleeping in cars or they were bouncing from house to house, from couch to couch, not knowing where their next meal was gonna be and not knowing who was gonna come through the door next.
I had 6 months clean, and then I ended up relapsing, and it only took about 3 months for the overdose to occur. I wasn't happy. I was just kind of living day by day. I ended up at Light of Life. I got on the list, and I went into Sister's house. Light of Life was the best thing that ever happened to me. I obviously didn't have a whole lot of trust for women. I made a lot of close friends. Around that table, we told each other our deepest fears, our biggest regrets. There was no room for judgment. I felt safe there. They taught me how to be a mom. They taught me how to be a woman. They taught me so much about who I really am, who God made me to be.
In February of 2020, I was in a very bad place. I was addicted to crystal meth and homeless, doing whatever I could to get the next fix. And something spoke to me and just told me to look at you. I remember those 3 words in my head, look at you. I decided that I wanted help with my addiction. I went to a detox center. A case manager named Megan asked me what I wanted to do after I left the detox. She called the rehab and they said they had 1 bed and it was in Pittsburgh. And I said, that's God speaking to me. When I left the rehab, I had basically nowhere to go. And it was very humbling. You know, I never thought of myself as a homeless man. The homeless guy was the one that lived under the bridge and pushed a shopping cart around. But that's not always the case. And it was me, I was that homeless man. And someone suggested to me to go to the Light of Life. When I first got to the Light of Life, I sat with a gentleman named Adam. And the first thing we did when we went to his office, he said, would it be okay if I prayed for us? And no one had ever done that for me before. I remember the tears rolling down my face while I was sitting in his office. One thing I learned at the Light of Life was how to love myself. They taught me that I'm worth getting up every morning and making your bed and doing the next right thing. I have goals today that I'd never had before. I have a job that pays very well today with insurance benefits and a 401k. I have a checking and a savings account, which is really rare for me because my bank used to be a pawn shop. Today, my biggest luxury is I have a full-size bed. When I was a little boy, I had a single bed. When I was incarcerated, I had a single bed. When I was in the Navy, I had a single bed. When I was in rehab, I lived in a single bed. When I was at the Light of Life, I was in a single bed. I've taken a step forward and gotten a bigger bed. And a queen-size bed will be next, and then I'll move on to the king-size bed. And this is all because I had the courage to say I want help. And I also had the willingness to accept it.
It was not easy, and some days it's not easy still. But it's only through God and through Light of Life and through the women and the staff that I know that I'm worth life. I know that I'm worth change.
If it's a meal, if that's what you need, we have that. If it's shelter, you need overnight shelter for a day, for a week, for a month, we have that. If you need mental health assistance, then we have partners that can help with the mental health counseling. If it's drug and alcohol long-term programming, then we have something for you there. And you truly just find yourself just needing a place temporarily until you can get a job, we have a place for you there. All are welcomed. All backgrounds are welcome. This is not a place to come and be judged. It's a place to come and experience the love of Christ and the love of a community of people who are all trying to help each other to get better. And that's what Light of Life is about.
My addiction is everywhere I go. It is at work, it is at play. Addiction will attack you in your sleep. I dream sometimes about getting high. It lets me know that it's still there. There's times when I walk down the street and I will smell marijuana. And that is my addiction just letting me know I am still here whenever you want to come back. I don't have to worry about that attacking me. I have tools today, I have phone numbers today that I can use to fight back against it. If I had to let somebody know one thing about the Light of Life, It's that they care. If they didn't care, I wouldn't be sitting here right now. It's home. It really is.
My name's Rob Pettit. I'm the kitchen supervisor here at the Mission, and I am making shrimp and grits today. We have our chopped garlic in water, grits. We have some what I call TD shrimp, peeled and deveined, and we have lemon, parsley, salt and pepper, and butter, and I have some cream, half and half that I use. We go through a lot of grits. Get some heat rolling here. So I have two skillets here. The first, the one with the water and the cream, that's going to be for the grits itself, and then the skillet with the butter in it is where I'm going to start. What I initially do is just make it like a shrimp scampi. Saute the shrimp in some butter and lemon and garlic. And put a little salt and pepper into the grits water. Put a little minced garlic in there. So I'm going to put that off to the side. So I'm going to start working on this the mixture for the grits, and it's best for that to all come up to a simmer. And then the consistency on your grits, I like to get them almost to like a pudding consistency, and if you get them too thick, you can always take a little cream them back down to where you need them. But I try not to cook my shrimp in the grits, because like I said, you don't want to overcook your shrimp. Then they get a little rubbery. Just about everything that I learned that I cook here was from Lorenzo Johnson, who was he ran the kitchen when I got here, and that was 24 years ago. And Lorenzo fed many mouths at the Mission. So yeah, most of the cooking skills that I use today I picked up from him. I'm sure there's a recipe on here, but I just do them until they're nice and creamy. Like I said, just under what you would like a pudding consistency. And our guys here, they love cheese grits. Instead of the shrimp and the scampi, I add Velveeta cheese to it, maybe some Cheese Whiz, some kind of hard white cheese like a Swiss or something even a little bit harder. They love it here. It's a staple. It's a stick to your ribs kind of meal. So that's one thing about cooking. You can make a lot of recipes your own, and you learn how to fix mistakes. You don't have to put cream in it. You can use water depending on, what you have. So I'm going to take this scampi and kind of get it heated back up again. So you can see that it's creamed out really nice. And you can add a little sugar into it too. A lot of people add sugar. A little squeeze of lemon. And there you go. Shrimp and grits. When I make grits here, I'm in a pot this big, that big around, and like I said, they love it. And I can't tell you how many people have come around and say, they said you made the grits. I said, We have always said it starts with a meal. People always will come to our doors for a meal, but we want to go a little bit further than that and get to know who they are, what their issues are. The one constant over the years is that, we deal with broken people. Almost everybody that comes to our doors has experienced some kind of trauma. We try to earn their respect to where we can ask them what's going on in their lives, and through those relationships we get to know some of their story. That's where it starts. We get them in with a meal, try to engage them, let them know that Christ loves them and have something better for them. North Avenue, where the mission is now, is very small. The spaces are small and they're broken up, and we have coolers and freezers in every little cubby hole. And the biggest issue is feeding. We can fit 12 women and children in our front dining hall, and then we'll feed 20 men in our back dining hall. And so they eat in shifts. We bring the first 20 in, they sit down, eat their food, get up and go. There's not much time for guys to sit and engage each other. One of the biggest things that I'm looking forward to at Vetley, the new building, is the dining area. Well, we're almost going to triple in size. And we'll have more time, we'll have more room to engage these people. I just can't stress how much we're really looking forward to that a guy can sit down and he doesn't have to rush because there's guys outside waiting to come in and have his spot. That's part of that dignity that, we'll be able to offer them now. We couldn't do what we do without our donors, our volunteers, and they're just some of the most giving people committed to what we do. I believe God's got great plans for Light of Life in the future, and I'm just happy to be a part of it.
Their days are like surviving. When you see them in survival mode, I see people digging in the trash. I see people picking up cigarette butts off the ground. I remember one particular girl, when she came to the mission, I gave her a toothbrush and toothpaste and told her it was free, and she just started crying. She couldn't believe it was free. My name is Lloyd Massey, and I am the Community Engagement Liaison, and I've been here 15 years. What I do is I work a lot with outreach, going into the communities, to the camps, talking to the less fortunate, trying to help them along, we pray with them, talk with them, we take them hygiene kits. Some occasions they may need food, and we'll take them food, and then we just chat with them about becoming non-homeless. Like if they want to join our program at Light of Life, or they just want to, talk about life in general, how, things they've been through, how they became homeless, and how we can come alongside them to chat with them about the state that they're in. The building that we're in now, it was kind of cramped, and there was not too much space. The aisles were very narrow, and you'd be bumping everybody in the aisles there. They talk about they don't want to go in there because it's too cramped. One particular gentleman told me I'd rather just stay out under a tree. There's more space out here in the open air. So I know when they walk into that new building, they're going to be real appreciative for this space. Yes, the new building, I tell you what, where they're going to feel a lot of dignity. They're going to feel a lot of dignity, like, wow, this is for me. When the homeless person walks in that building, they're going to feel, wow, this is new for me. And that's why the building's there for them. It's not there for the staff and us. We're just servants. And the building is for them. And I just can't wait to see when they walk in there to feel the love of Jesus. It's going to be like heaven to them.
I started drinking alcohol first. I was selling drugs. I used crack cocaine. I've been in jails. I've been in institutions. The end of the road was when I was homeless.
My drug of choice was heroin. There's no limit that you won't go to get the next one, just to be okay. I think that's one of the biggest misconceptions. That or like it's fun, because it's not fun. I mean, you don't even feel like a person.
Got on drugs pretty bad before I went in the military, continued with it during the Vietnam War.
I lost my sister in 2015 to addiction, and I've seen it ravage families. Addiction does not discriminate. Homelessness does not discriminate.
I had an amazing career. I worked for many years, paramedic for almost 20 years. Before all this happened, I never thought addiction would happen to me.
I lived in the projects. My husband, myself. I have 3 children that smoke crack cocaine. My husband smoked crack cocaine. And eventually it got out of hand.
I drove up into an apartment complex. The stickers were outdated. When they pulled me over, all they could do was impound my car. As I was walking away, the police officer found a rock of crack that I had been looking for a month and a half. And when they grabbed me, I told the officers, I know this is going to sound strange, but thank you.
After the military, I was stationed in California at the height of the Vietnam War. There wasn't a drug that came back that we couldn't get. You know, after Daddy did what he did, then Mommy lived. He shot her and then killed himself. It has an effect on you.
I was a single mother to my daughter, and I bounced from different family members' houses. I started using around the age of 18 years old.
I found my father dead. He had committed suicide. And I was already far into drug addiction by then. And chances of me getting out of that cycle after living through that were slim and none.
From using crack cocaine and just hit bottom, and all my life I didn't know how I got there, but I needed a way out.
24 years of hardcore partying, being a drinker. I had numerous jobs that I did enjoy, lost many of them due to being a non-functioning alcoholic.
I grew up in the 60s, and I was attracted to the dark lifestyle in my community and struggled for at least 35 to 40 years.
My whole adult life was basically a lot of years of struggling through addiction and mental health struggles that were going untreated. I got out of being incarcerated and had nowhere to go. I had to go to a homeless advocate to even get the tent to sleep in the woods.
I started out using marijuana when I was 15. I was abused as a child, sexually abused. That was my way of numbing the pain.
When I was 13, I did marijuana. I drank just because it made me feel good and my other friends were doing it. I started selling drugs and then kind of took off from there.
My life is unmanageable. I live to use, to drink. But the most important thing, I was violent, torturing myself for numerous of years.
My childhood, basically, my mother and my brother and I, we lived in every battered women's shelter in this area. We've all been homeless, we've all been in jail, we've all been diagnosed with different things, we've been exploited.
People who are experiencing homelessness, they need to be seen, they need to be understood. We need to take time to hear their stories and then come alongside them.
I think the desperation, waking up in a tent, not being able to bathe for a week or two. There's just that look when they hit bottom and they're just sick and tired of being sick and tired.
I think most women, by the time they get to us, they feel like this is my last shot.
We are celebrating 70 years, and one of the things that's been consistent for that 70 years is that Light of Life has needed to adapt to the needs of the community. About 5 years ago, we noticed the people that were coming out into the streets were not necessarily the same demographic of homeless that were before. The outreach team, every day they go out.
We have a lot of that were in college. And some of the others, younger people, we don't know the trauma that they went through in their homes, or even cases of being raped.
I was a heroin addict. I've been clean 28 years. I lived in a tree shack for about 3 months. This is, there's a personal investment.
How long have you been here?
Like 3 months.
Did you grow up in Pittsburgh?
Yeah, Southside. My mom's in Canonsburg. Grandma's in Brookline.
How long have you been using?
Oh, 2016. Oh, yeah, I was dope, yeah.
How you feeling today?
Sick.
And how many people live here with you?
Like 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you ever wanted to get off permanently?
Yeah, I do, and then I get back on it.
Yeah. Have you talked to your mom recently?
A couple of weeks ago.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Does she miss you?
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah.
Within our county, over the last 5 years, we've lost over 400 transitional housing beds. That's very important. About 25% of the street homeless in our country, Housing First is an appropriate first step and right step for them. But for the other 75%, they need support. Even in times when we are in an overflow situation, homeless will want to be around us. And they say because they feel safe where we are. We want to make sure that all of them have a place with dignity where they can stay. We're working with community partners to discover what those solutions are. Part of our strategy is not only reaching those who are homeless, but to also prevent people from becoming homeless. The fastest growing population of homeless are women with children. When we see a woman who is about to be evicted, we want to come alongside them with rental assistance, working with their landlords, being advocates for them, because we know it's better for that mother.
When I was in the throes of things, community rallied around my daughter and helped her complete high school. If it weren't for the women at Light of Life reminding me, this is why we do what we do.
I learned the importance of my relationship with God. I also learned my own value. I had probably zero esteem when I got there. I would have never went back to school if it wasn't for Light of Life.
that the opposite of sobriety is community? Absolutely, I'm a firm believer in that.
You know, I have my moments in life where I feel unworthy, but I know today that I am a daughter of the King. One of my favorite scriptures is Philippians 4:13, that I can do all things through Christ that strengthen me. That scripture has gotten me through so much turmoil and pain being clean and sober.
Some of the trials and tribulations of our guests that come to the shelter, they're me. You know, it's actually a blessing to be able to share my experience, strength, and hope with these men.
I think of how much love Light of Life provided, and what it was like to walk through those doors of that shelter and take a deep breath and sense hope and be able to breathe effortlessly. It's crazy how powerful it was. But, sorry. It's an amazing experience to come through addiction and to recovery.
My daughter and I were the first clients at the Women and Children's Shelter. I formed a sisterhood with the women in the program. I'm a CCAC student now and working towards a degree in nursing. We have our own place that is safe. I've been able to repair relationships with my family, most importantly, my relationship with my daughter. There is nothing the same about my life now as it was prior to coming to the Light of Life.
The hope is that we see in the changes of the lives of the people that come to Light of Life, when they are given an opportunity to be in a Christ-centered environment where people love and care for them, healing happens. The ultimate rescue mission was Jesus coming back to earth and realizing that we were lost and He loved us. We are a community of those who have been rescued. The end game for us is to see homelessness eliminated, one life at a time. When one heart is changed, then a family can be changed. And when a family can be changed, then a community can be changed. And when a community can be changed, a city can be changed.
Hey, we are here at Light of Life's annual Thanksgiving Dinner Box Outreach, and today there are over 100 volunteers behind me that are packing 2,300 Thanksgiving dinner boxes with everything a family would need for Thanksgiving dinner that will go off to families in need today.
Our Thanksgiving boxes are going to be feeding over 20,000 people who are experiencing food insecurity.
People always ask us what is actually in the Thanksgiving dinner boxes, and the answer is everything you would need for a Thanksgiving dinner for your family. We have mashed potatoes, stuffing, corn, gravy, cranberry sauce, green beans, butter, rolls, pie, and of course a delicious turkey.
We have on our t-shirts today that it's hope in turkey, because really it's more than a meal. Think about the single mom who's at home with their children, but that mother knows they're not going to be able to afford a Thanksgiving meal. They know that they're going to be struggling just to have a regular meal on this day. But because of the volunteers and all of those around us today, we're going to be able to provide that traditional meal for that family.
This is one of our favorite events that Peoples does in the year, and it's because this is the season of giving, and it's really important for us to give back. And boxing over 2,300 meals is just such an amazing way to spend Thanksgiving week.
Light of Life is a great organization. It really takes care of the community that we live in. This is a perfect opportunity to take care of the people that we live and work with. It's one of my favorite opportunities to volunteer every year. I look forward to it every year. It's not just for a good cause, but the people who you volunteer with, they're just fantastic. It's so much fun. It's just a wonderful thing to do.
If among you one of your brothers should become poor, in any of your towns within your land that the Lord your God is giving you, you shall not harden your heart or shut your hand against your poor brother, but you shall open your hand to him and lend him sufficient for his need, whatever it is. That's what the Light of Life does.
Let me introduce myself. I'm not the same person you knew. Life in a brand new light. There's nothing that I can't do. Let me introduce myself. I'm not the same person you knew. Life in a brand new light. There's nothing that I can't do.
My name is Joe and I'm an addict. Except for today I'm clean. Thank God.
Tonight we are celebrating men and women who have successfully graduated at the Light of Life long-term residential program.
Tonight's graduates I would describe as achievers, overcomers. There are people who had a long journey to get to the place where they are.
The last step on that journey is often tonight, it's graduation. It's when these men and women cross the finish line at their time at Light of Life. But in some ways, when they cross the finish line, it's the beginning of a whole new journey.
I remember my youngest son told me, "Mom, we need you." And I said, "I need you too." Then I came to Light of Life, long-term recovery. Today I have 3 years and 4 months clean.
Right, this is my second time back. 3 years later, it's some change. I'm a better man than I was when I walked in. I'm gonna let y'all know something because it's really not about me. I'm saying to the new guys, the men and women who are here today, stick and stay, you will be up here with us.
When I started in the program, I was hanging out with the wrong people. And Ray, he guided me away from them, and I thank him to this day. I stuck it out for 2 years. I ain't gonna lie, it wasn't easy, especially when you have to hold the mirror up to yourself. But the best part about Light of Life is they hold it up with you.
Our hope is to surround our alumni after they graduate, but also to get them to come back and help the very men and women who walk through our doors going through the same things that they went through a year or two prior.
We, as the Light of Life staff, celebrate your accomplishments tonight. Congratulations.
Always call us, we're always available, we're family.
We love you, we're proud of you, and we can't wait to see what's next.
I started drinking alcohol first. I was selling drugs. I used crack cocaine. I've been in jails. I've been in institutions. The end of the road was when I was homeless.
My drug of choice was heroin. There's no limit that you won't go to get the next one, just to be okay. I think that's one of the biggest misconceptions. That or like it's fun, because it's not fun. I mean, you don't even feel like a person.
Got on drugs pretty bad before I went in the military, continued with it during the Vietnam War.
I lost my sister in 2015 to addiction, and I've seen it ravage families. Addiction does not discriminate. Homelessness does not discriminate.
I had an amazing career. I worked for many years, paramedic for almost 20 years. Before all this happened, I never thought addiction would happen to me.
I lived in the projects. My husband, myself. I have 3 children that smoke crack cocaine. My husband smoked crack cocaine. And eventually it got out of hand.
I drove up into an apartment complex. The stickers were outdated. When they pulled me over, all they could do was impound my car. As I was walking away, the police officer found a rock of crack that I had been looking for a month and a half. And when they grabbed me, I told the officers, I know this is going to sound strange, but thank you.
After the military, I was stationed in California at the height of the Vietnam War. There wasn't a drug that came back that we couldn't get. You know, after Daddy did what he did, then Mommy lived. He shot her and then killed himself. It has an effect on you.
I was a single mother to my daughter, and I bounced from different family members' houses. I started using around the age of 18 years old.
I found my father dead. He had committed suicide. And I was already far into drug addiction by then. And chances of me getting out of that cycle after living through that were slim and none.
From using crack cocaine and just hit bottom. And all my life, I didn't know how I got there, but I needed a way out.
24 years of hardcore partying, being a drinker. I had numerous jobs that I did enjoy, lost many of them due to being a non-functioning alcoholic.
I grew up in the 60s and I was attracted to the dark lifestyle in my community and struggled for at least 35 to 40 years.
My whole adult life was basically a lot of years of struggling through addiction and mental health struggles that were going untreated. I got out of being incarcerated and had nowhere to go. I had to go to a homeless advocate to even get the tent to sleep in the woods.
I started out using marijuana when I was 15. I was abused as a child, sexually abused. That was my way of numbing the pain.
When I was 13, I did marijuana. I drank just because it made me feel good and my other friends were doing it. I started selling drugs and then kind of took off from there.
My life was unmanageable. I lived to use, to drink. But the most important thing, I was violent, torturing myself for numerous years.
My childhood, basically, my mother and my brother and I, we lived in every battered women's shelter in this area. We've all been homeless, we've all been in jail, we've all been diagnosed with different things, we've been exploited.
People who are experiencing homelessness, they need to be seen, they need to be understood. We need to take time to hear their stories and then come alongside them.
I think the desperation, waking up in a tent, not being able to bathe for a week or two. There's just that look when they hit bottom and they're just sick and tired of being sick and tired.
I think most women, by the time they get to us, they feel like this is my last shot.
We are celebrating 70 years, and one of the things that's been consistent for that 70 years is that Light of Life has needed to adapt to the needs of the community. About 5 years ago, we noticed the people that were coming out into the streets were not necessarily the same demographic of homeless that were before. The outreach team, every day they go out.
We have a lot of that were in college. And some of the others, younger people, we don't know the trauma that they went through in their homes, or even cases of being raped.
I was a heroin addict. I've been clean 28 years. I lived in a tree shack for about 3 months. You know, this is, there's a personal investment.
How long have you been here?
Like 3 months.
Did you grow up in Pittsburgh?
Yeah, Southside. My mom's in Canonsburg. Grandma's in Brookline.
How long have you been using?
Oh, 2016. Oh, yeah, I was dope, yeah.
How you feeling today?
Sick.
And how many people live here with you?
Like 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you ever wanted to get off permanently?
Yeah, I do, and then I get back on it.
Yeah. Have you talked to your mom recently?
A couple of weeks ago.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Does she miss you?
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah.
Within our county, over the last 5 years, we've lost over 400 transitional housing beds. That's very important. About 25% of the street homeless in our country, Housing First is an appropriate first step and right step for them. But for the other 75%, they need support. Even in times when we are in an overflow situation, homeless will want to be around us. And they say because they feel safe where we are. We want to make sure that all of them have a place with dignity where they can stay. We're working with community partners to discover what those solutions are. Part of our strategy is not only reaching those who are homeless, but to also prevent people from becoming homeless. The fastest growing population of homeless are women with children. When we see a woman who is about to be evicted, we want to come alongside them with rental assistance, working with their landlords, being advocates for them, because we know it's better for that mother.
You know, when I was in the throes of things, community rallied around my daughter and helped her complete high school. If it weren't for the women at Light of Life reminding me, like, this is why we do what we do.
I learned the importance of my relationship with God. I also learned my own value. I had probably zero esteem when I got there. I would have never went back to school if it wasn't for Light of Life.
That the opposite of sobriety is community? Absolutely, I'm a firm believer in that.
You know, I have my moments in life where I feel unworthy, but I know today that I am a daughter of the King.
Doug, you gonna let us know? Okay. Well, here we are. We are still here on the bench, and just want to remind everybody at the top here again, we've been saying this throughout, that we are creating this space to have conversation, to raise awareness, to talk about ideas, to also hear stories of people, and we want to give hope to people and see that happen more. We are not trying to simulate being homeless or anything like this. Those who are homeless, they don't have the supports that we have. I know where I'll be in bed tomorrow night or tonight. A person who's experiencing homelessness, they don't know where the next meal's coming from, next night's going to bring, and they're under that stress and trauma. But we're hoping that as a community, as we talk about this more, that will be inspired to help, and that will come up with solutions that are going to help us. And one of the things we often talk about is the opposite of addiction is not sobriety but community. And here at Light of Life, community is so important. It's about people coming together, helping each other, supporting each other. And I'm glad to be able to introduce you to some of my good friends, my best friends here that I get a chance to work with and serve with. And we have one of them now here. We have Rob Pettit. So welcome to the bench.
Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure. I first would like to thank you for doing this and your leadership, your servant leadership. It's just been, working under you has been a pleasure, and
well, thank you.
This is great.
Yes. Well, it is a little cold, and it's colder than what we thought when this was planned. I had some concerns. We're a part of a network, as you know, called Citygate, and so on this same night, at this same time, there are 12 other missions that their executive directors are out on benches, and we're having these conversations across the country. So I think we're the furthest east, but it goes all the way to California. And but for us, when this polar vortex came in, we had to decide, are we going to still do this or not? And we huddled and talked about it, and what we decided to do was, you know what, the people who are experiencing homelessness, they don't have the option of turning it off or say, you know what, I'll skip today because it's going to be cold. So we said, no, we're going to do this. We did change it a little bit. We got a tent around the bench here. We have some heaters here, but I was telling you earlier, my water bottle froze, so it's still cold out here, but it's not quite as bad as it is. So we go back quite a ways.
Yes, we do.
And I was thinking about that. That's one of the joys of being here, is that there are staff that have been here a long time, and you're one of them. So tell us about how you came to the mission and how we met.
Well, I'm excited to tell you that March 2nd will be 27 years.
Wow.
Here at the mission, and and I'm grateful to say that, Light of Life saved me, helped save me.
Yeah.
I was going through a pretty rough time, going through a divorce, and knew I needed to find a different job, something that would give me some benefits for my kids, and I answered an ad, somebody that had knowledge of the 12 steps or a Christian testimony.
Yeah.
And so I answered the ad, and that was for Serenity Village. Light of Life had a 25-bed halfway house out in Avella, PA. So I answered the ad and, went out and met with Bill Milliron, who was the executive director of the farm at the time. And, he took me around. It was, like I said, it was a 326-acre farm.
Beautiful.
Just a beautiful place. It had a pond that was stocked with fish, and there was a goat and some dogs and cats everywhere. And it was, I definitely see the providential hand of the Lord leading me there. And just to tell you a little story, when I went out, met with Bill, he took me around, showed me the place, showed me where the dining hall was, and there was different buildings. There was about 4 or 5 different buildings, and the dining hall was in its own building, and he took and showed me around, and after we went back to his office, talked about what all the job was included, and he said, let me ask you a question. He said, would you staying here at the farm, living on the farm, would that be an option for you? And to be truthful, I don't want to say I was homeless, but I was at the good graces of some people at my church. Was being put up in an apartment.
Okay.
But, I was either soon going to have to start paying rent or looking for another place to stay.
Right.
So I can't tell you, Jarrell, just like I said, I see the Lord's hand in that. And when he asked me if I would stay there, room and board, I was like, can I get back to you on that? Meanwhile, inside, I was just, and I remember leaving and walking up the steps to the road and just being overcome with emotion because God had a plan.
Yes.
And so just to go on that a little more about that, eventually they had sold the farm and, but they offered me a position working under Lorenzo, in the kitchen down there. And I was like, nah, I mean, I had been down here a couple times and it just wasn't my cup of tea. And, coming down here, driving down here by myself, I was terrified to drive in the city.
Yes.
But, so I remember one Saturday getting up and I'm going to run up to the Hickory One Stop and get a paper and look at the classifieds.
Yeah.
And the Lord's like, I got you a job. Why are you going up there to get a paper? So, and I was kind of like,
didn't want to hear it.
No, not really. And, I had my idea. I probably just moved back to Washington and be closer to my kids and stuff. But, so long story short is I accepted, the position down there. And it was tough the first couple of years. And
adjustment, right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
City. Yeah, we're right there, Federal North.
But like I said, Jarrell, it's been an amazing journey, and I see the Lord, the providential hand of Him. Even the jobs before coming here to the mission, training me for this position, and I couldn't be happier. I believe, as of right now, I'm right where I need to be, and it's been an adventure.
Wow. It's such a blessing that you have continued with us through all the changes. And I remember I worked for the mission back there in the 90s, and I remember as a counselor, I was a chaplain counselor. There was a point where we were rotating going out there, so there was a couple days a week I think I was out there, and so that's where I really met you, was being out there at Serenity Farms. And one of the things that we're talking about with this bench conversation is what are some solutions that we can bring? And I tell you, I think that's one of the solutions was places like Serenity Farms, where it was out in the country, it was away from the city and away from the drug dealers and all the things that were right there. And it was such a great opportunity to have a place where people could go. And I remember that sometimes when a guy would relapse, and relapse often is a part of recovery, and they would be really remorseful, but they also knew they were very weak. And it was such a blessing to be able to say, hey, here's a place where you can go. Go to the farm. You'll be out there for a month, 2 months, 3 months, get some recovery, learn some skills, then come back. And so I believe through either partnerships or some other miracle that one day we'll get something like that again, to be able to see a place. And there might be some people watching here that have a place like that out in the country, and they're saying, hey, we like to see this used for people in addiction. But having those different places are so important. I know in recovery, we talk about people, places, and things.
Exactly.
And a lot of times we got to change that in order to start over again.
Yeah, and I think since you bring it up, when we take guys out to the spiritual retreats at Family Guidance, and you're out there, it gives them a different optics.
Yes.
You know,
yes.
they're out in the wilderness. You know, the hustle and the bustle's kind of gone, and and you know, and as they get well, they start getting that conscious contact with God. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And they start hearing that voice again that tells them that they love, you know, you're loved, and you know, this is my beautiful creation, and I created this for you. So the farm was pretty special, and you know, obviously that's where I met Tunch and Wolf, and John Stock came out there, and they did Bible studies, and that's why I say Light of Life helped save me, because as a young Christian, I was going to those Bible studies, and I was getting fed just like the next guy. You know what I mean? So, you know, the farm will always hold a special place in my heart. But man, how about what the Lord is doing now? I mean, it's just amazing.
We've been in this building here at Ridge Recovery Place for a year now, and it was a dream. And I tell you, again, I just, I was so excited for you to walk into that new kitchen, because we've dreamed about it, we've talked about it. People who would come over to North to see all the holiday meals that would happen in that little kitchen, or the two kitchens, and to know that we were going to have a place like at Bentley and then a place here, and I know you were just filled with gratitude to the Lord, but also to our donors, the funding community. I mean, this was truly a community effort.
Yes, it was. And, you know, when Bentley first started, when we opened it up, to be truthful, the first couple weeks, every time I walked into the building, I was just crying. I was emotionally grateful. And, you know, because as long as I've been here, Light of Life has always been looking for property. You know what I mean? And, you know, there was, you know, from time to time there'd be something like, oh, this, you know, we'd get hopeful, and but, you know, things always seem to fall through. But, you know, just being in these two buildings, excuse me, and then to see that, you know, we have the warehouse now. You know, it's like the Lord's just going above and beyond of what I could even imagine. So it's just been a blessing.
Well, I believe that 2025 is going to be our best year yet. There's so many exciting things. Earlier on the bench, yesterday, I guess it was now, Matt Bauer was here from Off the Floor. That is now a partner with us and under the Light of Life umbrella. They're a furniture bank, and we were their #1 customer, and now we're able to add their services to our services, so we're excited about that. Michael Hendricks was here talking about the donation center and food pantry, and now that's going to be in a new space and growing. And the deal is, it's not just that we're expanding, the needs are expanding. We're seeing more and more people experiencing housing insecurity, food insecurity, and we need to have some creative ways of meeting that need. And so, wow, this has been special. When I saw that you signed up, I was excited. We're going to be able to spend some time on the bench together. And is there any closing words that you'd like to say, especially to somebody who might be out there and thinking, you know what, I'm stuck, I'm never going to change, you know, I'm in this addiction, or maybe I'm homeless in a tent. What would you say to that person?
Well, first of all, I would say, you know, it only takes one step to get back to God. It doesn't matter how far you've run, how deep into the addiction you are, whatever it is. It's only one step to come back. So, you know, and I think what has helped me over the years, and a lot of these people are people that I work with, but the encouragement, and like, you know, we always talk about community, and I think that's what's so great about Light of Life as a place to work. You know, it's You know, we're just not here to fix other people who come in off the street.
Yes.
We want to fix each other, you know,
Yes.
and hurt people.
Right.
And the concern that Light of Life has, not just for those coming off the street, but for their employees. But yeah, I mean, one step, if you need somebody to talk to, we have intake coordinators that would love to spend some time with you.
Yes.
If you're having an issue, come home. I mean, this can be your home for a while.
Come
Not
home.
that we want you to be here forever, but we'll take you for a while and, you know, and dust you off and let the Holy Spirit take over from there. But yeah, so this, you know, get some help. And help for me is reaching out and saying, okay, Lord, you know, I need to make some changes. And that's part of the powerlessness of the program. I tried changing myself many times. I couldn't do it. I had to hand things over, hand my will. And so, yeah, it's help's available. It's out there. Just like I said, one step is all it takes to come back.
You know, a thing I like to always remind people, if you hear our testimony, you hear people talking, you often are going to hear about God. And we're a faith-based organization. We're a Christ-centered organization. And some people don't understand that, and they think, well, because of that, that means we have to believe like you believe in order to get a meal or in order to stay there. But that's not true.
No, that's nothing. Yeah, I mean, we'll take you. You know, now you will hear, you know, you will be encouraged to live a certain life. You know, pray and, you know, do some daily activities that we believe will bring you closer. But that's, you know, we'll take you. It doesn't. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, no matter where you are, if you have faith, no faith, different faith. If you're hungry, we'll give you a meal. If you're thirsty, give you something to drink. You need a shelter, you can stay there. There's no religious requirement or exemption. Our goal is to help anyone who comes through our doors to get you to the next right step. But we also know that for us, that there has been this point in our life that we needed a power greater than ourselves. And I shared earlier, over 90% of recovery programs have some spiritual component to it. You've heard, everybody's heard of AA, NA, SA, all these different anonymous, Narcotics Anonymous, Alcoholics Anonymous. There's a reason why they're so successful. And millions of people have used those steps. And part of that was realizing that they needed a power that was greater than themselves. And so we offer that for people. We share our own story for people as well. But again, if somebody needs a meal, there's no litmus test for a meal. You come on in, you can eat. Once you come into our programs, though, there is a commitment and there's a structure to them, and we talk about them. But yeah, this has been great visiting with you on the bench here. And again, thank you. Love you too. Thank you for your service, for bringing the love of Christ to people, and that encouraging word. And what you said too is so important. The community of doing this together, especially now that we're back here. Clients and guests can eat with the staff, and we're all together sharing life. I'm learning from them, they're learning from me. That's one of the beautiful things about our community.
I'm just one beggar showing another beggar where the bread is, man.
Yeah, that's right. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Get warm. I have some extra layers on, so thank you for your time here again, and
Thank
God
you
bless
for
you,
your
Rob.
leadership. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Love you, brother.
Love you.
They'll take care of your microphone over there. Yes, this is such an exciting moment to be able to consider some of the stories of people who have come here, who have worked here, and just to see all that the stories that happen. And Rob has been here for 27 years, loving people, helping people. He's the real deal, and we're blessed to have him. Okay, sure. Lady T. Hello, hello. You got some space for your tea? Okay. They got you mic'd up?
I'm going to greet you first.
Yes, hello.
In the Lord, amen.
Amen. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're on.
And I'm on.
Okay.
Yeah, good morning to you. How you doing out here in this tent?
Well, it's we're calling it a tent of meeting.
Tent of meetings.
Yes.
I love it. I love
it. It is it's definitely warmer than it is out there, but it's still cold. This is my second water bottle. The first one froze.
Oh my goodness.
So it is cold under here, but what we try to do is remind everybody that we're out here to have a conversation. We are not trying to say that I'm experiencing homelessness for 24 hours or anything like that, because I know where I'm going. Tonight I'll be in a warm bed.
That's right. That's right.
And I have a team of people around me. I've had people all night long with me.
Beautiful.
And but somebody who's experiencing homelessness, many of them are alone. They're isolated.
That's right.
They
That's
don't
right,
have that
Jarrell.
support. So this is nothing like being homeless.
Absolutely.
But we do hope that this conversation can increase understanding, can help people have empathy.
That's right.
And to also obliterate some of the misnomers about homelessness.
Absolutely.
And so again, this is Lady T. She's here with us and is one of that stellar staff that I was telling you about that makes being here at Light of Life so special.
Thank you.
And she's leading an area that has been a dream for years. We were getting regular calls, basically daily, from women with children needing emergency shelter.
Yes.
And we never had a place for them. And
wow.
We were able to finally build this building and include on the third floor a place for women with children. And now it's up and running.
Yes.
And we're seeing great things happen there.
Amen.
So could you tell us a little bit about yourself and what kind of services happen there on the third floor?
Absolutely. It is truly an honor to be here with you, Jarrell, on this cold winter brisk morning. But as the shelter manager for the Women and Children's Shelter at Vetley, it's emergency shelter, one of the things that I get great pleasure in is seeing those who come through our doors who are broken. Some of them are hurting. And they come through those doors with no hope. And they find new hope. When they come through the doors at Light of Life, because we love on them and we make them feel at home. So they have a place where they can come and get a warm bed. They get 3 full meals a day. They're able to get showers. They get clothing from our donation center. They get to come over and get fresh clothes. Some of the women come through, they haven't slept for days. That they come in and they're able to get some rest and get some sleep. We are teaching psychoeducational classes over there where they get the Word of God in them that's going to anchor them. They also learn about themselves and how to self-love and self-care for themselves as well. So it is just an honor to see some of our women that have come through have been baptized. They've come to love the Lord and join churches. They've gotten jobs, something they never had. We're able to help them establish their ID. They get PCPs where they're able to see the doctors. So yeah, it is just an honor. That is what I love doing, because I get to see lives changed because what Light of Life is offering them here.
I remember, I know it still happens, but oftentimes when the ladies come and see the rooms that are there for them, there'll just be tears in their eyes.
Yeah.
And again, you just can't imagine what it's like for a mother and her children. Maybe they were staying in a car, or maybe they were fleeing somewhere, and having to live in places where it wasn't safe, and now to have this place where they know that it's safe, where they know that this is a place for them to get settled and know their next step, to learn their next step. So we're so glad that we're able to provide that.
Amen.
And to give that opportunity. One of the things that somebody mentioned earlier, and I love, because I'm in a group with them, Celebrate Recovery, and so a lot of the ladies will come to this group, and I love the transformation that I see. The first time they're there, and then you see them a week or 2 months later, and their countenance is lifted, they're smiling. When they first come in, those pictures that we take when they first come in, you can see the weight of the world is still on them, that darkness is on them. But after they're in community, after they're in that environment, they begin to lift again.
So true.
Again.
So
and that's
true.
what it's about, is providing hope to the hopeless.
That's right, that's right. And it is an honor to be able to see that, the transformation in their lives.
Now there is something unique at the women's shelter. It's called Jumpstart, and so it's tell us a little bit about that, because before we just had a shelter, place for them to stay. There was a little bit of a schedule, but Jumpstart provides some more structure around it.
Yes, the 90-day Jumpstart, we started a binder where the ladies come in, and it's a structured program that they go through. And they go through, the first part of it is spiritual. So that's their foundation. They learn their foundation. They go through health and wellness, job readiness, financial literacy. They also go through what is called recovery. So it's a binder that they have to go through, and at the end of each one of those sessions, they are rewarded. They get an award for their completion of that section of the binder. So it is something that I feel they have tangible, that when they leave, they can see their progress. And it's their work, it's their journey. So yes, it's been working.
Well, we know that that's important, because when you've been in trauma and beginning to believe lies about yourself and about others, not thinking you'll ever complete something, each one of those benchmarks is saying, look, you can do it, you can succeed. It's celebrated, people are celebrated, and that's part of the culture here.
Amen.
Well,
Amen.
thank you so much
Thank
for
you for having me.
Joining me on the bench.
Absolutely. Stay warm.
I am. I'm doing my best. One of the things that we're doing is if it gets too cold, we come in. We don't have a conversation. I'll warm up a bit. So we're doing well. We're in the home stretch now. I can see it.
You see the light?
Yeah. Well, at the end of the day, hopefully I'll be able to see you. We're inviting all the staff to come back, and you're able to join us. Come on back over. We want to end it on an up note.
I'll be back.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you again.
All right. Have a good morning.
Mr. Gilliam, how are you, sir?
Hello, good.
Good to see you. Good. Gary Swanson, I'm a psychiatrist over at Allegheny Health Network.
Oh, okay.
And I know we've got a therapist embedded here.
Yes.
And we've tried to make ourselves available to you guys with our residents to see any of the clients that might need some acute kind of help. And this hat is extremely warm, so it's perfect on a day like today. But I saw you on the news last night, and I just wanted to offer my support. Congratulations. I think this is a great event. I think it's great to bring awareness to the troubles that folks are having and the services you have to offer them.
Well, as you know, especially since the pandemic, we've just seen such an increase in mental health and those who are suffering and needing that help and support. And we know that at Light of Life, we specialize in building a community, but we don't have the expertise in other areas. And it was just a dream that we could partner with you all, and finally it came to a reality. And so having Alex here, having that embedded nature, Lexi is able to help our people here in our program.
Yeah, and I'm glad we've been able to sort of be able to provide care if needed. I know some of my residents have been going out on the street and meeting with some of the folks who are unhoused out there.
Yes.
And some of them have been seeing patients in the office and the kind of care that they might need. I know.
Is that part of the Inclusion Health? Or is that separate?
It's a little bit separate, a little bit part. So it is a little bit part of it. We've sort of tried to set this up in addition to that.
Yes, I see.
Part of it is the residents themselves are passionate. They're in training and they want to try and help underserved population. And I think the other part is that we know there's a need.
Yes.
And we're partnered with you guys. So and we're so close. It just makes sense to be able to do that.
Well, thank you for stopping by and saying hello.
Yeah, just a random kind of, this is such a great thing. I'm so glad you're here doing this, and we'll continue to be here with you. But we're with you in spirit, in prayer, in faith. Hope that things continue to go well.
Well, thank you. Well, if you think of other ways we can partner, please let us know. I'm always trying to learn from other organizations, and we have a mission down in Baltimore. And they work real closely with Johns Hopkins.
Yeah.
And when I saw that working relationship there, I thought about AGH. I mean, we're right here. Allegheny Health is right up the street from us. And it was like, we should be able to find some ways of working together, because if we can help people stay medication compliant, we can keep them from having to go back to the emergency room and all those things. So by working together, we can help our community be more resilient.
Yeah, and I want them to know that we're here with care, and we're not just going to necessarily push meds or push somebody in the hospital. We want to meet them where they're at, help them with whatever problems or concerns they have.
Yeah. Well, thank you again.
Thank you.
For your encouragement, for coming by and being with us. And I love that hat.
Thank you, man. It's warm on a day like this. You hang in there. You got a few hours to go.
All right, a few more. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Well, you never know when you get a special guest coming by, and Allegheny Health Network is an important partner for us, one of many in our community that makes what we do so special.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Good morning, my brother. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Welcome. Welcome to the bench.
Thank you.
All right. Well, as we've been out here, we've been talking about just what a special time it is to be able to share clients and staff that make our community so special. And one of the things we keep saying is that it's really about community. It's about building community, a place where people can find their way. And one of the people that make that happen is you. And so, thank you for coming and sharing. And just tell us a little bit about your coming here with us and what you do and what you appreciate about the job that you do here.
Wow. Well, I want to start off with the appreciation that I appreciate you, as our executive director that provides us with these kind of jobs.
Yeah.
It's meaningful to me because I lived it.
Yeah.
And just to be at Light of Life, is giving back and serving God.
Yeah.
That's the purpose.
Yeah.
What I do is I'm the shelter case manager, Shelter Plus case manager that provides services for guys who are employed.
Yes.
We look to transform them, have them become self-sufficient, and maybe come over to one of the programs here at Ridge.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so when you think about our shelter program, people are aware of that, and so people come in off the street.
Right.
But it's a low barrier. We call it a low barrier shelter in that you don't have to have clean time to stay in our shelter. You
Right.
basically just have to not harm yourself or others.
Right.
But once you're in that, there are some people that say, hey, I want to change, or I want to get out of this environment, and that's where Shelter Plus comes in. It gives them a chance to get out of the population where people could be still active in their addiction.
Yes.
And then they get over there and they begin to have goals. So once they get over there, they're working on jobs, they're saving money, and they're ready to take the next step. So so you walk alongside them and help them, and some of them could actually end up in our long-term program.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. So we have started off in 1952 as a soup kitchen.
Yep.
And then we added shelter for men. And then in the 90s, early 90s, we added one for women, scattered site.
Yeah.
And it just continues to grow. But that's because the population we serve continues to grow and becomes more and more complex.
Right.
And so when you come to work and you get to work with someone, how does that impact you?
That impacts me a lot.
Yeah.
Because just as I stated, every time I come in that building, I ask God to allow me to be a blessing to someone today.
Yeah.
And when it occurs, it's like a breath of fresh air.
Yeah.
You know, we have, dealing with the increase, it's come in early and stay late.
Yes.
So that we'll be able to serve anyone that come through the doors.
Right.
Yeah,
we participate with the county with the overflow shelter.
Right.
And so in addition to our regular beds, we added another 25 beds.
Right.
So that we could take people in, and it's a challenge at times, but we're wanting to do our best to just get people out of the cold and give them a place. And so we were talking earlier. Right now, we put them in cots, and we try to love them well, but ultimately, we'd love to have a bigger place or a different place.
Yes.
Where someone could actually have a bed to sleep in.
Right.
Because we don't even feel that our overflow is really serving at the level that we would like to.
Yeah.
So we're asking for our funding community and partners to be thinking about that as we look for other solutions. I said I hope that this is our last year of having overflow in our cafeteria.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll have a building or a site, or we can partner with someone so that somebody can actually be able to sleep in the bed when they come to us. But that's part of the vision.
Yeah, that overflow actually gives us a time to connect with some of those who that experience homelessness.
Yes.
Don't know where to go.
Right.
So the overflow is really having us connect with the homeless community.
That's great.
Yeah, that population of individuals, they're getting younger.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're seeing them.
And I've noticed, I've seen you over there. There'll be times in the day center that they'll be hanging out in there, and you'll be in there with your computer, meeting with people, talking with people, having activities. What are some of the things you do when you're over there in that in the day center?
So the first the encounter starts at the podium. So when they first come in, I introduce myself to them and actually take them, walk them to the back, so we could connect and see what kind of services we can provide for them.
Right.
And also see if they have eaten. That's one of the most important things, to make sure that they have eaten a whole square meal.
Yes.
If they haven't, we'll feed them.
Right.
Then we'll initiate, connect with outreach, and then we'll take it from there.
Yeah.
To make sure that the person is getting all that's afforded to them from Light of Life.
Yeah. Well, I love that because they're not going to feel like a number.
Correct.
When they come in, they're going to be greeted. What you're saying, that's a warm handoff. You're greeting them, you're walking them back to where they need to go.
Right.
And that's part of our standard of care.
Yep.
Well, thank you
so
much for coming out here and sharing and thank you for loving our clients well and people in Shelter Plus well.
Yes, sir.
I know it can be challenging. I know
Yes.
you're there with a smile, always encouraging
Yes,
them.
sir.
So thank you again.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
All right. God bless you.
Right. God bless. That's nice.
No, I'm not sure what the schedule is. What's next? Okay. Okay. And what time is it now? Okay. Well, why don't we share some programming? We have about 20 minutes for our next guest, who I'm really excited about to be able to meet with and have a conversation with. So we're going to share a story with you, and then I'll be back to interview Paul in just a few minutes.
In the fall of 2017, Light of Life allowed cameras to follow Dean Robinson, a member of the newly formed outreach team, as he visited homeless camps around the city of Pittsburgh. What you will see is the stark reality of addiction and those working on the front lines of this battle.
This homelessness, along with addiction, has changed over the years. There's a much younger population of people. I've had guys sitting in my office, and I seen the look on their face, and I really do think they wanted to get clean. But it didn't happen that day. The next day they were gone. Madison Camp will be coming up on your right. That is a heroin camp. And pretty bad. You have your old diehards that just refuse to change their ways.
Nobody in the mother or wife or father or son or daughter or no one has ever even tried to help me.
Then you have the young guys that are just lost.
Yeah, I actually had an apartment and a job, but you know, I messed it up. I got back on drugs. I didn't do a lot of heroin until I came up here. I tried heroin for the first time when I first got up here. So, you know, I just think about my mom. You know, I'm all the way up here, you know, got away from my family. And that's the last thing she needs to identify one of her kids. You know what I mean? In a body bag. Oh. You know?
How long have you been homeless?
9 years.
9 years. May I ask what kind of drugs you do?
Marijuana, alcohol, heroin.
I have a lot of success on the north side because that was me. I was born and raised here on the north side. I grew up in the house with my mother, my father, and my sister. They had high hopes for me as an athlete. Somehow, some way, I just fell into the wrong path. I would get home weekends and, you know, then it went to 4 days a week and then 5 days a week, and by then I had to have it to function. The stuff I was doing out on the street, people don't live through that stuff. And I really think I was trying to kill myself. I had to change my way of thinking. I had to change the way I do things and extend a helping hand to those that need to get back up.
I lost my apartment, my job, my electric was cut off, like everything happened all at once.
I really got into just the cycle, this is how life is. There was no thought of the future.
Pittsburgh's infested with it. It's everywhere.
Now you have young guys that are mixing heroin with fentanyl and elephant tranquilizer and all this. They're you know, you don't know what you're putting in you, and it's killing people.
I have a lady I've been with for about 3 years. I love her very much. About a week ago, I did 3 bags, she did 3 bags. I woke up, looking over to see where Joyce is at, wondering why all the cops is here. And I go over, start to reach for my girlfriend, Joyce, and the officer kept pulling me away from her. She died right here, in the tent right here. I feel guilty of losing her. You should have left me dead right along with her. That's how I feel. You should have left me dead right along with her.
In 2014, PA reported 36 counties there were overdose deaths due to heroin. 1 year later, every single county had a heroin death. There's not this hypothetical, okay, it happens in an inner city, it happens in the country, it happens in the suburbs. It can happen anywhere.
People have an idea like it's a certain age or a certain gender or it's a certain socioeconomic group, but it's not. It's everybody.
Angela was always just very unique. We grew up in a very tight-knit family. We were all very loved. She got married and she has 2 children. Probably about 3 years ago, she started to have lots of different health issues. She started presenting autoimmune issues, and so she was put on prescription drugs for her pain. There were a few things that we started to notice that were sort of not really making a lot of sense. When we would be around her, she would be very up and then very down, you know, nodding off, eyes in the back of her head. She wasn't suddenly able to pay some of her bills. It got to the point where it became very clear to us that she was addicted to these prescription pills. Finally, you know, my mom just said, You have a problem, something's going on, let us help you. While she was in rehab, she met someone that she ended up having a relationship with. At one point, no longer could she get her prescription pills. And so the guy that she had been seeing, he came home and said, I couldn't get the prescription pills, but I got something better. And that's when she used for the first time. She'd never tried heroin in her life. She tried it one time and she was hooked. There were so many people in our family that thought she was going to be okay. And it got to the point where I had to just say, she's never gonna stop. And I feel like I needed to mentally prepare myself for that reality.
It's hard for people to understand that there's no way in heck with myself. Being clean 4.5 years and making a decision to use drugs again. And that's the concept of people using against their will. You know, it is powerful, it's cunning.
I was getting ready for youth group. I'm in charge of a youth group in Connellsville. And I'm in my kitchen and my stepdad shows up. So I opened the door and he looks at me and he says, I need to talk to you. You need to get the kids out of the room. And he walked me to the back of the house and all he said was, they found Angela, she's dead. I will tell you, I was very calm because I thought, she can't use again and she can't hurt herself again. I felt as though it was like a prison in her mind that she couldn't get out of, and she hated herself so much. And now she didn't have to hate herself anymore. And she didn't have to hate herself for what she did to all of us or to her kids. And that she was at peace. This really is a disease. She didn't choose this. She might have chosen to use that first time, but after that, she wasn't in her control.
This is a culturally driven disease that is creating a ripple effect of crime, economic depression, socioeconomic despair. This is an epidemic.
There's a struggle, it's huge. It's a big fight. And I feel like at this point, I don't know who's winning the war, but the drugs seem like they're multiplying.
It truly is a family disease. Even though one person uses, the entire family is affected. And it's painful. And no one should ever have to tell their loved one that they're not ever gonna see their mom again.
If we don't come together and attack this disease together, it's gonna consume us, okay? And I'm scared of what this world will come to.
Wow, what a great day. What a beautiful day. Thank you all for being here to make it so special. Over 25 years in the making, this day has been just trying to find a place where we can have services for people who are experiencing homelessness and be able to serve them with dignity and respect. And then finally, we were able to locate this building. We had to redesign it, but redesign it in a way that from the moment they walk in the doors, we want people to be able to experience life transformation. And so whether you're looking at the walls, the widths of the hallways, the height of the ceilings, the colors, everything is designed around taking somebody who is experiencing trauma, bringing them into a space that communicates that they are welcomed, that there's a place for them. I often say the opposite of addiction is not sobriety, but community. And we want those who are experiencing food and housing insecurity to know that there is a community for them. If there's anyone in our city that needs a place to come, a place where they can talk to somebody to hear their story, Light of Life is that place.
Here at Light of Life, we're about family. We're about help strengthening that family. So anything and everything that they need, we try to get them connected to help them strengthen that family so that their kids don't go on that same path. And I have seen where, some kids have turned their life around and actually came to Christ. Because at Light of Life, they learn about Jesus. The women in the program are trying to stay clean and sober from drug and alcohol. And then in the same token, they might have some other issues, whether it's mental health or some sexual abuse. It's like a real hard situation for some of them because some of them just not used to their old behaviors and doing things the way they used to do them. So new things is like scary. It puts fear, doubt. So I try to give them strength and hope that they can do it. And I'll use myself as an example because I'm a recovering addict myself. So I try to give them examples of, how I came through certain things or what I've seen other people come through. I just try to give them strength and hope. With the old building, the current issues would be not having an elevator. If you had someone handicapped or disabled, if they weren't able to come up steps, then that actually wouldn't even have been the program for them because there's no way to get them in there. The only other challenge is space. We would love to have more space where we, especially now with the COVID, if we had more space, we can break off into smaller groups a lot better than what we're doing now. And with the new building, what I like about the new building, we've never had a women's shelter. Never had a women's shelter. So it's going to be good about that at the new building, having a shelter. Those women can start in the shelter and work their way to Women and Children's Program or either Sister's House, whatever it may be, whatever part they fit into. In the future, we'll be able to hold more, especially with the shelter opening up. We'll be able to hold more, and going into a new building, we'll be able to broaden our program and be able to give a lot more women the care that they need to grow in their recovery.
Got me feeling good. Kept the faith and praise right through it. Happiness is here at last. Let me tell you how it happened. Some took over me. Got my hands and feet. Couldn't stay in my seat. Now I clearly see. So good. How good. So good. How good. Good. So good. How good. So good. Really good. Said I'm feeling good, yeah. Nothing can change this mood. You can have the same thing too, yeah. And let it just take over you. Here's what you gotta do to let it take over you. Clap your hands and feet.
My name is Joe and I'm an addict. Except for today I'm clean. Thank God.
Tonight we are celebrating men and women who have successfully graduated at the Light of Life long-term residential program.
Tonight's graduates I would describe as achievers, overcomers. There are people who had a long journey to get to the place where they are.
The last step on that journey is often tonight, it's graduation. It's when these men and women cross the finish line at their time at Light of Life. But in some ways, when they cross the finish line, it's the beginning of a whole new journey.
I remember my youngest son told me, "Mom, we need you." And I said, "I need you too." Then I came to Light of Life, long-term recovery. Today I have 3 years and 4 months clean.
Right, this is my second time back. 3 years later, it's some change. I'm a better man than I was when I walked in. I'm gonna let y'all know something because it's really not about me. I'm saying to the new guys, men and women who are here today, stick and stay, you will be up here with us.
When I started in the program, I was hanging out with the wrong people. And Ray, he guided me away from them, and I thank him to this day. I stuck it out for 2 years. I ain't gonna lie, it wasn't easy, especially when you have to hold the mirror up to yourself. But the best part about Light of Life is they hold it up with you.
Our hope is to surround our alumni after they graduate, but also to get them to come back and help the very men and women who walk through our doors going through the same things that they went through a year or two prior.
We, as the Light of Life staff, celebrate your accomplishments tonight. Congratulations.
And always call us, we're always available, we're family.
We love you, we're proud of you, and we can't wait to see what's next.
If among you one of your brothers should become poor, in any of your towns within your land that the Lord your God is giving you, you shall not harden your heart or shut your hand against your poor brother, but you shall open your hand to him and lend him sufficient for his need, whatever it is. That's what the Light of Life does.
Let me introduce myself. I'm not the same person you knew. Life in a brand new light. There's nothing that I can't do. Let me introduce myself. I'm not the same person you knew. Life in a brand new light. There's nothing that I can't do.
In the fall of 2017, Light of Life allowed cameras to follow Dean Robinson, a member of the newly formed outreach team, as he visited homeless camps around the city of Pittsburgh. What you will see is the stark reality of addiction and those working on the front lines of this battle.
This homelessness, along with addiction, has changed over the years. There's a much younger population of people. I've had guys sitting in my office, and I seen the look on their face, and I really do think they wanted to get clean. But it didn't happen that day. The next day they were gone. Madison Camp will be coming up on your right. That is a heroin camp. And pretty bad. You have your old...
Absolutely. I was telling your team inside, this is leading by example. The clearest version of that I've ever seen. So you seem to be doing all right.
I am. But like I say, and I might say at the beginning of our session, I can remind people I'm not experiencing homelessness. I have a team around me, and we have heaters going, and everybody's bringing me water and stuff, and people who are really suffering are out there, and they're by themselves. So, but, we decided that, we could have canceled it, but we're saying they don't have the option of canceling it when it's a bad weather, so let's stay out here. So here we are, and thank you again.
Are we sitting? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, you'll be sitting here, and they're gonna let us know. They're playing a video right now.
You've had a pretty full docket?
Yeah, during the day we do. Hey, Madison, are we on?
Yeah, you're good. Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, welcome. Welcome to the bench.
Thank you for inviting me.
Yes, well, so glad you said yes. Not everybody said yes, especially after the polar vortex thing.
Yeah, no, it's cold. Well, your timing was interesting. Started at 4 o'clock yesterday.
Yes.
Just when the temperature finally got above, like into the double digits.
Right. Yeah. Yes.
I was happy to hear that for you.
Yeah, because the night before it was even colder, and then I hear next week we might go down even further. So yeah, it's actually going to be warming up today. So that's a good thing.
Yeah.
But as I was telling you earlier, we try to say this several times that I'm never trying to pose like I'm experiencing homelessness by being on a bench. That's really an insult to people who are out there.
Right.
The main thing that I hear from people experiencing homelessness is the feeling of isolation and being alone. That's oftentimes worse than the hunger or the cold.
Yeah.
And being walked by and not being acknowledged as being part of humanity. And so I have people around me always taking care of me. This is not like homelessness at all.
Right.
But we are hoping that this conversation can help increase understanding. And I was telling you I was excited about you coming on because when we were thinking about this, we were kind of brainstorming like what's the theme that we could go through, and it came back to a time when I was visiting you at the foundation, thinking about the legacy here of Mr. Rogers and Mr. Rogers' neighborhood. And so that ends up being one of our questions we try to pose to each person. We've been collecting some ideas on the board in there. I don't know if you saw the board, but and at the end we're going to culminate with sharing some of the dreams and ideals that people have. But Mr. Rogers had a way of making space and room for people who were facing challenges to be seen and to be known.
Yeah.
And that's really what our goal is.
Yeah. No. He, like you, was a minister, and I think, like you, chose to exercise his ministry in a place other than a church.
Yes.
And for him, television was his pulpit, and children were his congregation. And but a lot of the things that you saw on Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, those were really very carefully crafted messages for children to understand the world, to feel safe, to feel confident. But it was probably a lot of the things that he said when he wasn't on camera He was giving talks to churches, to universities, where you really got to see the core Christian principles behind his philosophy.
Yes.
And a lot of that is rooted in the idea of loving your neighbor as yourself.
Yes.
And that was a very intentional choice that he made to use neighborhood and neighbor in his television series. Because you don't even have to use an adjective to describe what a neighbor is. A neighbor already is. You don't have to say a good neighbor.
Yeah.
A neighbor is a neighbor.
Yes.
And he really talked about the strength of that and recognizing that we all have work in his actions and in his words and in his deeds.
And that's the key there. Like we are created with value, dignity, and worth, and everyone deserves to be treated like that. Yeah. And so this idea of creating a neighborhood where everyone feels that, because we realize we live in a broken world, and not everyone is treated the way they should be. And I can remember, and anybody who's in my generation or grew up in Pittsburgh had those moments where I wasn't being treated fairly or nicely, and I was kind of an awkward younger boy that was trying to grow into my body, and so I wasn't good at sports, and I wasn't good at all these. And there were times I would tune in, and he had a way of communicating where he was talking to me, and it would just let me know that I was seen, that I was valued, I was respected, and regardless of what others were saying around me, I said I had that voice. Yeah. And it's inspired me to, even in what we do here, is really an outgrowth of that, of saying, as a rescue mission, how can it be more like a welcoming community? And we now have these 2 buildings that were designed for the work that we do. And that was the first time we've had it. But it's designed with, when you walk in, do you feel welcome? We consulted with this architect consultant who specializes in trauma-informed building design. So the color of the walls, the width of the hallways, the height of the ceilings, everything was designed around helping a person who's experienced trauma to feel safety. And then, of course, the people bring that love there as well. And again, those are themes that we see in Mr. Rogers, and now you. I don't know. We gave you a proper introduction, but you are the president of the Fred Rogers Foundation. Is that correct?
Fred Rogers Productions. So we're the same organization he founded to make Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and we currently have multiple series in production for PBS, including Daniel Tiger's Neighborhood and Odd Squad and Alma's Way and Don Quixote, and all of those shows are really, we work really hard to build on the legacy that Fred started by, I think, leading with kindness and respect and sincerity, which I think he recognized back in the day was not common on television. I think we would agree that it's not common on television anymore, and unfortunately sometimes kindness and sincerity and respect are not common in society as a whole. But I think that's what you're getting at, right? Everybody deserves respect and to meet them in their humanity, and to be sincere about that is it's freeing, and so I have tremendous respect for what you do. Actually, I brought you a Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood hat.
Oh, wow.
To keep you warm.
Look at this.
And
wow, this is great.
And I also wanted to give you this. This is This Beautiful Day. These are quotes from Fred Rogers, and I tabbed a few things in here that I thought kind of spoke to. These are his words that spoke to I think your mission and kind of everybody's mission, I'm just flipping it open to a random quote here, but being kind means responding to the needs of others, and people can be kind, no matter how old or how young they are.
Wow.
Right? And there's a lot of ones tabbed in here, but I wanted to give this to you, and you can make it available for anybody. It's a daily sort of affirmations from Fred. Yeah, the no matter how old or young they are is something that we also try to work on. Our television shows are broadcast nationwide through independent public television stations.
Okay.
And so we do events, thanks to partnership with Peninsula Grow Up Great, where we ask the station, if we were to bring Daniel Tiger to your neighborhood,
right,
how would you create a space and partner with local community organizations where children and families come to meet Daniel Tiger, but while they're there, they're also introduced to ways that they can contribute to their community and become neighbors. And so in cities all across the country, children are participating in assembling toiletry kits for people experiencing homelessness, and doing sock drives and sweater drives and preparing sandwiches for people experiencing homelessness. And so it empowers children at a young age that they can do something too, and that they can recognize their neighbors. The idea that nobody is too old or too young to participate in some way, I think, is what we try to lean into and use our work to kind of have children understand what it means to be a neighbor.
That is so beautiful. Well, if there are ways that we can partner in the future, let's keep that dialogue going. And I know there's a couple of ideas percolating out there, but we want to just leverage any relationship for the sake of increasing being good neighbors. And again, thank you for keeping the legacy alive and keeping all these fresh. When I came to your place, to your building there, and seeing all the new venues. Now, of course, the staff here that have younger children, they knew about all of that. So all my children are older now, so some of them are new, but it was great seeing those same things being carried out. I know it is so important, and we need it. We need more examples like that.
And we talk about how we have to earn people's trust, because not everybody comes to us with familiarity with what we do. And that kind of also just goes back to mission and sincerity and respect. And I think one of the quotes in that book is, Fred says, there's a strong relationship between truth and trust. And if you want people to trust you, you need to be honest and come at them with respect and sincerity.
That's good.
And hopefully that's something that's helpful. And but more importantly, I've been privileged to learn from you. A lot of important messages about caring for others and thinking about the humanity that everybody brings.
Well, thank you for that, and it is encouraging. Thank you for your support. I want to do what you did. I want to just open up to one here, and just read one because I know that all of them are so meaningful. Helping has two sides: asking for help and giving help. Whether we're young or old, helping can enrich both the receiver and the giver. That's beautiful. Yeah. And we see that here in some of the stories that we're playing in between the interviews. People will tell their story, which helps someone else, but also they're helped in the process. And they also give help to others and hope to others that if their story is similar, that they can get a new way forward. And so we like sharing the fact that we're all empowered to help somebody else.
Yeah, no, he talks a lot about listening there, and that's the greatest gift that you can give to anybody, really.
Yeah.
Just hearing their story.
Well, thank you again for coming, for being with us, and making this part of this day. I'm in the final 8 hours, 7 hours, and so this gives me lots of energy for going across the finish line. and I was just looking forward to our time together. Thank you for these wonderful gifts. I know we have a branding thing here. I'm so tempted just to put this on now for the rest of the show, but I will be wearing this, and thank you so much for coming and being with us.
Well, no, thank you for being an inspiration and a reminder to all of us how important it is to recognize, humanity among us and do what we can to help one another and be the community that we strive to be.
We can do it one step at a time, one relationship at a time. All right, well, thank you. Thank you again for being here, for being with us.
Yeah, take care.
Right. God bless.
Right.
Bye-bye. Well, isn't this like so cool that we have some daily wisdom from Mr. Rogers, and so grateful for Paul for sharing this and sharing what we do. Here's another one. Being kind means responding to the needs of others. And people can be kind no matter how old or how young they are. This Beautiful Day by Fred Rogers. If you want to get some more of this inspiration, you can go pick this up. I'm sure it's available on Amazon and other places. But I'm just grateful for Paul of being a good neighbor and helping us celebrate this day. So I think we're going to be going to some programming now until our next interview comes up. So stay tuned, and remember, you can always go to Facebook, YouTube, share it with others, let your friends and family know so they can tune in, and you can always also give a response in the chat. I love reading them and seeing the encouragement that's out there. And we'll be back in just a little bit, so enjoy this break.
Got me feeling good. Kept the faith and praise right through it. Happiness is here at last. Let me tell you how it happened. Some took over me, got my hands and feet. Couldn't stay in my seat. Now I clearly see. So good, how good, so good, how good.
Thing now, but it looks like they're playing a spot. It looks like they're playing a.
Oh.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's fine. They got all of this going, and there was a break in the middle of the night, so I was able to rest some. And so we're on. So,
all right.
So welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us out here on the bench.
Yes. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Well, happy to do it. Well, one of the things about being out here is we get a chance to have a conversation and have a conversation, all the various aspects that things we do to help, as Paul was talking about, how we can be good neighbors.
Yes.
And we also believe in the power of prayer.
Amen.
And so there is an element that I think we were the only other mission. There are 12 to 13 other missions that are doing this at the same time.
Yeah.
But I don't know if anybody else had the same kind of prayer going on. So could you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure.
And then we can talk about some other things that you do.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So my name is Mary Muslow, and I'm the Legacy Giving Developer. However, I handle a lot of our church partnerships and prayer times. Yeah. So yesterday we had one of our ministry partners, Allegheny Center Alliance Church, a couple of their pastors and some of their church members come in the chapel and I don't know if I have words to describe the power that happened in that room yesterday. I expected it to be amazing, but there was just amazing intercessory prayer, fantastic prophetic words spoken over you, over me, over the people that are a part of our organization. And you can just see the love and the passion that people have for our mission when they lift us up in prayer. It kind of brings heaven down a little closer. So it was fantastic. And we get to do it again today at 10 o'clock.
Okay. Well, so today at 10 o'clock.
Today at 10 o'clock
and it's
we
open
have...
for people to come join.
Sure. Just whenever you check in with a friend, just ask for the prayer chapel. And I can lead you back. But today we have Southeast Asia Prayer Center and our partner. They will be joining us today with their team. There you go, SCAPC. Yeah, they're wonderful ministry partners of ours. They actually helped us with the prayer that we had in August. And so that
was powerful too.
Amazing. Yeah, we had close to 80 people that joined us. And we walked all around the north side and stopped at specific areas that we could really kind of hone in on the prayer with. And then we all gathered back at Allegheny Center Alliance Church, and we shared. That was my favorite part, was sharing what God had given to our hearts and just encouraging and inspiring one another to go out and be the hands and feet of Jesus.
It's a wonderful experience. I remember we were talking about that the last prayer walk was after a tragedy had happened. And the one before that was after a tragedy had happened. And so the question was, why can't we do this when there's not a tragedy? In fact, if we do this, maybe it'll prevent a tragedy. So we went out there, and it was such a beautiful atmosphere, just seeing people, different backgrounds, different churches, different communities, all represented, coming together. And that's one of the things that inspires me about seeing this community here, is that oftentimes if you watch TV or media, you're only seeing division and people who are not the same, not liking each other. But here, we were coming together for a common cause, and you could feel the love of being together, praying for the good of the north side.
One of my favorite visions that I saw during that prayer walk was, actually, he's an employee of Urban Impact, which is a great partner with us as well.
Yes, they are.
But he had his 2-year-old son on his shoulders. Do you remember that? And so he walked the prayer walk with his son on his shoulders. And to me, that is so powerful, because there are generational curses that we are all breaking. And so to come together in prayer and to lead those that come after you, by learning from those that come before you, can truly change the dynamic of this world.
Yes, it really does. It really does. And so we like to point people back to how they can get involved. And so we have a tent next to this tent set up for donations. So people can come by and they can drop off donations. They've been doing it. I hear the tent is if it's not full, it's close to being full.
Well, I think they've got something out of it.
Okay, So that's been wonderful. Some people have dropped off donations here and given us, this is not a fundraiser. We're not doing it for that.
No.
But Pittsburgh is such a giving community that people just want to respond. So we want to give opportunity for that. But you can also go to our website, and on there are opportunities to volunteer and to get involved. And again, there's also people who want to become donors and help us that way. And so we're just so grateful for the family that is Pittsburgh and beyond. I mean, we know there are people all across the United States that give to us, and we're so grateful for that, because we could not do these things without them.
So many of those people that help us are our church ministry partners.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So without our ministry partners, either new or ones that have been with us for a long time, I don't know what we could do it, because they're in here volunteering daily. They're giving financially. They're working on in-kind donation drives with their churches, right? They're coming to help partner in chapel services and intercessory prayer. They want to be part of this because they understand that there's a biblical call on each one of us. And they get it. And so whenever they come in the door and I show them around for the first time, the response is usually, I had no idea. I had no idea. And so I love getting an opportunity to connect with our ministry partners and bring them in to show them all that we do, everything that they can get involved. So my question for you would be, how do you see us partnering with churches and growing a relationship in the future?
Yeah, well, I think that the vision for the future is helping those who are the churches out there who want to get involved to be able to do what they do in their church and in their community. We can help to provide resources and training to empower them to be able to do what they see in the vision. You know, there's that great scripture that people use for missions. You know, it says, go into all the world, and from Jerusalem, Judea, to uttermost parts. And so oftentimes churches are committed to that outermost parts. But there's also this call to Jerusalem and Judea.
Right.
So that place is right here in your town or in your surrounding community. There's also a call to bring the gospel there. So we like partnering with them to say, we are your Jerusalem, we're your Judea. So come here, have a mission plan for this.
Yeah.
Have outreach, have trips with us.
Yes.
And as you also go to the far reaches of the world. So we want to be part of that continuum for them to see the fulfillment of the Great Commission here in Pittsburgh.
That's so great. That's so wonderful. So before I go, can I pray?
Sure.
All right.
Love that.
Father God, I am so grateful that we get to do what we do here at Light of Life Rescue Mission. God, I just ask that you break our hearts and break the hearts of those around us for what breaks your heart, God. Yeah. Let us have the eyes to see, the ears to hear, and the tongue to speak your word, God, to all of our surrounding areas and even far beyond. I pray, God, that you bring people in to partner with us, and you inspire churches to have a biblical call that you placed in your word, God. And we just give us the sustainability to continue doing what we're doing and increase our capacity, Father God. Yeah. We are so grateful that we get to do this each and every day. We praise you and we love you and we thank you. We thank you for Pastor Joel and his heart telling you, God. We lift him up to you today as a special blessing. Thank you, God. We love you.
Amen.
All right.
Well, thank you for joining me here on the bench.
So excited.
And we're in the final lap here, so to speak. Only a few more hours to go. But at the end, we're going to have a special time.
I'm excited.
So, we're going to gather together and we're going to share some of the visions that have been placed on the wall there. Yeah. And we're going to go out with a bang.
Let's
so
do it.
I'll look to see you then.
I
and
will be there.
Hope everybody will be joining in at that time as well.
I'm excited for some of the ministry partners later on this afternoon.
Yes. Yeah, they're going to be here.
Yeah. So we're excited about that. But thank you for having me.
Yes, thank you. All right.
Enjoy.
I think it was just...
We often say that that when we do what we do, it's out of a place of faith, but it doesn't limit us and the people that we serve. And there is this principle. You heard Lori talk about prophecy. A way to think about that, for those who may not be familiar with it, is think about having your imagination about the future, and but instead of just making something up, it's asking God, Lord, help me to look at my community in the way that you would see it. I like reading certain scriptures that give an ideal world, or what does it look like when we're really being good neighbors. And Isaiah 58 is one of those places. Isaiah 61 is one of those places. And it's a place where the people who are hungry are fed, people who are homeless are given a place, or in one place it says a place to solitary and to families. It's a place where people who feel isolated are able to come into community. People who have shame because of past mistakes, that shame is taken away. And then there's this term that says that we become the repairers of the breach. There's also a term in there that says a verse that says that then our light will break forth like the dawn. And so when I read those things and then I look at our community, I think of something that Dr. John Wallace says, the pastor of Bible Center and provost at University of Pittsburgh, where he looks around the community and says, what is here that doesn't match kingdom, doesn't match that picture? And let's do something about that. So if there's trash on the street, let's pick it up. If there's a house that's abandoned or a yard that's not being kept, let's cut the grass. Let's do some things that begin one little action at a time to make this a better place. And so that's how we think of things, and that's how we do things. And it's so exciting to be able to imagine in that prophetic sense what it is that we do and what it is we should be working for and working towards. And so just wanted to explain a little bit of the language that was used there, and I hope everybody can have an opportunity to experience that. And so again, I think we have a couple stories to share with you, and then we'll be bringing up our next guest here soon. So enjoy this testimony.
Got me feeling good. Kept the faith and praise right through it. Happiness is here at last. Let me tell you how it happened. Some took over me, got my hands and feet. Couldn't stay in my seat. Now I clearly see. So good, how good, so good, how good, really, really, really good, so good, how good, so good, really, really, really good. I said I'm feeling good, yeah. Nothing can change this mood. You can have the same thing too, yeah. And let it just take over you. Here's what you gotta do to let it take over you. Clap your hands and feet. Jump right on your seat. So good. How good. So good. How good. Really, 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 really good. So good. How good. So good. Really, 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 really good.
Wow, what a great day. What a beautiful day. Thank you all for being here to make it so special. Over 25 years in the making, this day has been just trying to find a place where we can have services for people who are experiencing homelessness and be able to serve them with dignity and respect. And then finally, we were able to locate this building. We had to redesign it, but redesign it in a way that from the moment they walk in the doors, we want people to be able to experience life transformation. And so whether you're looking at the walls, the widths of the hallways, the height of the ceilings, the colors, everything is designed around taking somebody who is experiencing trauma, bringing them into a space that communicates that they are welcomed, that there's a place for them. I often say the opposite of addiction is not sobriety, but community. And we want those who are experiencing food and housing insecurity to know that there is a community for them. If there's anyone in our city that needs a place to come, a place where they can talk to somebody to hear their story, Light of Life is that place.
Their days are like surviving. When you see them in survival mode, I see people digging in the trash. I see people picking up cigarette butts off the ground. I remember one particular girl, when she came to the mission, I gave her a toothbrush and toothpaste and told her it was free, and she just started crying. She couldn't believe it was free. My name is Lloyd Massey, and I am the Community Engagement Liaison, and I've been here 15 years. What I do is I work a lot with outreach, going into the communities, to the camps, talking to the less fortunate, trying to help them along, we pray with them, talk with them, we take them hygiene kits. Some occasions they may need food, and we'll take them food, and then we just chat with them about becoming non-homeless. Like if they want to join our program at Light of Life, or they just want to, talk about life in general, how, things they've been through, how they became homeless, and how we can come alongside them to chat with them about the state that they're in. The building that we're in now, it was kind of cramped, and there was not too much space. The aisles were very narrow, and you'd be bumping everybody in the aisles there. They talk about they don't want to go in there because it's too cramped. One particular gentleman told me I'd rather just stay out under a tree. There's more space out here in the open air. So I know when they walk into that new building, they're going to be real appreciative for this space. Yes, the new building, I tell you what, where they're going to feel a lot of dignity. They're going to feel a lot of dignity, like, wow, this is for me. When the homeless person walks in that building, they're going to feel, wow, this is new for me. And that's why the building's there for them. It's not there for the staff and us. We're just servants. And the building is for them. And I just can't wait to see when they walk in there to feel the love of Jesus. It's going to be like heaven to them.
My name's Joe, and I'm an addict. Except for today, I'm clean. Thank God.
Tonight we are celebrating men and women who have successfully graduated at the Light of Life long-term residential program.
Tonight's graduates I would describe as achievers, overcomers. There are people who had a long journey to get to the place where they are.
The last step on that journey is often tonight, it's graduation. It's when these men and women cross the finish line at their time at Light of Life. But in some ways, when they cross the finish line, it's the beginning of a whole new journey.
I remember my youngest son told me, "Mom, we need you." And I said, "I need you too." Then I came to Light of Life, long-term recovery. Today I have 3 years and 4 months clean.
Right, this is my second time back. 3 years later, it's some change. I'm a better man than I was when I walked in. I'm gonna let y'all know something because it's really not about me. We said to the new guys, the men and women who are here today, stick and stay, you will be up here with us.
When I started in the program, I was hanging out with the wrong people. And Ray, he guided me away from them, and I thank him to this day. I stuck it out for 2 years. I ain't gonna lie, it wasn't easy, especially when you have to hold the mirror up to yourself. But the best part about Light of Life is they hold it up with you.
Our hope is to surround our alumni after they graduate, but also to get them to come back and help the very men and women who walk through our doors going through the same things that they went through a year or two prior.
We, as the Light of Life staff, celebrate your accomplishments tonight. Congratulations.
Always call us, we're always available, we're family.
We love you, we're proud of you, and we can't wait to see what's next.
When I had depression, it was a very lonely stage in my life. I started to not recognize myself. I started being alone every day, not going to work, not paying bills. I didn't answer calls. I didn't talk to family or friends. It's a hurtful feeling to where it grabs you in the chest and it just continues to grab you because you have no relief. It's a suffocation.
I grew up in Edgewood, on the east end of Pittsburgh. It was a good Christian home. I grew up going to Sunday school and vacation Bible school. When I was in high school, I started to drink and smoke weed on the weekends. And I realized that sometimes I didn't have control over it. And I started going to 12-step meetings in 1981.
The minute I walked from Hazelwood to Northside, it was that exact time I came to the Northside when I had nowhere to go. I was like, I'm homeless. And the only reason I'm homeless is because I walked away from everything that I had because I just couldn't take it anymore.
In the summer of 1999, I was living a good life in Hawaii. I was married, happily married, and I was diagnosed with colon cancer out of the blue. I had a tumor the size of a golf ball in my descending colon. I've had cancer in my colon, my lungs, breasts, and I've had 5 different surgeries, and I've been prescribed a lot of opiates.
The path to homelessness is different for different people. And we know that since COVID has happened, that there's been an increase in those who are dealing with depression, those who are dealing with mental health issues. And then you have those that enter into homelessness because of addiction, with the opioid crisis, which continues to set records of deaths in our county. Many people are being impacted by that crisis. And a lot of them, they entered into that addiction by getting a prescription from a doctor. They find themselves in this situation, and next thing you know, they're addicted to an opioid, and then they try to find other ways of feeding that addiction when they can't get the prescription any longer.
I started wanting more and started taking more than what was prescribed. I was still going to 12-step meetings, and I met somebody at one of my meetings who was a heroin addict, and we kind of hit it off, and I ended up doing a drug that I said I'd never do.
I got to a point in my life where I wanted to jump off a bridge at a point in my life during my homelessness. I didn't want to deal with it no more. I didn't. It sucked. Life sucked. Like, I couldn't do anything. I couldn't work. I didn't have anything. I was just to the point where I'm just at this bridge, and I'm just like, just take one step at a time and you could be there.
We started getting arrested. Possession. I started overdosing. I had family members not talking to me. It got to the point where death was a comfortable thought to me, because I did not want to keep living this way, but I was stuck.
So one of the things that Light of Life does is that, first of all, we want to hear someone's story. We want to talk to them. We want them to know that they have a safe place that cares about them. And then we want to come alongside them and refer them to places that can help them. For many of them, part of that depression has left them feeling isolated and feeling like they don't have any options. And what we want them to know is that there's a whole community that is waiting to help them and come alongside them.
I ended up getting arrested a few times. I ended up going to jail, which I was horrified. And then I realized that I needed to change my life desperately.
Light of Life, the moment I walked through that door, it was quite an adventure. I walked in that door, didn't know, have directions. I didn't have a sense of security. I didn't have any hope. I didn't have anything but the clothes on my back. And I gave them my name, and they said, "We know who you are. We were just waiting for you." And when I went to the Light of Life, they told me how to get back into working. But before work, it was more of dealing with this. This was like the first 6 months right here. It was the first 6 months of dealing with who Nate was and how can we help him. And when I got in, it helped me get closer to God.
One of the exciting things I love about Light of Life is seeing the change that a person has once they come into our doors. One of the things that our alumni like to do is to look at their picture when they first came into our doors, and you can see in their eyes the darkness in their eyes, the weight of the world on their shoulders. And then just after a few months of being in the program, you see the light come back. You see their sparkle back in their eye. There's hope there again. And what you're seeing is the difference between hopelessness and hope. When a person has hope, life lights up again, and that's what Light of Life is here for, is to help people have hope again, to realize that they can love again, that life is not over, that their history is not their destiny, that the things that they've experienced in the past does not have to be their future, and there can be a new beginning if they would just dare to take that step and start again.
We have always said it starts with a meal. People always will come to our doors for a meal, but we want to go a little bit further than that and get to know who they are, what their issues are. The one constant over the years is that, we deal with broken people. Almost everybody that comes to our doors has experienced some kind of trauma. We try to earn their respect to where we can ask them what's going on in their lives, and through those relationships, we get to know some of their story. That's where it starts. We get them in with a meal, try to engage them, let them know that Christ loves them, and have something better for them. North Avenue, where the mission is now, is very small. The spaces are small and they're broken up, and we have coolers and freezers in every little cubby hole. And the biggest issue is feeding. We can fit 12 women and children in our front dining hall, and then we'll feed 20 men in our back dining hall. And so they eat in shifts. We bring the first 20 in, they sit down, eat their food, get up and go. There's not much time for guys to sit and engage each other. One of the biggest things that I'm looking forward to at Vetley, the new building, is the dining area. Well, we're almost going to triple in size. And we'll have more time, we'll have more room to engage these people. I just can't stress how much we're really looking forward to that a guy can sit down and he doesn't have to rush because there's guys outside waiting to come in and have his spot. That's part of that dignity that, we'll be able to offer them now. We couldn't do what we do without our donors, our volunteers, and they're just some of the most giving people, committed to what we do. I believe God's got great plans for Light of Life in the future, and I'm just happy to be a part of it.
In the fall of 2017, Light of Life allowed cameras to follow Dean Robinson, a member of the newly formed outreach team, as he visited homeless camps around the city of Pittsburgh. What you will see is the stark reality of addiction and those working on the front lines of this battle.
This homelessness, along with addiction, has changed over the years. There's a much younger population of people. I've had guys sitting in my office, and I seen the look on their face, and I really do think they wanted to get clean. But it didn't happen that day. The next day they were gone. Madison Camp will be coming up on your right. That is a heroin camp. And pretty bad. You have your old diehards that just refuse to change their ways.
Nobody in the mother or wife or father or son or daughter or no one has ever even tried to help me.
Then you have the young guys that are just lost.
Yeah, I actually had an apartment and a job, but you know, I messed it up. I got back on drugs. I didn't do a lot of heroin until I came up here. I tried heroin for the first time when I first got up here. So, you know, I just think about my mom. You know, I'm all the way up here, you know, got away from my family. And that's the last thing she needs to identify one of her kids. You know what I mean? In a body bag. Oh. You know?
How long have you been homeless?
9 years.
9 years. May I ask what kind of drugs you do?
Marijuana, alcohol, heroin.
I have a lot of success on the north side because that was me. I was born and raised here on the north side. I grew up in the house with my mother, my father, and my sister. They had high hopes for me. I was an athlete. Somehow, some way, I just fell into the wrong path. I would get home weekends, and you know, then it went to 4 days a week, and then 5 days a week, and by then I had to have it to function. The stuff I was doing out on the street, people don't live through that stuff, and I really think I was trying to kill myself. I had to change my way of thinking. I had to change the way I do things and extend a helping hand to those that need to get back up.
I lost my apartment, my job, my electric was cut off, like everything happened all at once.
I really got into just the cycle, this is how life is. There was no thought of the future.
Pittsburgh's infested with it. It's everywhere.
Now you have young guys that are mixing heroin with fentanyl and elephant tranquilizer and all this. They're you know, you don't know what you're putting in you, and it's killing people.
I have a lady I've been with for about 3 years. I love her very much. About a week ago, I did 3 bags, she did 3 bags. I woke up, looking over to see where Joyce is at, wondering why all the cops is here. And I go over, start to reach for my girlfriend, Joyce, and the officer kept pulling me away from her. She died right here, in the tent right here. I feel guilty of losing her. You should have left me dead right along with her. That's how I feel. You should have left me dead right along with her.
In 2014, PA reported 36 counties there were overdose deaths due to heroin. 1 year later, every single county had a heroin death. There's not this hypothetical, okay, it happens in an inner city, it happens in the country, it happens in the suburbs. It can happen anywhere.
People have an idea like it's a certain age or a certain gender or it's a certain socioeconomic group. It's not. It's everybody.
Angela was always just very unique. We grew up in a very tight-knit family. We were all very loved. She got married and she has 2 children. Probably about 3 years ago, she started to have lots of different health issues. She started presenting autoimmune issues, and so she was put on prescription drugs for her pain. There were a few things that we started to notice that were sort of not really making a lot of sense. When we would be around her, she would be very up and then very down, you know, nodding off, eyes in the back of her head. She wasn't suddenly able to pay some of her bills. It got to the point where it became very clear to us that she was addicted to these prescription pills. Finally, you know, my mom just said, "You have a problem, something's going on, let us help you."
All right, Prem, good to see you. Good morning, good to see you.
Welcome to the bench. Have a seat. Yeah, thank you for joining. Thank you for joining us. You know, one of the things that we're saying is, one, that this isn't about trying to be homeless or say we're homeless. We're just having a conversation. And we're just telling stories and explaining what we do. And so I'm glad that you're able to join us and maybe just share a little bit about what brought you to Light of Life and your experience here, whatever's on your heart. This is an opportunity for you just to share. So again, thank you for coming out on this cold morning to share. So how long have you been here?
I've been at the Light of Life since March 23rd, 2023.
Okay.
So I'm coming up on 2 years.
Wow, 2 years. Yeah, I remember when you first came.
Yeah. Yeah, I came from like a DOS program in Bridgeville called Short Tears.
Okay.
From there, I came from another program on the south side, and from there, I came from Allegheny County Jail, so I was incarcerated.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that was the journey, the steps to get here.
Yes, sir.
And were we in the building yet? Yes, we were in the new building.
No, I came to 10 East North Avenue.
Okay, that's right.
I was there for about maybe 7 months.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. We were right at the transition. Right.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. So that's a big difference.
Yeah.
Being over there and being here. And some people don't even know about that other building. So what was it like over there?
The other building, it was like, we were just getting by, honestly. You know,
Right.
like, it was an old building. You know, there are a lot of things that needed to be done, maintenance-wise. But, you know, it was still a blessing, you know. The community is what makes the surroundings. So it was a good community. It was great staff, you know, and it was the ability to grow and form a relationship with God and just be the best that you can be.
Yeah.
You know, being at the Light of Life isn't a forever thing.
Right.
You know, the goal is to come here, you know, and recover your life. You know, that's why, you know, it's called like Bridge Recovery Program. You know, it's to recover what you once had and you lost. And the Light of Life is there as a resource to help you find what God has blessed you with. So being at the old building was a blessing, you know, no matter what it was like. You know, because there were a lot of great guys there and great staff, like I said as before. And it got the job done. You know? It got the job done.
But it definitely was community that made that special, because the building, the kitchen area, we could not feed everybody at the same time. It was so compact. And I know in the basement, you and I, we couldn't stand up all the way down there because of the pipes. If somebody was sleeping on the top bunk, they couldn't sit up. And so it was definitely tight. We used every square inch of that building. So it was such a blessing that we had the buildings that we do now. And again, donors, foundations, businesses, they stepped up so that we can have the facilities that we do now. So it's such a blessing. So what was it like coming into here on move day from over there?
It was a little hectic, I'm not gonna lie, you know, because we woke up there and we had to get everything into the trucks. It was a rainy day, I remember that, it was raining. We had to get everything into the trucks, get it over here, move upstairs, you know, get everything figured out, you know, get our room situated. But once we got settled in, it was definitely a godsend. You know, having a space, like you said before, having a newer facility, you know, it eases everything. You know, it eases everything, and it gives you a sense of hope of what Light of Life can provide for you and what it can do in terms of resources. You know, it's not just, you know, you're figuring things out on your own. They have a lot of partnerships here. They know a lot of people, and they can put you in the right places to where you can succeed.
Well, thank you for that, and that's what we want to. That's what we want to do. So I have one last question for you, and something we talk about a lot here is community, and you've mentioned it already. We talk about community. Not only did I meet you in a program, but I met you at Celebrate Recovery as well. You came to some of those early meetings as we were out there. And something about that is building community, especially for people who are new in the program. And I remember you've shared in those meetings, and everybody is encouraged to share, but there's something special about being in an environment where you can share and not have to hide yourself, be honest with yourself. And so can you just share a little bit about either what that's like or part of your story that you would share if somebody's watching and they're wondering, you know, they have a problem, they can't seem to get out of the rut, they keep going back in the same pattern, maybe they don't take their medication, maybe they're having addiction. The hope that can come from being in a community where you can share and bring light to things.
Well, the key part about community for me is the unity.
Okay.
The part where you're able to come together as one. So I feel as though anytime a person comes into a new community, you know, they wait a little bit. They feel the surroundings, they get to know what it's like.
Right.
And when I came here, I did that, you know? Right. And just seeing where everybody was coming from, you know, hearing their stories, you know, I was able to, you know, unify with my community. I was able to connect, and I was able to understand, like, okay, the problems that I have, the problems that I've been through and I've dealt with are the same problems that everybody around here in this circle have dealt with. Yeah. You know, it's nothing new. So when I share, it's not like I'm sharing to someone who has read my life from a book, right, or I'm sharing to someone who doesn't know. I'm sharing to someone who has not just the knowledge, but the wisdom to be able to help me get through it. You know, they can point me where I need to go. And not only just that, it's not about just being successful. It's about being able to find comfort within the storm and knowing that the storm will pass and that it's not forever. And that's what we're able to build in community. So just knowing that it's not just one person, two people, it's tons and tons, it's hundreds of people that have been there and that they're willing to help you get through it. And it's not just the people, it's care team leaders, it's staff, it's the people that come in to Celebrate Recovery to share their stories. So just being able to, you know, be vulnerable and be open and realize that you do not have to deal with what you're dealing with alone, you know? And for you to think that you have to is, you know, it's crazy, you know? But it's about being able to grow. You know, community offers that. It offers you growth from pain. It offers you, you know, life again. And it offers so many different things. It's beautiful. You know, it's beautiful.
Well, what you said there reminds me of the long version of the Serenity Prayer that we pray at the Celebrate Recovery. And there's a line in there that says that accepting hardship as a pathway to peace, or accepting life as it is, not as I would have it. Like those things are reminding us that there is hardship in life, there is challenges, but like you were saying, you can find peace in the middle of the storm. It's not that the storms go away, but you can navigate the storms without it becoming a storm in you.
Right.
And that's the big challenge and difference. Before any little storm became my storm in my head and my heart, and then I would start making wrong decisions. But when we say, here's the storm, but now I'm going to pause, and in fact, there's an acronym in some rooms where they use pause, which is it's like you want to take time until serenity emerges, and so we want to pause, not just react, listen, use the community, and then be able to move on.
Yes,
so,
sir.
Thank you so much for coming and
no problem,
for sharing your hope and your experience. I hope it inspires some other people as well.
Yes, sir.
And again, congratulations on your progress in the program, and I'm going to continue to celebrate you as you move away from here into the next steps as well.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, man.
God bless you, man.
You too.
Thank you. Thank you. So, how's the Zoom? going well.
Take care of yourself.
Yeah, we're trying to.
It's been a while since I've been back out here.
Yeah.
I was out here when we first took over the security. I opened up
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I wanted to get your, I wanted to talk to you about, because you seem to really fit in some of the things that we're doing here. So, yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. How are we connecting her, and like what device am I?
So you need to get onto your phone.
Okay.
The link is in your calendar invite.
Okay.
And Tech already knows what to do.
Okay.
So it's the same as how you did it with Resper with another mission.
Okay.
It's just a different Zoom link that's in the calendar.
Okay. Send the invite. Okay, my phone's right there. Good. Yeah. I slept for about an hour. Went inside, lay down. There was about 4 hours where there wasn't an interview. Okay. So I went inside. Okay. Main thing I need to do is rest my voice. Okay. So now we have my brother.
Yes.
Adam is here.
Yes.
And I know we have a short visit, but just glad that you're able to come and share the bench.
Yeah.
One of the things that's been this theme throughout it, kind of been two themes. One is about how, as a community, we can be a neighbor.
Yeah.
But the other part, which I wanted you to speak to, is about community.
Yeah.
Because community is so important, and we are very intentional about community.
Yeah.
And when I worked here in the early 90s, we had a kind of community, but it was really more of a rules-based approach.
Yeah.
And what we were noticing was that there was a lot of people that were leaving early within the first 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And then the people that would stay, when they get to the other side, they would often relapse.
Yeah.
And we weren't really getting under the surface to the heart.
Yeah.
So now there's much more of a focus on community, on transparency.
Yeah.
And that's something that in your department you get to lead. So tell a little bit about what you do.
Okay.
And if you could comment on community, that would be great.
Oh yeah. Thank you, Jarrell.
Yes.
So there's so much here. If I can, so I've been with Light of Life for 5 years now, I started. My Light of Life experience started about a year before that as a volunteer. I was looking to connect with Christian community.
Okay.
In a different way than church on Sunday and my small group and those folks who I love. I just wanted to serve with others, one purpose, one mission, and so that's kind of how my journey started here. And those. I found that as I connected with staff volunteering as a volunteer and then some of the clients, I started to sense, there's something different about this place. Like people are really free to be themselves.
Right.
And quite honestly, that might have challenged me in some different ways that I wasn't so aware of early on. But as God would have it, things aligned, and I ended up applying for a position here. And make a long story short, 5 years later, here I am. But I work with our men's residential program staff, and I work with men who are in our long-term programs. So within our continuum of care, clients might interact with us at the emergency shelter or street outreach, but they can apply for our residential programs and come into our programming. And so I work with those guys who are committed to change over the longer term, right? And so community is, that is the heart of what we're doing, is we're learning how to grow, how to change, how to love one another well within community. And there's so many different aspects of that. I think for our community, we really strive to create a space where people come in, they feel safe, and feel safe enough to be themselves, to be vulnerable, because we really believe that if somebody's not at a place where they're ready to be vulnerable, they're not going to expose those parts of them that are hurting, that need brought into the light, so that God's healing power could come in through the community, through counseling, therapy, all those things, and the healing process can begin. So going back to like my journey here, you know, I was never a client in this program, but I will say to anybody and everybody out there on YouTube or wherever that God has used this community of Light of Life in such awesome ways in my own life. It's not just the clients that we serve or I serve. We're a Christian community who are really learning how to love one another well, and that it's not always pretty. It doesn't always sound so nice, but if it's centered on the right thing, which is Jesus and His love for us, I'm a firm believer that the end result is the transformation. It's people with changed lives. It's people with renewed hope and all those things that we're talking about. So that being said, that's been my journey here. You mentioned a roles-based environment. I know we're short on time, but I'll just say this. I was very well acquainted with a roles-based system of living, both from my upbringing and from my life experience and having to work through my own issues in life. And God has used my season here at Light of Life just to be, it's been so transformational to learn how to kind of lay those things down and then just embrace God for who He is, embrace others for who they are. Let people love on me and learn what that even looks like. It's kind of awkward at times, but like it's okay. Like I'm still here, I'm still breathing. You know, and here we are today, and you know, I just see God moving in so many ways, and I'm so thankful to just partner with you in this work and what we're doing here in community. Just looking forward to all that God's going to keep doing. So.
Well, we could not do this without all the staff and you in particular. I just appreciate the fact that 5 years and there's been a lot of change and opportunity that we have walked through together. And I'm so excited about 2025 and what's going to be happening this year. I'm excited about the men's program and just what we're seeing up there. I keep hearing just how much people are being transformed in that community. And so thank you for your leadership, your vulnerability, your willingness to grow, your willingness to share that with others. And then it helps me to grow, and all of us are growing and learning. And so again, appreciate it. And thank you for jumping on the bench here with me for a little bit here.
Thank you, Jarrell. It's been great. And just for everybody out there, I think Jarrell is the toughest executive director on the East Coast because he stayed it out in this weather here at our Arctic freeze. So God bless you, Jarrell. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes. I couldn't have done it without the community around me.
Amen.
So
Amen.
Well, thank you.
So if you want to just do a shout out from the Goddard School Education Center.
So the Goddard
School Education
Okay.
Center. They just dropped some donuts off the patient for you. So if you want to do a quick shout out, then we'll go to Zoom.
Okay. Goddard Education. School Education. Okay. All right. Well, we just got a nice gift here from Goddard School Education. They dropped off some Orem's donuts, and so thank you so much for thinking of us and passing this on to us. We have our staff here. We'll be enjoying these donuts. So thank you so much. Again, it just demonstrates the community. We're all here together, helping each other out, and donuts definitely help us make it to the next step. So thank you so much, Goddard School of Education. And so now we're going to try to do the Zoom call. And know how to do it with this one. It would just go away. Well, he's not on. He can do whenever he wants. It's up to him. Jarrell? No, damn. Can't hear you. Hello. Can you hear me, Jarrell? No. I think you could see us. I need to get my headphone in though. Okay, hang on. 1 second. You got the wind blowing. You got the wind blowing up here. What's the wind blowing? Hello, can you hear me now? Say something, Mark.
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello, everyone. I'm privileged to welcome my mother to this bench conversation, and we're so happy that she could squeeze in and be a part of this. So, hello, Mom. How are you?
Hi, Jarrell. Hi, Jarrell. It's an honor to be here.
Well, I promised you and Shanna that I would be safe, and the people here are doing a good job of keeping me warm and taking the breaks that I need to. But we're in the final stretch now, so yeah, so everything is going well.
That's good. That's good. Well, I'm so glad to be here, and thank you for having me.
Well, one of the things I want to say just real quickly is that Light of Life is about building community and bringing people hope. And so often people, they've had hurts in their life, they've had challenges in their life, and they want to give up. And so somebody was asking me earlier how I got into this work, and I said my first experiences in this work was with you and with Dad demonstrating to us how to go to the mission, go to the county jail, go to places where people were to share the love of God. And so how do you give hope to people when they are having challenging times? What are things that you say? I know you recently published a book that helps to give hope to people. And so if somebody was just feeling like giving up, somebody was just feeling hurt by life, what's some advice you would give them?
Yeah, okay, I'll give the advice, but let me say first, years ago, we taught you and your brothers about being concerned about others. I remember we used to go over to Light of Life Mission and also at the park. And there was a bakery here in Bethel Park and Hillcrest Shopping Center. And after church every Sunday, we would go there and get the day-old bread. And we would take the bread and distribute it. So
I remember that.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
But it goes back to when you was a little boy and my other sons, they always wanted to do something to help the people that are hurting. Not necessarily the homeless, but people who that was hungry or homeless. So it's in your DNA. Because I can see the compassion you had for the hurting even as a little boy. So that's part of your growing up. But if I could say anything to the homeless, this is what I would say. I would encourage them, make it to Light of Light Mission. Light of Light Mission is a place where there's excellent staff, people that really care for you, people that will walk along beside you and help you through this transition of your life. So I would urge you to go to Light of Light Mission. And another thing, the volunteers. The volunteers take time to show you that they care about you and they're willing to walk through this process with you. So Light of Light has great volunteers. Not only that, there's people in the community that is pulling for you if you're homeless. There's organizations, there's churches, there's individuals, there's county officials. All of them are saying, hey, you can make it. You can make it. Here to help. And by giving their donations and supporting Light of Life, that's what they were saying. We're here to support you. So if I could say anything to the person that is hurting, go to Light of Light, the healing process. Once you walk through those doors and you see the love of Jesus Christ, it can change your life. So that's what I urge you to do. Seek help. And probably some of you, if you're watching and you're homeless, your mom or grandma probably prayed for you, and this could be the answer to your prayer, Light of Light Nation. So if you go through those doors like this ex-football player, Tunch, would say.
Yeah, Tunch used to say that,
Yeah, you'd never be the same. So if I could say anything, go through those doors and you'll find love, you'll find support, you'll find healing, not only meet your physical needs, but your spiritual needs, your emotional needs. They're there to help you walk through the journey. You do not have to be in that condition. So make up your mind and seek help. Go to Light of Light Mission. And I thank God for what Light of Light is doing. They're doing a tremendous job.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, they're doing a tremendous job and tremendous staff workers. And I just can't praise Light enough, because what I see in Light of Life is demonstrating the love of Jesus Christ. When Jesus Christ said, what you do to the least of these, you do unto me. And I see this being demonstrated through Light of Light Mission. So I just thank God for Light of Light. I thank God they have a place they can come, like Light of Light Mission. Not all of that, but there's other places in Pennsylvania that cares for them. So that's what I would say, or if I had advice to the homeless. God loved them, and God loved them. Go through those doors, get introduced to Jesus Christ, and that's hope. That's hope. That's hope in itself. Oh, yeah. I get excited when I think about it. But just keep up the good work and be encouraged to continue. And may God just continue to bless Light of Light Mission and all the ones that are involved in showing the love of Christ to the hurting.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that and for that encouragement. That's my mom, y'all. I know some of you are thinking that's my sister on there, but that's actually my mom. She looks so good. God has blessed her, and I am here because of her, not only just physically but spiritually. And so, thank you for pouring into me and my brothers over all these years. And I know we were hard-headed at times.
Oh yeah.
All the boys, you didn't have to agree so quickly. but on the other side, we really respect the example that you showed. And I remember times there would be people that needed a place to stay, and you would bring them in and they would get on their feet and then move on their way. And so you really demonstrated it for us. And again, thank you for joining us. I know we got to move on to another guest here, but thank you, Mom. I love you. I'll be in the warm real soon now, so I'm almost to the end. So thank you for your prayers.
Thank you. I love you, son. Bye-bye.
And thank my brother for helping out too, Graylin. That's my big brother there. You're welcome.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
Did I say what I need to say? You don't know. I'm sure that's talking about it. I don't know what
Got me feeling good. Kept the faith and praise right through it. Happiness is here at last. Let me tell you how it happened. Some took over me, got my hands and feet. I couldn't stay in my seat. Now I clearly see. So good, how good, so good, how good, really, really, really good, so good, how good, so good, really, really, really good. I said I'm feeling good, yeah. Nothing can change this mood. You can have the same thing too, yeah. And let it just take over you. Here's what you gotta do to let it take over you. Clap your hands and feet. Jump right on your seat. So good. How good. So good. How good. Really, 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 really good. So good. How good. So good. Really, 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 really good. Keep your hands a clapping and your feet a stumping. Next thing you'll be jumping, 'cause it feels so good. Feels so good, y'all. So good. How good. So good. Really, 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 really good. I said I'm feeling good, yeah. Nothing can change this mood. You can have the same thing too, yeah. And let it just take over you. Here's what you gotta do to let it take over you. Clap your hands and feet. Jump right on your seat. So good. How good. So good. How good. Really, 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 really good. So good. How good. So good. Really, 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 really good.
We have always said it starts with a meal. People always will come to our doors for a meal, but we want to go a little bit further than that and get to know who they are, what their issues are. The one constant over the years is that, we deal with broken people. Almost everybody that comes to our doors has experienced some kind of trauma. We try to earn their respect.
Are we ready to go now, Matt?
Are they on? We're good?
Good morning.
Hello. I'm doing well. Oh, thank you. Is this a medicine ball?
It is.
I guess they call it something different now.
No,
Hello.
it's a
They still call it that?
Oh, that's what we ordered. Medicine.
Oh, great. It's my favorite, and I could use it after being out here and talking so much. Welcome to the bench.
Oh, but thank you.
Here, have a seat.
And we brought some donations.
Oh, wonderful. And so what did you bring here? What's this for?
Well, we went to Target this morning. We got some sweatpants for the men. We heard they needed some sweatpants.
They
we have
do.
some socks. So yeah, we both picked up a few things.
Too. And long brief underwear.
Wow.
Try to keep them nice and warm.
Well, that's great. The thing is that while we're here, what we're trying to do is to let people know that there are needs that people have, and everybody can do their part. And we have a donation center. We have a tent right next to us here, and I hear that it's filled up, and they had to unload it, and now it's filling up again. So thank you for contributing
we're
to
happy
this.
to do it. Happy to do it.
And thank you for your partnership with us in the past. Your daughter is wonderful,
Thank
Madison,
you very much. Thank you.
and she's been helping keep all of this going behind the scenes. And so you raised a wonderful daughter, and we're so blessed to have her here. And thank you for helping out the ways that you have as well, the Christmas party and other things as well.
Thank you.
What's your secret to raising such a wonderful daughter?
Well, I'm her mom and a friend. And just lots of love and understanding.
Yeah.
And just, you can do anything.
Yeah. Well, I know she shared before just how God has just helped her through all these different challenges and things, and so we're just so grateful that she's part of the team here. And now we recently made a partnership with Off the Floor.
Yes.
And I heard that you had some connections with that. Tell us about that.
Yes, my husband, his sister actually began that program many years ago. So Drew and I have been very involved. We've been involved financially with Off the Floor. We've maybe attended an event or two, fundraiser or two, but financially it has been one of our top that we get into. So it was very interesting when you all partnered together and it just all came together. Madison's just joining everybody together. So it's just very neat.
She's the connector here. When earlier yesterday, Matt Bauer came and told a little bit of the history of Off the Floor, and then we were able to talk about how we are now bringing that together. We've had mothers with children who had to wait for an apartment. They finally would get the apartment, but then they didn't have any furniture, they didn't have beds, and it's like, how can you move in with children? You don't have that. And so furniture is more than a convenience. It's really something that makes a house a home.
Right.
And they've been doing this successfully for so many years, and now we get to do it together.
Yeah, it'll be a great partnership, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for dropping by and joining us on the bench here. And thank you for the gifts here. I'm sure they'll be able to help you get those into the donation center.
We'll take them over there. Sounds good.
I just wanted to say thank you to you for doing this. I think it's wonderful. I think you're awesome for doing it. You're brave. You're courageous. I thought about you all night. Yes. And I'm like, you know what? If he can do this, I can get up in the morning, get down there, show my support, show my love for what you guys do, and hope for all the best in a great 2025.
Thank you.
To to help all these people that are in such need of help.
Couldn't have said it better.
Yeah, and I've said the same thing when I think about what I'm doing, and I have a lot of support around me. We have heaters and all this stuff, but there are people that are living in tents right now, and they don't have all this support. And when the polar vortex came down, we considered canceling this, but we said no. Somebody who's living on the street, they don't have the option of like saying we're going to cancel. So we're going to be here, and the staff came around and we made it happen. And so here we are. Only a few more hours to go. So thank you for helping us get there, and thank you for your partnership.
You're welcome, and it just shows your love and passion for this. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, have a great day.
All right. You have a good day as well, and thank you again.
Okay.
That's going to bless so many people.
Thank you.
So just as they did that, any of you can do that and be a part of the story here. It's just wonderful to see this all come together. Hey, family. Hello. Yes. We have some of our family walking by, so we're just saying hello.
Checking in.
I'm here.
How are you?
I'm good. Well, we have a good team. We're tweaking things, so it's working. Doesn't she look like my sister? She looks like. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Wow. Yeah. It would have been great for her to be here, but it's just too cold. Yeah. 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 So now we're gonna be going to the finish line.
That's right. I want to do another video for social like we did last night.
Okay.
Like your update.
Okay.
I'm gonna run back up to HQ real quick and then.
This is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. So, Father, we thank you for who you are today. We thank you that this is the day that you made. Lord, we choose to rejoice. We thank you for the day of hope, opportunity. We thank you for the North Side. We thank you for people that are here. We thank you for the families that are going to be on their way. And Lord, we pray this afternoon that you would allow us to just experience.
Yeah, I think I'm down to 6 more hours.
Oh, yeah?
So,
I was worried about coming after. Is this on?
Is it on?
Right, yeah. I was worried about coming in the day after. You might be dragging. Did you sleep?
Well, about an hour I did. But one of the things when the polar vortex came down, we decided that during the hours in the middle of the night where there were no interviews, I went inside. So I was inside for that. We were available for the interviews, but nobody signed up, thankfully.
Yeah.
And so I was able to go in and warm up a little bit. And as you can see, there's heaters and stuff, but I have a bottle of water. This is my second one. The first one froze, so it still isn't quite toasty out here.
Yeah, so a little different.
Yeah, yeah. But anyway, thank you for joining us. We just want to make space for a conversation, and we've been out here raising awareness of homelessness and those who are experiencing housing insecurity, and we say that I am not experiencing homelessness by sitting on this bench. It's an insult to people who are actually, I know where I'm going tomorrow or tonight. I'll be in my bed. I don't have the stresses that people have when they're wondering where they're going to be the next day. But one of the themes that we talk about here is about being a good neighbor. And when I think about working with you, I know you're committed to that. And we've worked on some committees together. We've been in some community forums together. And I could just tell that that what other people think is important. You have this way of listening to all the different sides and trying to find common ground. How did you come about that type of gifting of wanting to find common ground and helping people to be good neighbors?
Well, I mean, I think that's just what is expected whenever you're representing people. So,
yeah.
I'm supposed to represent 35,000 people, roughly 35,000. Each council member represents that amount. So I just think that even if someone reaches out to the office, that, I obviously wouldn't know that they don't, politically agree with me.
Yeah.
I'm just making a priority to make sure that we at least, try as best we can to satisfy what they're trying to accomplish or what they need or what they think is wrong, because I think there's value in in those interactions.
Yes.
So that you have an opportunity to change yourself.
Yes. Yeah.
Because there's, it's usually when you talk to people you don't really agree with, I think that's probably the most important thing.
Yeah.
Because in that interaction, like I said, there's times when you could, at least maybe you're not going to change completely like your ideology or something or your mission, but I think you're going to gain a lot just by listening and trying to see where they're coming from.
Well, Paul was here, the president of the Fred Rogers Foundation, or Fred Rogers Production, and he was saying one of the things that Fred Rogers would talk about is the importance of listening. And again, I've seen you demonstrate that ability to listen, that ability to look for the common ground in the middle of people expressing things passionately. Well, one of the other themes that we're talking about here is imagining the future, and we have a board in there where we're saying if homelessness could be gone, or if we could get community development like we want, what it would look like. And people are writing down ideas of what our community could look like. And again, I've been involved with some of those discussions with you. And in a small little area over here, there's been times where we've been trying to work with the communities coming together. There are exciting things happening here on the north side. And there's a bright future here. And so what are some of the things that stand out to you, or things that you're most excited about when you think about what our future can be here on the north side?
Yeah, I think what encourages me the most is whenever I see, communities come together and, let's just say there's a project they've been looking to get accomplished.
Yeah.
They're looking to get a park done or something.
Yeah.
That, I can listen to them. I can set down a path to figure out how we can get there, and then I just work on that. Just try and chip away at it.
Yeah.
But one of the things I'm most excited about that I work on is the land bank.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I've been on the land bank for over a year now, and I'm the chair of the land bank, and so I feel like there's a even greater responsibility to make it work. But to really revitalize neighborhoods in a way that we're recycling vacant and abandoned properties in an appropriate way, because there's a lot in the city of Pittsburgh, and the city owns the majority of those, or could own the majority, because if they go to a treasurer's sale, then and it doesn't sell, we ultimately own that property, and then we have to move it. So I think that's probably the number one way that I'm looking forward in the next, at least the time I'm in office, to revitalize neighborhoods, because right now they're just sitting, vacant abandoned property just sitting, and there's different back taxes and everything, so we're working through how to clear those back taxes. We have a system to do that, and we're really just working now to figure out how to appropriately dispose of those, like the whole disposition process.
Yes.
So I think that would be a big step for Pittsburgh.
Yes. And there's so many properties that fall into that category. I know in some of the initiatives that I'm working on, they're looking at that as well. And so it's so critical to think about how we could use the land in a way that can make this place an attraction for people to come, a place where there's trails and families can come and grow and all of that. And certainly there are so many places like that already here on the north side. I grew up in Bethel Park, yet some of my early memories is coming over here, coming to Gus's and getting icy and going over to Light of Life on a holiday.
Yeah.
And so the north side was just part of me understanding what Pittsburgh is. And I think we can continue to build upon that as we're moving forward.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think if you think of, you're sitting here on a bench and you're trying to, I'm sure you're doing a lot of things, but one of them is just to have the conversation about homelessness and unhoused. I mean, what better way to help than to increase the amount of housing that we have?
Yes.
I mean, because, you know, the first step is just to increase the amount of housing. The second step is to figure out, who can be in that housing.
Yes, yeah. And that's been, on that side of it, part of the discussions here are like we're trying to also talk about solutions. And I think what you said is a key. It's, we need all of the steps of housing. So we have shelters, but that's very temporary. We don't want people to live in shelters. So we want to take them from that into transitional housing, into permanent housing. And so we need more housing stock all along the way. And then once they get into the permanent housing, there are some that need wraparound services in order to be successful. And we know that some people, the organization we're with, they say about 25% of those experiencing homelessness, going into an apartment is the appropriate right step. But for 75%, they need some kind of support. It might be budget support, finance, personal finance. It might be mental health or, learning how to maintain their medications and things like that. It could be recovery. But if we add those supports, then we know people can be successful. And another thing that you said is then making sure the right people get into the right places.
Yeah.
And so we're working towards that, and I think those are some of the solutions that are coming forward.
I mean, even I need support.
Yeah. Right.
So,
right.
I mean, I already have a house.
Yeah.
I need support.
Yeah.
I have a job. So
yeah.
I have a family that, my dad lives pretty close. My aunt lives down the street. Yeah. I got friends I grew up with. There's some people here that are experiencing a lot less.
Yes.
Obviously.
Yeah.
And so they're definitely going to need that support.
I see you all the time, and I said hello when you came in, but I didn't introduce you.
Oh, yeah.
And so you ought to, in case there's somebody that doesn't know you,
yeah, right.
Councilman, just introduce yourself, your district.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm Bobby Wilson. I'm a councilman for District 1, and so I represent a district that is the north side, the Strip District, and downtown. And it's quite a it's quite the district, and it has a lot of different issues. And the topic we're talking about is front and center in all those communities.
Right.
Yeah.
I was surprised because I always associate you with the north side, and when I looked at the map and saw, it's like, wow, you are covering all of this. Yeah.
Yeah. The district that I ran for originally because I'm in my second term now, in 2020, that district was different. It was just the north side.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until the remapping, redistricting because of the census.
Yes. Okay.
Actually, the thing I said initially, how I represent 35,000 people, that's has to be equally distributed amongst, the 300,000 people in the city have to be equally distributed. So the lines move every 10 years. So I now represent a district that I didn't originally run for, but I still love it.
Yeah. Well, those are great areas, obviously strategic for our region. And when I think about our outreach team, those are the areas that they drive in. And again, trying to intercept the people who are experiencing homelessness, letting them know not only of our services, but other services.
Yeah.
We partner with the county. We have an overflow shelter that's open now. And on days like today, we're trying to get people out of the cold because people can die, and it's really serious. So our team is out there. They were out there yesterday. They'll be out there today. And there's other organizations like Operation Safety Net, Inclusion Health. They're out there as well. And that's one of the good things about our city. We have a lot of resources like that.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for coming and joining us. I'm all dressed for being out here. I don't want you to freeze being out here, but
I'm good.
But again, I got
a hat. I brought a hat in case it got too bad.
Yeah.
I figure there'd be a little bit of a heat assist. It's still freezing out here.
It still is.
I can feel the coldness coming from this way.
Yeah. We were trying to figure out how to best do this. Before the polar vortex, it was just going to be a bench here.
Yeah.
And then we came up with the idea to at least enclose it some, keep the wind from coming. But we decided not to cancel because we know the people experiencing homelessness, they can't cancel because it's cold.
Yeah.
And so they're helping me. We're out here and things are going well now. So
how many people you still think are outside?
What was that again?
How many people you think are still outside that don't want to go inside?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't talk to my team, but I would think.
Just on the north side.
Yeah.
We'll say just on the north side.
I was driving over to the Strip District yesterday.
Yeah.
And I came back over, and just seeing some people out there. I probably saw a dozen on the north side, and now our team is going to some of them and trying to get them
sleeping or just
out.
Okay.
Out or with signs or going somewhere.
Yeah.
And one of the things we're talking about is that the point in time survey is really challenging because how do you identify the people to count? And
right now they're supposed to do that, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
it's supposed to be going on.
The point in time count. I mean, that seems like the polar vortex would,
right.
Kind of get in the way of that.
Yeah, but across the country, that's what they do, and people are out. They're not going to be in their tents, or you can't find them if they're in the middle of the day. And then the fastest growing population is women with children. So a person could walk by a lady with a stroller, and do you think they're homeless? Like, unless you talk to them, you don't know.
Yeah.
We have college students. Dr. Bullock was here. He was talking about a college student that was homeless that was going to CCAC. So again, we could see somebody with a book bag, and they wouldn't count them in the point in time, but that student didn't have a place to stay.
Yeah, wow.
And so that's the challenge with the point in time.
Yeah.
The organization that we're a part of, they estimate that the actual number is usually about 3 times what they find, and I would guess it would be around that here as well. So anyway, yeah. But we want to be part of the solution. So thank you again for the work that you do. If there are conversations that are going on, please include us, and I know we're inviting you to the meetings we're in as well, and appreciate your partnership.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you again.
Right, thanks for having me.
Councilman, for being with us. All right, they'll take your microphone off over there. Well, we just appreciate Councilman Wilson coming and spending time with us. And again, he's been a good partner as we have worked through various challenges in our community. It's been a wonderful partnership here.
Screen now, so it's on.
My brother, good to see you. Glad you could join us.
Oh yeah, wouldn't miss it.
Well, you are actually here for the second time because you were here yesterday as well.
Yep.
So first of all, welcome to our bench, and thank you for being a part of this conversation. This is Pastor Ken Turnbull, a good friend, partner here on the north side. And first of all, can you just tell us a little bit about you and your history here on the north side?
Whoa.
Your family?
Well, in 1971, when I was in 7th grade, my father put in a front pew of Allegheny Center Alliance Church.
Yeah.
Said, pay attention. I'm still trying to figure it all out. I've been on staff at Allegheny Center Alliance Church for 39 years now as what they call a support pastor.
Yes.
Administrative pastor, so I support the church, the community, and the partners.
Okay, wonderful. And we've partnered in some outreaches together. We've done Day of Hope picnic right over there by your facility. You got that beautiful hub that's going on. That's really a model. Can you tell us a little bit about the hub and what the vision is for having this community shared space? Just to interrupt you for a second, there was a community designer down in Phoenix, and she learned about the hub, and I sent her some of the information, and she was just marveling at what a beautiful concept it is to have a common space for people to experience community. So,
wow.
Can you tell us about that sometime?
Well, the community hub was birthed out of our need to show our children what the kingdom was all about.
Yeah.
Our children were across the street at a different building, and the question came up, when we move them back in, what do we move them into? We didn't want to bring them into a siloed, isolated. We wanted them to enjoy the rich diversity of our community and all of our partners in a way that was safe and respectable and fun. And so the building took us 3 years to design because we needed the partners, the neighborhood, and the church to help us understand all of those sometimes complex issues, and then 2 years to build it. And so it's set up a little bit like a wedding cake with the children in a safe lower level, and the community, and then students, and then more the adult conference center on the upper floor. And it all interconnects through a common mixing core.
And part of the design too are the windows. And why is that so important?
Well, we want the community to feel like it's their building.
Yeah.
And so when you're walking past it, you're enticed by all the amazing things coming in. It's safe, it's fun. You see children up here and students over there and coffee down there. And just trying to be transparent to the community. This is your building.
Yes.
We don't even have our name on it. It just simply says Community Hub.
Yeah. Well, it's so beautiful. I love every time I'm there. I love the atmosphere that's there. I love being a part of it, and I just think it's such a good example of what a community can do to create spaces. And so one of the things that we envision is how our spaces can interact with each other.
Yes.
And there was this vision a while ago about that I go back to often about these oases, these places that around the city that people know they could go, and they could go to that place and they would be seen, they would be heard, they would be ministered to. It'd be a place of healing, a place of hope. And different people are seeing similar visions, similar dreams. And but I believe it's starting to take place.
Yes.
And we want Light of Life to be one of those places, just like that community hub. Have you heard of that vision? Well, I know you have, because some of it we've prayed together about. But just talk about what that would look like. We're in here saying, what would it look like? It's kind of this, to use a biblical term, this prophetic imagination. We can look out at our community and see it whole. What would it look like? What would elements of it be? And I think these community hub kind of ideas is part of that. So what are your thoughts?
Well, it all is birthed out of relationship and friendship. Right. So you and I are close friends, and so we share resources and ideas and so forth. And so based on the beauty of that, just a network of different organizations all having those type of relationships,
right,
that no matter where the need comes in, I can take it. If I can't help it myself, I can take them to someone else.
Right.
The needs are so complex out there.
Yes.
And they're growing more complex.
Yes.
And I think the Lord is in response to that creating this quilt, this network across our city, almost like a safety net.
Yes.
Where he's putting all the threads back together and saying, if you work together, you'll be able to bring people from their broken spot back into community, into family, all the way back to, bring their gifts in and shared responsibility. But it takes a mind. You have to change your mind to be in community, to invest some of your time, not just in your particular area, but also in your neighbors.
Yes.
And so that's why I was here last night. I got to come over here and pray and worship and support your family over here as your team comes over and supports my team over there. And
yes.
And so they all start to interconnect based on love and relationship, which then makes it very attractive when people are coming in because they can see the love.
Right, right. Well, I'm so excited that we get to do this together and get to grow and dream together. And when those dreams are fueled by God, they're more than a dream. They're a blueprint for the future. And that's what I feel like is being revealed here.
Yeah.
We were just with Councilman Bobby Wilson, and one of the things that he was talking about is just to be looking forward with great expectations for the future for our area.
Yes.
And I believe that as well. We have a great history, but there's something to be built from that. And there were times where there's real models here on this north side, and now there's going to be a rebirthing, a reimagining of what that is.
Yeah.
And so to be a part of that is going to be very exciting. Is there anything you'd like to say? I just appreciate you coming and being here. Also know that it's very cold. I'm kind of dressed for it. I have all this heater on me, so I don't want you to freeze out here.
I'm good. I'm good. I think for me, I think the solution that we're looking for, everybody has a piece of it.
Right.
And even for me, when my children moved out, we remodeled their bedrooms, and so we actually have people come and stay with us, and we catch them early when they're starting to experience trauma or difficulty, and respectful help them reposition and go back out. And I know lots of people on the north side are doing that.
Yeah.
But I think more, if everyone understands, if you have a warm place, you can be part of the solution too.
Nice. Yeah.
By the time they make it all the way into the mission or along the rivers, the trauma has added.
Yes.
And so not just in the past, I think people kind of push the responsibility out to the service providers.
Yeah.
But we had to begin all the way back. We all have responsibility.
Yes.
And as we learn in our homes how to do that and how to embrace and draw together, then the organizations start to work together because they learn it at home first. You can read about it, study about it, and get lots of training, but the reality is Jesus taught on the road. Get out there and do it.
Get out there. Yeah.
And the example of the Good Samaritan, those are all experiential lean-ins. You're not going to get it perfect.
Yes.
And you're going to have to listen carefully to God about shared responsibility.
Yeah.
It's if they don't want to. The Heavenly Father was always very respectful. You're welcome to come, but I'm not going to drag you.
Right.
And I think that for people, if they want to lean in, we're willing to walk with them as far as they want to walk. But that's up to them.
Yes.
But we'll help them. We'll walk with them.
Yes. Well, I love that. I love that picture. We each have a piece of the puzzle. We don't have the whole piece, but it's a piece of it.
Yep.
And when we come willing to bring our part and submit that part, it all comes together in this beautiful mosaic that we would have missed if we would have just stayed in our silos and stayed by ourselves. And so I believe that, and I believe that we need to be moving towards that kind of reality, that kind of society, where we're looking for how we can support, how we can love each other, how we can come alongside. Earlier I was talking about the image is very popular of having a rescue mission at the bottom of the falls. And you could be down there and there's people being thrown into the river and down the falls, and you can start a rescue mission. And at that rescue mission at the bottom, they're throwing out the life preservers and they're pulling people in, and they can get really good at pulling people in, and they have it down to a science. But somewhere along the line, somebody's going to say, somebody needs to climb up there and see how we can stop people from going over the falls to begin with. And at Light of Life, that's what we've seen. We started off as a soup kitchen and then a shelter, and then we added women's services in the 90s. But then we started saying, we need to focus on prevention as well as helping people once they get into homelessness. And so now our food pantry, our donation center, our meals that we serve during the week, we've learned from the people receiving them that they are helping people to stay in their homes, that without those additional supports, they don't have enough check to make it to the end of the month. And so we need to move it upstream. People should not have to enter into homelessness in order to get help. And then there are these wonderful models out there, like you're talking about, where individuals are taking people in. And there's whole organizations that are set up. There's one here in Pittsburgh that is set up to basically foster people.
Wow.
And the church will train the families, and there's a lot of empty nesters, and they basically will just invite people in, and they live with them for a few months till they get on their feet, and then they move on. And of course, the people are screened. You can't have somebody in that state that needs, medical care or mental health. But there are a lot of people that's all they need. One of the things that's been breaking my heart recently are the older adults.
Yes.
That have been coming to our shelter. And some of them are by their adult children who are heartbroken, even crying, just feeling bad, but they can't take care of their mom or their dad anymore. So they bring them to us. And here's a person who doesn't have mental health history, right, doesn't have drug and alcohol, but just doesn't have a place to stay.
Right.
And so a person like that can live with a person.
Wow.
And feel that love. And that intergenerational connection will actually enrich in the family that they come to.
Absolutely.
And so I do believe that's a gap that the church can fill.
Absolutely.
And we can learn how to support each other in that. And Light of Life would love to be a part of that answer. So one of the things we want to do is bring solutions, and I think this is one of the solutions that we're going to continue to share and pray into and talk about, because
absolutely.
I think that it's a spark that God is giving us for this day.
Yes, I love it.
Yeah. Well, again, thank you for being with us. We have a board in there. I don't know if you saw it yet, but there's a board where we ask people to imagine the future, imagine a neighborhood. And if you could jot something down that captures that, because at the end of our day today, we're going to start reading some of the ideas that's been birthed on these benches. And I believe that's going to be a highlight as we hear these different things.
Yeah.
So,
well,
thank you again for being here and for sharing this moment. Say hi to Sherry and your dad, and just thank you for everything.
Thank you.
All right. God bless. They'll take care of your microphone over there. Thank you. Yeah, I need the hand warmers. Either one. I lost one of them, and so I just need, and the other one is getting weak, so, yeah.
How about I get him in the shot and I'll just hand them to you when you get started?
Okay.
Is that okay?
We have always said it starts with a meal. People always will come to our doors for a meal, but we want to go a little bit further than that and get to know who they are, what their issues are. The one constant over the years is that, we deal with broken people. Almost everybody that comes to our doors has experienced some kind of trauma. We try to earn their respect to where we can ask them what's going on in their lives, and through those relationships, we get to know some of their story. That's where it starts. We get them in with a meal, try to engage them, let them know that Christ loves them, and have something better.
Yes, but I got my Cousin Eddie hat from family vacation in case I need it.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you for joining us and being a part of this. As I've been saying so many times, we're out here just to raise awareness and to have conversation. We're not trying to say we're being homeless for a day or something like that. It has nothing to do with that. But we do think the topic is worthy of conversation. And we've had city officials and county officials and people who have experienced homelessness. And some of the clients who have come to your church, our church, and have been part of Celebrate Recovery. And so I was just wondering if you could share a little bit about that group and what goes on there and just how you have interacted with that.
Yeah, may I tell the history of it?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So at the church, we had a giant bar in the middle of it, and I wanted it to be a coffee bar because we had bought a social center.
Yeah.
And at some point, the Lord said, get rid of the bar. I didn't know, but I really didn't care. In getting rid of the bar, I started to hear testimonies like Locking Arms, a man named Tad, who shared transformation.
Yeah.
And I said, even though I've been a pastor 40-some years, I need to see transformation.
Yeah.
And the Lord showed me this path of Celebrate Recovery, but I knew very little about it.
Yeah.
So I was leaning on your arms the whole time because my background was not in addiction.
Yeah.
But yet, I needed to hear what they had to say for a little bit. I thought I would go a couple weeks and then turn it over to somebody, and I would do the pastor thing that all pastors do, is bless you, goodbye. And instead, the Lord told me, I want you to hear what they say.
Right.
So for however years, I guess now, I have heard the stories from clients, from others, and I opened my heart to a level of love that I never had because it was never my issue.
Yeah. Wow.
And I'll say this, that what you don't know, you avoid.
Okay.
At least I do.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know this, so I just stay away from it. I don't want to reveal inadequacy.
Yeah.
So I'll just stay back, be me, do what I do best.
Right.
And the Lord said, you don't know anything about this, but I want you to hear it.
Yeah.
I want you to see in them. I want you to love beyond your borders of what you think your calling is.
Yes.
So that's why I fell in love with it. Even though you were part of Light of Life all these years, that we go back.
Yes.
I didn't really grasp it, nor do I yet, I think, grasp what is involved, what homelessness is. I know you've done a lot of talking, so let me tell you this. There's a lot of things that you and I lived through that I still remember your words. So we're out in Phoenix together.
Yes.
I didn't understand homelessness at all. Like, why aren't they working? I mean, government has money. I felt like Ebenezer Scrooge saying, are there not this? I pay my taxes. Why aren't they doing something, right? And I remember you saying to me in Phoenix, they come out here to get a better job. When they don't get that job, they can't afford where they live. If they can't afford where they live, they have to live in their car. If they live in their car, they can't get a job.
Right.
And it hit me that those folks, those people are not lazy. They're circumstantially like many people. As I've watched some of this that you have done. As you've already stated, they're not saying when they woke up or they're a child, I think I want to be homeless one day.
That's right.
So it is the responsibility of the believer. It isn't something that I look at and just judge like I did addiction. And saying, just don't drink a beer, right? Don't eat that cupcake. Don't do those things. Instead, it's like, why? What took place, and what's my call to them?
Yes. Yeah, that is so good. We were talking, one of the themes is about how do you build community and build this place where people feel isolated and alone. That's one of the differences between me being on the bench and somebody who's experiencing homelessness or addiction, is that the person in homelessness and addiction, oftentimes they feel isolated and cut off.
Yes.
I have people around me all the time. People are bringing me tea. They're making sure I'm okay. Person who's out there homeless, they don't have that. And they often have lost a relationship with their families. And they need that place of community, that place where they can come together. And one of the things that, and I don't think we properly introduced you as you came on, but this is Pastor Ken Hune. He's the senior pastor of the church I go to, so he's my pastor, and we go back many, many, many years. I don't think we need to go into how long.
No.
But we go back many years. Thank you. And okay, thank you. And so we're just so glad that you could join us to be part of this conversation, and I get to watch up front that transformation in the church, where we see people come in and are welcomed.
Yes.
And now they see that they can have a community. There's been more than one of clients that have gone through the program, graduated the program and said, I want to come back here, this be my church.
Yes.
It started off as a requirement for the program, but now they want to voluntarily stay connected.
Yes.
And that shows that there's a relationship there.
Yes.
And that comes from your heart, so I appreciate it.
Well, I think the one thing I've learned is you can't fake love. You can be cordial, you can be all those things, but people that are hurting see right through it. So if it's not real, they don't care.
Yes.
And so I believe that works, and that's why God had to take me on this road. You're never too old to change like that. And I didn't want to coast through the rest of my ministry. And now, yes, I look out and I see all kinds of culture, and it excites me. And it's not going to be all clean and neat like you want church to be in the wrong sense. It's about people being set free, transformed, alive again. And I want to go out that way. I have the hunger to go out that way. And my bride was coming with me, but I didn't know that because she didn't say. And I left and she called me. But I would have loved to have had her here.
I was going to ask about that. Okay.
Because she has been used to transform things even in me about areas of love. And she loves everybody. And she sees what I don't see sometimes. And so when I come back to Light of Life and there are people there that recognize me, it excites me. But I will tell you that I was listening to other conversations you had. Something that I never did quite do well was when someone asked for money, look them in the eye. My mind was always, I know what they're going to do. I don't have $1 even on me. Or if I did, I'm not sure I want to give it. And so I'll just not look at them, and maybe they'll understand that without me saying no. And so it was difficult for me because it wasn't that I wanted to, they're people that I want to shun away from. I just felt bad that I'm not throwing $5 bills out every time I'm asked. And when you said that, when it was talked about in discussion, it hit me. I need to do that.
There's been several times that people have commented, they thanked me for just saying hi to them. I didn't give them any money, but I just said hello. And so that's a way that we can definitely help and help people with the isolation of just feeling, again, some of the most painful thing that they experience is feeling other than, that they're not a part of society or community. And so by doing that, it can be very helpful. One other thing before you go, because I know it's cold out here, but I have quoted it so many times that now it's like what I've always said. But for the record, I actually got it from you years ago. I actually saw it in writing attributed to me, and I was like, it's being said all the time. But it is such a revelation, and for people who have been dealing with trauma, they've been beaten down because of life, they've made mistakes, they begin to give up on themselves. And one of the things that starts happening is they believe that whatever has led them to that point limits what they're going to do in the future. So if they were abused and mistreated, it's like, well, that's what it's always going to be. Whatever I experienced before, that's going to be my life. And with that kind of outlook on life, that's why many of them give up and they become suicidal or depressed. But many, many years ago, you had a saying about it that was like a nuclear bomb going off, and that your history is not your destiny. So can you explain that? And again, for somebody who might be watching, who feels like they're trapped in this, they keep repeating the same pattern, same mistakes, and they're like, no, I'm just going to give up. I'm just going to always be like this. And there might even be people telling them, you'll never amount to anything. You'll never get beyond that. But your words have a way of just breaking that cycle. So please.
Well, it's actually supposed to be a title of a book that I was to write. That hasn't been done yet. But I started out understanding Gideon, because he was a man who saw nothing in his life. He was told by his parents, of all the 12 tribes, your tribe, our tribe is the least. And he was under captivity. So in seeing no way out, he settled for just being a man walking around a treadmill, like a wine press. And he did it to get grain that was stolen from him. So his life was useless. And in the middle of that, God says, Gideon, you're a mighty warrior. And of course he argued with God. He argued about his heritage. He argued about, well, if God is real, why am I in this position? To anybody homeless right now, the question they have is, why am I homeless? If there is this God out there, then why am I where I am? And so Gideon's life typified someone who later became a warrior, a powerful man, a man that could take 300 against 100,000 and win a battle. What did that was the word of the Lord identifying them not by what they've done in their past, not by what their heritage is, by what he called them to be. That's his history, is not his heritage, is not his destiny. The story of Joseph, the story of David, he was a shepherd boy. There was very few people that he took from elite to elite. They were all shepherds, fishermen, because he says that to every one of us. And even in my life, though I jokingly call myself vanilla, and in the addiction ministry they call me a normie, my history of never dealing with those things is not my destiny. My destiny is so much more in this area than it ever was, and I see it only increasing because of the same factor. If you see yourself for what others tell you, If you see yourself for the circumstances, you'll never get the destiny that God has, and He wants to give it to us, right?
Wow, that's
so.
good.
But to say to you, I don't know. I'm sure you've said people have said some things. Since I have known you, since you're in high school, me too, I think, right? I've seen you take this walk with a heart, even if you were just consulting with Light of Life, even whatever it was. You didn't grow up in homelessness.
Right.
You didn't grow up in that kind of addiction, but yet you knew, because of your dad, as you have said, instilled in you that their history is not their destiny, and you've made it your life. And I honor that, and honored to have you in my church, because while you're the best worship guy I could ever have, you bring a heart that's deeper than just one thing. And so your history is not your destiny either.
Well, thank you for that. Yeah, it's my mother was on earlier.
Oh, was she really? Wow.
You'll have to watch that one. It was a classic. But you can see where they laid the foundation for us, and we learned from them. And now it's a part of all of our DNAs as children. We all have that wanting to give back because we watched them do it. We watched them befriend somebody and who needed help, and next you know, somebody was living with us for a couple of weeks till they got on their feet, and that's just how they did it for us. But it helped us to always want to give back to other people. So, well, thank you again for being here.
It's great.
Please tell Michelle hello for us.
Yes.
We miss her. We'll keep the bench open if she wants to come down later on, get here before 4. Just saying, Michelle.
Yeah.
It's right over there.
Think about it. We're here. I'll even come back.
So, but yeah, thank you. Thank you for your
brother.
service. Thank you for all that you're doing for our community. And I'm excited about 2025.
Yes.
I believe this is going to be our best year yet.
Best one.
So thank you.
All right, brother. Love
all right,
you.
Yeah. Love you too. They'll take your microphone off right up here, top of the steps. Yes. Your history is not your destiny. That's a powerful message. And I think we're waiting for some others to come. So you might hear some testimonies right now while we wait.
We have always said it starts with a meal. People always will come to our doors for a meal, but we want to go a little bit further than that and get to know who they are, what their issues are. The one constant over the years is that, we deal with broken people. Almost everybody that comes to our doors has experienced some kind of trauma. We try to earn their respect to where we can ask them what's going on in their lives, and through those relationships we get to know some of their story. That's where it starts. We get them in with a meal, try to engage them, let them know that Christ loves them and have something better for them. North Avenue, where the mission is now, is very small. The spaces are small and they're broken up, and we have coolers and freezers in every little cubby hole. And the biggest issue is feeding. We can fit 12 women and children in our front dining hall, and then we'll feed 20 men in our back dining hall. And so they eat in shifts. We bring the first 20 in, they sit down, eat their food, get up and go. There's not much time for guys to sit and engage each other. One of the biggest things that I'm looking forward to at Vatley, the new building, is the dining area. Well, we're almost going to triple in size. And we'll have more time, we'll have more room to engage these people. I just can't stress how much we're really looking forward to that a guy can sit down and he doesn't have to rush because there's guys outside waiting to come in and have his spot. That's part of that dignity that, we'll be able to offer them now. We couldn't do what we do without our donors, our volunteers, and they're just some of the most giving people committed to what we do. I believe God's got great plans for Light of Life in the future, and I'm just happy to be a part of it.
My name's Joe and I'm an addict. Except for today I'm clean. Thank God.
Tonight we are celebrating men and women who have successfully graduated at the Light of Life long-term residential program.
Tonight's graduates I would describe as achievers, overcomers. There are people who had a long journey to get to the place where they are.
The last step on that journey is often tonight, it's graduation. It's when these men and women cross the finish line at their time at Light of Life. But in some ways, when they cross the finish line, it's the beginning of a whole new journey.
I remember my youngest son told me, "Mom, we need you." And I said, "I need you too." Then I came to Light of Life. Long-term recovery. Today I have 3 years and 4 months clean.
Right, this is my second time back. 3 years later, it's some change. I'm a better man than I was when I walked in. I'm gonna let y'all know something because it's really not about me. I'm saying to the new guys, men and women, if I heard today, stick and stay, you will be up here with us.
When I started in the program, I was hanging out with the wrong people. And Ray, he guided me away from them, and I thank him to this day. I stuck it out for 2 years. I ain't gonna lie, it wasn't easy, especially when you have to hold the mirror up to yourself. But the best part about Light of Life is they hold it up with you.
Our hope is to surround our alumni after they graduate, but also to get them to come back and help the very men and women who walk through our doors going through the same things that they went through a year or two prior.
We, as the Light of Life staff, celebrate your accomplishments tonight. Congratulations.
Always call us, we're always available, we're family.
We love you, we're proud of you, and we can't wait to see what's next.
Hey, do you want to come inside?
I don't wanna hear anymore. Teach me to listen. I don't wanna see anymore. Give me a vision that you could move this heart to be set apart. I don't need to recognize the man in the mirror, and I don't wanna trade your plan for something familiar. I can't waste a day. I can't stay the same. I wanna be different. I wanna be changed till all of me is gone, and all that remains is a fire so bright the whole world can see that there's something different. So come and be different in me. And I don't wanna spend my life stuck in a pattern, and I don't wanna gain this world but lose what matters. So I'm giving up everything because I wanna be different. I wanna be changed till all of me is gone, and all that remains is a fire so bright the whole world can see that there's something different. So come and be different. Oh, I know that I am far from perfect, but through you the cross still says I'm worth it. So take this beating in my heart and come and finish what you started. When they see me, let them see you, 'cause I just wanna be different, yeah. I wanna be different. I wanna be changed till all of me is gone, and all that remains, oh, is a fire so bright the whole world can see that there's something different. So come and be different. I just wanna be different. So could you be different in me?
Hey, brother, want to come in? Hi, welcome to this episode of Mission Kitchen. My name is Mike. I'm a Chick-fil-A owner-operator at the Waterfront in Homestead, Pennsylvania, and I've been there for 11 years.
I'm Desiree Alvarez. I'm Assistant Kitchen Manager of Light of Life.
All right, and today we're going to be making chicken enchiladas. Here are the ingredients that you're going to need. We're using Chick-fil-A's grilled chicken, and so we've taken that, 6 of those, and we've diced them up. And then we have Monterey Jack cheese here that we're going to be sprinkling inside the tortillas. We've got a chopped onion, medium size. This is a large size, that's why there's so much. We've got that. That's going to be the main ingredients in the tortilla. On the outside, we're adding our sauce. We're going to have green chilies, a can of those. We're going to have a can of cream of mushroom soup, a can of cream of chicken, and then we're doing half of a cup of milk. So you'll see how we do that. We're going to butter the tortilla here. So I'll show you this part. We're going to take the grilled chicken and add that in here. All right, then I'm going to do the onions first here. Onions, and you can leave those out. I know how some people are about their onions, but I think it makes the dish. The cheese, Then we're going to roll this up just like that. Easy as that. I've got one made here. And now, Des, if you want to show them how we're going to be doing the sauce.
So we're going to add the cream of mushroom soup, cream of chicken soup, and the green chilies. I'm going to add a half a cup of milk.
This is what she said she's not going to measure, so this is what I've been waiting to see. Just like that. It's amazing.
Get you a good whisk.
All right, now we're going sauce right on the top. That is a beautiful thing.
Make sure you get it all in there.
All right, now we've been preheating the oven to 350. We're going to put these in there for about 30 minutes. I like to go heavy on the cheese. Are you all right with that? All right.
More cheese, the better.
Now we're going in the oven, 350, 30 minutes. We'll see you when those come out of the oven. All right, well, it's been 30 minutes, so it's time to take them out of the oven. There we go. It's exactly what we want to see here.
That looks good.
Smells good, right?
Yeah, that's the chilies.
Here we go. Boom. We're on.
It smells so good.
All right. What do you think? Very good.
Yeah. It's the chilies.
That's it. So thank you so much for watching. Please make this at home. It's delicious.
Good morning. My name is Hutch. I am one of the cooks here at the Light of Life Rescue Mission.
And my name is Mike, owner-operator of the Chick-fil-A down the waterfront in Homestead, and I've been there for 11 years. Today we are making a chocolate peanut butter banana pie.
Yummy.
The ingredients that you're going to need for this is first you're going to need some hand-spun chocolate milkshake from Chick-fil-A. Then we're going to melt some peanut butter and put it on our graham cracker crust pie. And then after that, we're going to add the milkshake, add the whipped cream, add the bananas, chocolate, and I've got that completely out of order, but just follow along because we'll show you exactly how to do it. First, what we're going to start by doing is Hutch is going to melt us up some peanut butter. You want that super smooth and creamy. So he's going to do that on the stove. While he does that, I'm going to get the banana ready. I always peel my banana from the bottom. So you can put in the comments if you like that way or not. I think it's the best way to do it. So we're going to slice that up. This is going to go right on top of the peanut butter as soon as it's ready. I think I'm doing about a ½ inch here. But whatever you like, you can do. So our peanut butter's just about ready. All right, so here we go. Pour in the peanut butter. Oh, that's a beautiful thing. Once that freezes, that's going to be a nice texture when you bite it. We're going to smooth that out so it's nice and flat, and then I'm going to lay my bananas down on here. Every bite should have a banana in it. All right, now that we've got the bananas laid out, it's time to pour the shake. Hutch, if you want to do the honors. And the best thing about this recipe is there's always a little bit of chocolate shake left over, so that you just have to drink. There we go. Awesome. We're going to take this all the way up to the rim. Now we're just going to take this, we're going to freeze it for an hour and bring it back and we'll show you the rest. All right, so it's been an hour, so we're going to go check on our pies and dress them up the whole way.
I don't know about you, brother, but I'm getting hungry.
That's the hardest part about the recipe is the waiting. Everything else is easy.
Amen.
All right, let's go grab these. All right, here we go. While we were waiting, we went ahead and made another pie. All right, here we go. Whipped cream on top. Oh, man. All right, then we're going to drizzle a little of the chocolate sauce on top here. Everybody's favorite person when you bring this to their house. All right. You want to do the honors? cherry on top. So that's it. We're gonna cut this up and taste it out. You gonna try it?
Absolutely.
All right, jump on in here.
I didn't get this good looking figure by not eating food.
Here we go. Oh yeah, very good. The chocolate syrup was great on top. You could also use like shavings. Chocolate shavings is really good as well.
Cheers.
Cheers. All right, thanks for watching.
Could taste some bananas.
That's good.
And I made this for the first time. The clients here loved it because it's pasta and a cheeseburger, so comfort food.
They work super well. All right, if you want to step to the side, I'll turn your mic on and then we'll have you walk in.
What's the spirit of this? Is it just like I happen to see him? Okay.
Yeah. It's you're just walking. You're sitting on the bench. With
Just a
us.
casual.
Yep.
All right.
All right. I'll just confirm we're good to go. Hi. Perfect. Thank you.
Jim.
Darrell.
So good to see you.
Keeping warm?
Yes, just barely though. Please have a seat. Welcome to my bench.
Honor to share a bench with you.
Well, I know you're busy and there's a lot going on, but I just honored that you were able to take some time to be here.
Of course.
I love the fact of how our organizations had roots many years ago.
Very long ago, yeah.
And so can you tell me about that and just how all of that happened in those early years in the old mission over there?
Yeah, I started looking for opportunities as a teaching physician to work in the community and particularly with those experiencing homelessness. And I'll be honest, back in the very early 90s, a lot of the shelters, had already gotten some physicians, but I checked in at Light of Life, and I began volunteering first, serving food, and that was so meaningful to me.
Yes.
I was just anonymous. I was just, trying to serve people and see who they were, and I felt the spirit of that just service.
Yeah.
And I thought this would be a great place to get connected as a person and as a medical educator.
Yeah.
So I approached them. I said, you guys need a clinic. And they said, yeah, you should start it. And I said, oh, okay. And so in the basement there, I was able to run a volunteer clinic, the Physicians Call Center, I think it was called, for 10 years, from 90, I think 93 to 2003.
Yeah.
And
that's great.
Yeah, it's been and the work that Light of Life has done, keeping people alive, bringing them to a better place has really been significant.
Yes, yes. Well, one of the things I think that keeps us going is this idea of giving people hope. And the pastor that was just here before, I stole a phrase from him many years ago, and I recited him here because he was here, where he says, "Your history is not your destiny." And so there's the potential of a new start and a fresh start, and we like being able to provide that. And from those humble beginnings, things have grown, and Operation Safety Net is out there and making a difference. And now the symposium, street medicine, is now a discipline within within medicine now, and we're seeing more and more of it around. And so, where do you see it going?
Well, I think there's some real practical things that people need. As you are well aware, there's so much of an us and them thing that goes on, not just in this country, but all the places in the world that I've traveled. And it's like when you've fallen or when you're outdoors, people just often don't see those folks as truly their sisters and brothers. And so I feel like medical care is one of those things, and psychiatric care. So now we have street medicine on every continent.
Wow.
There's probably 60 medical schools that now have it in their curriculum.
Wow.
The students love it.
Yes.
They demand it, actually. And we at UPMC Mercy, we were able to start the world's first street medicine fellowship. Now there's a couple other cities picking up on that. And at UPMC, at Pittsburgh Mercy, we've really begun to integrate our own services to wrap around not just the medical care, but the psychiatric care. We have a street psychiatrist now, which is really a godsend. And the other things. So I feel like we're on the same team. Light of Life, us, and others. And I feel like we're doing more things, but we're also creating a way that people can look at and say, wow, you guys are having more fun than we are. and you're doing good work, and just feel like you say, that there's hope. And I think a lot of us, even when we're not experiencing homelessness, we lose hope. We just say, the issues are so big. Who am I? But it's the practical work that you guys are doing, that we're doing, that allows you to just, live out God's purpose for yourself and feel it.
Yes. Well, that is well said, and I'm excited about seeing 2025 unfold. One of the things that we've been asking is in this imagined future, if things are moving in the right direction, things are happening in a better way, what would that look like? What would be signs of that? And one of the ideas came out was imagine a time that within 24 hours of somebody in our city experiencing homelessness, that they would reach somebody that would be able to get them services and help that they need, whether it's medical, psychiatric care, whatever it is. And there are so many organizations out here that I believe we can do that. And it was actually at the last Street Medicine Symposium, I put that out as a survey, and there's momentum around that idea that could be a reality. We have the majority of people believe in Pittsburgh that could be a reality.
I do. We have a long, rich legacy. Some of us have been at it, a while, but more and more folks are coming in, and I totally agree with you. I think, the sum is greater than the parts, and especially when it resonates and we connect. Someone can say, I was worried about a guy I saw on the doorstep. I got to go do something else. Can you swing over and check on him? Or, we got them in this situation, but their feet need to be looked at. Can you, all these things, when we work almost as a family, and I think we're on the threshold of really getting that to a higher level here in Pittsburgh.
Well, may that day hasten.
Yes.
Thank you again for your time and for sitting on the bench with us here. And we're coming up on my final 4 hours, so I'm almost there. So you're getting me across the finish line. But thank you. I hope to join you in the Street Medicine Conference coming up. I'm going to be submitting some ideas for a workshop or something, so we'll see. But again, thank you for joining us.
All right. God bless you and everyone you serve.
Thank you. Thank you again. You have a wonderful day.
Yep.
Hello. Hi. Yes. All right, good. Yes, that's right. That's right. Well, 4 o'clock. Yeah. Yeah. Trying to raise awareness, and we're having good conversations, so it'll make a difference, hopefully, here. Well, thank you. Thank you for helping us and for being a part of the team. Thank you. Hi, I'm doing well.
How are you?
Yeah.
Hanging in
Good
there?
to see you.
Good to see you.
Yeah. What's the plan?
I know, that's a good question. I looked at the schedule and I'm like, is the county executive still coming in at 11 or is Sherry come by?
She's inside. I just saw her walk in. So,
You haven't talked to her yet?
no. I think they're miking her up. I know we were thinking about doing something with that.
It's an amazing prayer with SCAPC last.
Uh,
It was really great.
I was thinking maybe I could get back there.
It was really great. They're amazing. I'm excited for all the things that we're going through.
Yeah. Did we capture some of the, whether it's the prophetic or?
I'm gonna just try to jot some things
Okay.
down as fast as I can.
Yes. Yeah.
May, and I
Yeah.
know Jocelyn took some photos, but I said in October, if this happens again, we should do a prayer walk.
Oh yeah. That'd be great. Great idea. Yeah, it was great seeing them walking in.
If you have a break in between, do you mind if I ask you some questions?
Sure.
I guess, in general, if someone comes in,
Misha. Okay.
I guess so far, how's it been going? Obviously, you were here all night.
Yeah. It's going well. Hi. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. You have this.
She's just on a tight schedule.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. Just a second. Hi. Oh, so good to see you. Thank you. I wanted to come in there and join you guys.
Oh, well, we were praying for you. I hope you felt
Yes. Thank you.
Love you.
Thank you. I have your cup over here, the CPAC cup. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Hey, Sarah. So good to see you. Thank you for coming.
Sure.
And
Oh, yeah. You got to turn it on.
I think you turned it. Thank you for coming and joining us out here
Yeah, how
on
are you
this
doing?
brisk day.
Yeah, how many hours?
It's going on 20.
Yeah.
So have just a few more.
Mm-hmm.
I think 4 more. So we're getting close now.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. A little tired,
Yeah.
but the conversations are energizing, so that's been good. And once the polar vortex came in, we decided that if there wasn't people out here, I would go inside. So last night, I went inside. There's about a 4-hour gap there, so it wasn't quite as bad as it was. And as you can see, they have some heaters around, and it still isn't balmy in here, but at least we're here.
Yeah, and I think that's something that people don't realize, right? Like, I come in and people are like, here's tea, do you need hot soup? And people who are outside don't get that level of hospitality from passerbyers. They're not like, hey, why don't you come in my house? I'll give you a nice warm cup of tea. Do you need a heater? Got a blanket for you?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's...
That's one of the things we were saying, why this is so different than those who are experiencing homelessness, because we are not saying in any way, oh, we're experiencing this for 24 hours. This is nothing like that, because we have people around me, they have people supporting in all these different ways. I know I'm going to go home after this and rest. And whereas people who are experiencing homelessness, they don't know what that next day is going to be. And that trauma is just being built on top of trauma. So this is nothing like that. We're not trying to say that this is like that, but we do feel like it's worthy of conversation and to make space and room for it. So again, just thank you. This is our county exec here with us. I don't know if there's a proper introduction, Sarah Enamorado, and I just appreciate the way you lead here.
Thank you.
And I remember when there's been some crises you didn't have to try to find where you were. You were right there. And I remember when there was a fire, I saw you at the convention center.
Yeah.
And
unloading cots, and my people didn't realize I was the county executive because I was wearing my, like, you know, GSD clothes, like
right.
the get stuff done clothes, like, you know, the holy jeans and
right.
the, you know, the t-shirt and stuff. So.
But that's
yeah,
what it's about, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a problem, there's a situation, you just chip in, and so thank you for even demonstrating what leadership is like in that.
No, thank you.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that we're talking about here is what are ideas and what are things that we can do to make this a better place, make this a more neighborly place, and everyone should feel welcomed and valued. Absolutely. And that's one of the things that I love when I hear you talk about the all-in plan and all of those things. So that's a segue to just talk about that. Yeah.
So I say that my mission as county executive, because I think every leader and the organization or administration that they run should have a value statement and a mission statement.
Yes.
So I say my North Star is creating an Allegheny County for all.
Yes.
And what does that mean? That means that people feel safe in their neighborhoods, that they feel connected to their community, and they have all the tools and resources and opportunity to be able to thrive.
Yes.
And that everyone's treated with dignity and respect, like you said. And those are lofty goals, and it can sometimes feel like, how do we get there? Because I think if you stop someone on the street and you say, do you believe in these values? Do you want those things for yourself and your family and your neighbors? And they'll be like, I do want those things. And then so everyone deserves them. So how do we get them? And we can only really get there by working together. So, you know, it's been critical for my administration to bring community partners to the table, to bring residents to the table, to talk to other levels of government, to talk to our business sector, of saying, like, how do we all invest in this path forward as our region? So it's been really a wonderful experience. And of course, the policy area that we're focusing on is housing, because it is so deep and it is so broad in all of the different interventions that you can have, all the different policy programs that you can manifest. Everything that you can invest in that space is you know, so deep and so broad. And so you know, one of the key things that we do is fund homelessness services in the county.
We were talking to Councilman Wilson about some of those challenges on the policy side of things, and so there needs to be solutions, creative solutions there. And when we were talking about housing, we need it all. We need the supportive housing, we need the permanent housing, we need all those things, and more housing stock just in general.
Yeah, it's an all of the above approach, right? And for my administration, we focus a lot on the human services dollars when we talk about addressing homelessness, but we also have a Department of Health, we also have Department of Economic Development, we also have, you know, so many outside partners. But, you know, housing is everything from homelessness services to making sure seniors can age in place in their community or have the housing they need to transition out of their single-family home. It means that we're creating more affordable housing opportunities in the rental space and the ownership space. That we're giving, you know, new families the opportunity to own and to invest. It means that we're working with our housing authorities to, you know, decrease bureaucracy and get more people into those units. It means that we are delivering healthy and safe housing, because there's many, you know, we have a very old housing infrastructure. These are very old buildings, so people haven't always invested in them. So sometimes you're going to find affordable place, but if it's affordable but it's making you sick because it has toxins in it, or it's not heated properly or insulated well. So really we have to think about all of those different facets and the role that, I mean, even just county government plays in helping to execute on all of those things.
Wow. Yeah. So there is this complexity to all of these discussions, and but together, if we each take our little part of the puzzle, we can make a difference. We can move this needle. And so I'm excited for 2025.
Me too.
And
I am.
Yeah. There's some good things that are happening. There's work definitely we have to do. But I'm excited about our county and what's happening here, and we want to be even better partners in the future. So as ideas come up, please let us know. We want to work on that. The last question is we have a board, and I don't know if you had a chance to see it, but it's kind of our Mr. Rogers board, and we're just asking people to imagine our county if it is that place that everyone feels like a neighbor. What would that look like? What would be some elements of it? What would be something that we need to do to make it feel like that, where everyone feels welcome? So people are writing down ideas and they're putting it on the board, and on our last hour, we're going to be reading those ideas and hopefully be inspiring each other around that. And I'll collect it and send it to you so you can see some of the ideas that we got. But what are some of your as you prepare to go here, what are some of your dreams for 2025?
What a big, meaty question. Well, one, when you said you were excited about 2025, I think I am too, because it gives us an opportunity to focus on Pittsburgh, on Allegheny County, and say, how do we really take care of one another here?
Yes.
And, you know, right, this is the beginning of the year. People make personal resolutions. They want to get to the gym. They want to meditate. They're going to journal every day. They're going to make their travel plans.
Right.
And, you know, I've also been asking people to make a resolution to your community. And these big issues that we see in our neighborhoods, whether it be food insecurity or homelessness or climate change or, you know, blight, commit yourself to one of those issues and say, how do you work with your neighbors? How do you work with organizations to use whatever piece of privilege or authority that you have within your neighborhood, within your family, within your workplace, within your institution, to say, how do we positively move forward and help one another address these issues? So that's the one thing that I'm asking the community to do, and I think can help manifest some good actions.
That's good.
Because we're not going to solve. There's no one policy, there's no one elected official, there's no one business that can solve these problems. It's just going to take prolonged, sustained community collaboration, working towards that common vision. So, you know, I think that's something that regardless of where you're at, like everyone can commit themselves to it. And it can be as little as like something I did, right, was showing up on Thanksgiving and helping to serve food and just getting to know some of the folks who utilize the Light of Life Rescue Mission. It can be, you know, donating your time, donating your money. It can be advocating at the local, county, or state or federal level on different legislative changes or funding that can help to ameliorate some of these social problems. So there's everyone has a voice and everyone has an opportunity, and I think for truly creating, you know, realizing Mr. Rogers' neighborhood, if we're realizing the fullest potential that Pittsburgh and Allegheny County has to offer, we're using our voice to do that, and that feels glad. That feels something to be excited about.
That is great. Well, there was a pastor earlier that basically said what you said, but he did it. And he and his wife were thinking about these issues, and their kids had moved out of their house. So they renovated their house and kind of made it into some boarding rooms. And there were some people that were in their community that needed a place, and they took them in. And they said these people were not homeless, but they had a series of events that if it took a few more steps, they could have been homeless.
Exactly.
So they stepped in to bring some stability because that's what they could do. And that's essentially what you're saying. Like if each of us says, well, what can I do? And we take a step here and there, in the end, we're going to make a major impact.
And we also make sure that we're, you know, we have good intentions and we're moving ourselves to action, but we're also making sure that we're working in community with one another.
Not in
there's
isolation.
a lot of times where people are like, I'm going to go do this thing, and it's like, well, there's 3 organizations already doing it. Why don't you just go help one of those and help amplify that work? So there's a lot of opportunity for action and collaboration and working in community. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So what, this is difficult work.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering what sustains you and what inspires you to do this work serving our neighbors in this capacity?
Yeah, well, thank you. That's a great question. Well, we had a chance to interview some of the clients and some of the guests, some of the people who are graduates, and that's really what motivates me. When we see people who once were intense, who felt like they didn't have any hope, and now they realize they do have hope, and they change their life around, and now they're out being successful, they're back in community, it's worth it. And so we continue to see those success stories happen, and we encourage them to share with others. And also my faith helps to inform that. I have this optimism that we can do better, because I think everyone is created with dignity, value, and respect. And so when we begin treating people that way, they respond in that way, and we see a better society. So thank you. Thank you for that. And thank you for joining us on this cold day. And again, if Light of Life can be a part of any solutions or any discussions, please let us know.
No, I appreciate it. And I think that, something that's really important for me to say as someone who leads the county is that I want to be able to do this work, but for our county departments and the 6,000 people that work for the county. And, we as the Department of Human Services, they put in $43 million in homelessness and housing supports, $15 million to run our 19 emergency shelters every winter and year round. And that doesn't even include the behavioral health money that I know you guys utilize, and the aging dollars, and our Department of Health dollars, and economic development. So, really just want to express my gratitude. While I get to sit here on the bench with you, I have a whole suite of thousands of other people who work for the county who are committed to this work as well, and they deserve recognition and a shout out, because they're the partners, and of course we're so lucky to have you as a partner and all the team that you've convened here. So it's really lovely to just work with people who care.
Yeah. Well, likewise, same to you, and we do appreciate the partnership and with all the different departments, and we're all working together. We've been trying to highlight at different times during our bench conversations different initiatives that are out there. So thank you. You have a great team, and I know you're going to be running here, and we have somebody to come next. But thank you again for joining me on the bench here.
Good to see you.
Thank you again. Goodbye.
Hello.
And did we get a picture, Annie? Did we get a picture? Did we get a picture with us together? All right, thank you. All right. Okay, I'll see you later. Thank you again. Hi. Okay.
She just wants to sit on the bench for about 5 minutes.
Okay. Hi.
You're good to go.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello.
I'm nobody, but I like you.
Well, please have a seat.
Thank you. We met once at the Theological Seminary.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I came to tell you that I've lived in Central Northside for 52 years.
Wow.
And that I think that you are doing an excellent job of bringing the homeless issue to the forefront of people's minds.
Yeah.
Especially now.
Yes.
When things are. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Well, thank you for that encouragement. And you've been here in the community, so you've seen it. You've seen healthier times, unhealthier times, and I'm hopeful that we can be moving towards times where we're coming up with some common sense solutions to help people and help people who want to be helped, and and when people want to do things that's harmful for the community, they need to be stopped, or if it's illegal, there needs to be consequences there as well. So it's like all of these things together will make us a place where everyone feels safe and welcome and secure and all of that.
And warm and fed.
And warm and fed, yes,
Right.
that's right.
Right.
And on a day like this, when it is so cold, our thoughts go out to people who are still out there. Like even here with me, we have heaters and all that stuff, and we say, this is not like me experiencing homelessness.
Right.
I'm sitting on this bench, but I'm going home in a couple hours. And as somebody who's staying in a park, they don't know where they're going to be the next day. So we're trying to encourage them to get off of the trails and into places that are made for them, and then be able to move on from there to be independent.
I understand.
Well, thank you for your support. Thank you for your encouragement. Thank you for stopping by. I hope that 2025 is going to be a great year for the North Side.
We will make it that
Yeah.
way. Yep.
One person at a time.
Yep.
Well, thank you, Mary Rose, so much for being here
welcome.
and being a part of this. Thank you.
Keep it up. Thank you.
It's cold in Mobile too.
Yeah, it probably is. Yeah, I saw what in Panama City. I think they have like 5 inches or something. That's crazy. I know they don't know what to do with that.
I noticed you didn't these didn't show up in your in your television spots.
No, they haven't.
Yeah.
But still, my water was changing into ice, so it's.
That's supposed to be. You're supposed to go for water in the wine, not water and ice.
Yeah. Well, I'm starting with the ice part. I'll work up. Yeah.
Yeah, down taking ice pictures on the river, and I said, yeah.
Oh, nice.
I see this guy.
Nice. I love sending the pics when I see an interesting bird.
Do you need anything?
Maybe a quick break if I can run into. I have a minute.
You do, and then I was going to have Jim.
Oh, then Jimmy. Okay, good.
Yeah, we can do a break real quick.
Just a bathroom break.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Give me 5 minutes. Thanks, Jim. Say hi to your wife. Say hi to Cass.
And I made this for the first time. The clients here loved it because it's pasta and a cheeseburger, so comfort food. Today we're making cheeseburger casserole. We have about 8 ounces of macaroni noodles and about a pound of ground beef, 2 8-ounce packages of cream cheese, a little bit of salt and pepper, 2 cups of cheddar cheese, and 2 diced tomatoes. Preheat your oven to 350 degrees Fahrenheit. You're going to want to boil the noodles in water for about 8 minutes until they're al dente. While that pasta is cooking, you would cook your ground beef. Once your ground beef is hot, you add the tomatoes. So I have a pan over here, so I'm gonna go ahead and put the ground beef in it. Medium-low heat would be good. You don't want to scorch the meat, but you want it to get hot. And then once it's in there, we're gonna add our salt and pepper and our tomatoes. I'm going to stir that around and let it cook for about 5 minutes or so. You want to cook ground meat like lower for longer. You get all the pink out of it, but you don't like scorch. Al dente means to the tooth, so it's not hard, but it's not mushy. It gives some resistance when you bite down onto it. You could use whatever cheese you like on a cheeseburger. Shredded is easiest to mix. I've been working at Light of Life for just over a year. In 2020, I did a missions training program called YWAM, Youth with a Mission. We came to Light of Life, and I just felt God telling me that I was going to work at Light of Life. So after I graduated, I applied until I got hired. So the new building is beautiful. There's a lot more space, counter space, high-end equipment. It's a great place to work. Just look at the tomatoes. They're getting mushy, so that's good there. I'm gonna add the hamburger mixture into my pan. You can use maybe like a 9x13 casserole dish if that's what you have. And then now I'm just gonna add everything else into there and mix it up. Then you're gonna wanna save a little bit of the cheddar cheese. You're gonna sprinkle it on top at the end. You can use a spoon, you can get in it with your hands. If you have a toddler, I'm sure they'd love to mush this. Just wanna make sure you get it until everything is incorporated and it's evenly distributed in your pan. You don't want any dry noodles or hunks of cream cheese. I chose a higher pan so I could mix it in the pan. That looks pretty good. I'm gonna sprinkle the rest of the cheddar cheese on top of it. And now it's ready to put into the oven. It's going to cook at 350 for about 40 minutes. And that cheese will get nice and melty. Our cheeseburger casserole is done. Oh, look at that. It is caramelized. That's gonna make a great dinner.
Hi, I'm Lori Unch, and I'm the operator at the Chick-fil-A in Greengate Center in Greensburg, PA. Our store's been there for a little bit over 10 years.
My name is Hutch. I'm one of the cooks here at the Light of Life Rescue Mission. Gainfully employed last month, 16 years.
We're going to show you all of the ingredients for the delicious chicken flatbread. First, you'll need some pizza crust. It can be whichever type you prefer, whether you make it your own or purchase it like we did. Cheese, whatever kind of cheese you're interested in having. We're going to go with the traditional mozzarella. Chicken, Chick-fil-A grilled chicken, already pre-chopped. Fantastic waffle fries, ready to roll. The secret ingredient of the Chick-fil-A sauce. And of course, we'll need just a little bit of olive oil.
So here we already have our pre-made pizza crust. And take it out of the bag, roll it out. Very nice dough, nice and thin crust.
Want to baste it up a little bit with just a tiny bit of olive oil so that it just doesn't all stick. All right. And we're going to go ahead and put on the Chick-fil-A sauce. We're going to do this just as much sauce as you would prefer at home. Some people like a lot, some a little. Can always add it just to make it right to your family's flavor.
I like my sauce a lot thinner. Spread it out. Now we have the sauce evenly distributed.
And we're ready to add on the chicken. And again, this can be just as much or as little as you prefer. Some people like a lot of protein, some people not looking for that much. The nice thing is the chicken is already made at Chick-fil-A, so you're just going to spread it on out there.
We'll see what Lori doesn't know today. Actually, this isn't going anywhere except for me.
Secret ingredient for on top. How about if we add some waffle fries? Again, get your waffle fries through the drive-thru. Couple large containers will do a nice flatbread for you. And all you're going to do is spread it out right on top. We already pre-chopped it all up, so it can just lay right there on top of the chicken. And then how about if we just add a little bit of cheese? As much, again, as you prefer, but we're just going to pour a little bit on top. You can always add more once it's cooking in the oven. What do you think, sir?
Put some cheese on her, please.
What, you want more cheese?
Yes, ma'am.
All
Put
right.
some cheese on her.
See, there you go.
Okay, so now we're going to pop it in the oven, 350 degrees for 15 minutes. Okay, our flatbread pizza is done. We're going to bring it out of the oven right now.
Ooh-wee. Yes, sir. That looks delicious. And again, if you want to add a little more cheese on top when it's all out of the oven, that's totally on you. But I think it's looking pretty good.
That's it.
Perfect.
Thank you from the Mission Kitchen. Viola, as I say, or voila.
Voila.
Cheers. Salute that.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Candace. I work at the Light of Life Mission, and I've been here since June.
Hi, and I'm Lori. I'm the Chick-fil-A operator in Greensburg at Green Gate Center. And our store's been there a little bit more than 10 years. And today we're going to make the stuffed chicken peppers. First, you're going to need a full can of diced tomatoes, a small container of green chilies, and you can use as much or as little as you like. Some people like it extra spicy. You can add some habaneros or whatever you prefer. Also, we have a tiny little bit of olive oil because we're going to saute a few things here, and we're going to use that. 2 large Chick-fil-A grilled fillets, which we've already had pre-diced for you. 3/4 of a cup of cooked rice. This is white rice. You can use jasmine, coconut, whatever it is you prefer. We're going to be making 2 stuffed peppers today, so what you want to make sure with this is that you've actually cleaned them out, you got rid of all of the little pieces, and they're ready to go, but not to waste those lids. We've chopped them up, because we're going to add that in as well. And then to top it all off, we'll use whatever kind of cheese people prefer. Today we're going to do mozzarella. First thing we're going to do is saute. So we're going to saute together the diced tomatoes and the green chilies. We'll do that for about 5 minutes. Just add a little bit of olive oil in there so it just doesn't stick to the pan. Once we have that all sauteed up, we're going to transfer it because we're going to add in the rest of our ingredients. Now that that's all warm and sauteed, we're going to go ahead and we're just going to add in as much of the other ingredients as you would like. Some people like a lot of protein, some people like a little. How much are you feeling today?
No, let's do a lot.
Let's do it. All right, we're adding in all of our protein. And then again, you have that 3/4 cup of rice. We're going to add that and we're going to take that spoon back. You want to mix that up?
Sure.
We're just going to mix it all together until it's nice. See, all the ingredients are blended. This is the filling that we're going to use to put in our peppers.
I like stuffed peppers. I usually eat them with like ground meat. This is different.
Yeah.
It's probably going to be good.
Stuff those peppers. And you want to make sure that you do it real nice and firm so that there's a lot of packing in there.
Okay. I like food.
I do too.
So I'm happy I know how to cook it. Alrighty.
Okay, we're going to transfer those over to our baking pan, if you would. Now the cheese you want to make sure that you add after it's gone through the first round in the oven because you just don't want it to burn on it. So we're going to go ahead and place those right in the oven, if you would. It's at 375 for about a half an hour. You can check on those and then we'll be adding in the cheese. Again, you can use whatever kind of cheese you prefer. Oh, our peppers are coming along really nicely. They've been in there for about 25 minutes. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and add on cheese. Okay, looks pretty good. A little more?
Yeah.
You're a cheese fan.
Yeah, I am.
There we go. We'll put that back in the oven for another 5 minutes. But at that point in time, it should be about ready to eat. And we'll make sure that that cheese is nice and melted for you. All right. Now they're going to be super hot. Leave it on there, let it plate for just a minute or two. That cheese is going to melt even a little bit more.
Thank you for joining today in the Mission Kitchen.
It's a pleasure to have you with us.
All right, we're making roasted acorn squash. Acorn squash, olive oil, and salt and pepper. And this recipe also works with other fall winter squashes like butternut or delicatessen. Really easy recipe. Acorn squash, it's really hard. You're going to want a big knife and you're going to cut them right down the middle. All right, and now you see there's seeds in the middle. You just take a spoon, just scrape them into the trash can. I love squash. It's a great fall and winter food. Just warms you up. Next, you're going to take your olive oil. You can use spray oil or you can just get like the liquid stuff. You can pour it over and rub it in with your hand. I have spray oil. You're going to spray it on the inside and just all around the open squash, not on the skin because you'll discard that after you cook it. And then next, you're just going to put on salt and pepper, however much you like. Just a sprinkle on there. I mean, the squash tastes great by itself. This adds a little enhancement. All right, then all you're going to do is put them onto your pan, put them face down. They bake at 400 degrees for 1 hour. And then you'll have your acorn squash already. We have our roasted acorn squash finished. We're gonna pull that out of the oven. That's gonna make a nice soft squash for eating. You turn them over, you'll see it's nice and roasted, nice and squishy. You're ready to eat.
Hi, my name is Candace. I work at the Light of Life mission, and I've been here since June.
Hi, and I'm Lori. I'm the Chick-fil-A operator in Greensburg at Greengate Center. Our store's been there a little bit more than 10 years. And today we're going to make the stuffed chicken peppers. First, you're going to need a full can of diced tomatoes, a small container of green chilies, and you can use as much or as little as you like. Some people like it extra spicy. You can add some habaneros or whatever you prefer. Also, we have a tiny little bit of olive oil because we're going to saute a few things here, and we're going to use that. 2 large Chick-fil-A grilled fillets, which we've already had pre-diced for you. 3/4 of a cup of cooked rice. This is white rice. You can use jasmine, coconut, whatever it is you prefer. We're going to be making 2 stuffed peppers today, so what you want to make sure with this is that you've actually cleaned them out, you got rid of all of the little pieces, and they're ready to go, but not to waste those lids. We've chopped them up, because we're going to add that in as well. And then to top it all off, we'll use whatever kind of cheese people prefer. Today we're going to do mozzarella. First thing we're going to do is saute. So we're going to saute together the diced tomatoes and the green chilies. We'll do that for about 5 minutes. Just add a little bit of olive oil in there so it just doesn't stick to the pan. Once we have that all sauteed up, we're going to transfer it because we're going to add in the rest of our ingredients. Now that that's all warm and sauteed, we're going to go ahead and we're just going to add in as much of the other ingredients as you would like. Some people like a lot of protein, some people like a little. How much are you feeling today?
No, let's do a lot.
Let's do it. All right, we're adding in all of our protein. And then again, you have that 3/4 cup of rice. We're going to add that and we're going to take that spoon back. If you want to mix that up,
Sure.
We're just going to mix it all together until it's nice. See, all the ingredients are blended. This is the filling that we're going to use to put in our peppers.
I like stuffed peppers. I usually eat them with like ground meat. This is different.
Yeah.
It's probably going to be good.
Stuff those peppers. And you want to make sure that you do it real nice and firm so that there's a lot of packing in there.
Okay. I like food.
I do too.
So I'm happy I know how to cook it. Alrighty.
Okay, we're going to transfer those over to our baking pan, if you would. Now the cheese you want to make sure that you add after it's gone through the first round in the oven because you just don't want it to burn on it. So we're going to go ahead and place those right in the oven, if you would. It's at 375 for about a half an hour. You can check on those and then we'll be adding in the cheese. Again, you can use whatever kind of cheese you prefer. Oh, our peppers are coming along really nicely. They've been in there for about 25 minutes. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and add on cheese. Okay, looks pretty good. A little more?
Yeah.
You're a cheese fan.
Yeah, I am.
There we go. We'll put that back in the oven for another 5 minutes. But at that point in time, it should be about ready to eat. And we'll make sure that that cheese is nice and melted for you. All right. Now they're going to be super hot. Leave it on there, let it plate for just a minute or two. That cheese is going to melt even a little bit more.
Thank you for joining today in the Mission Kitchen.
It's a pleasure to have you with us.
Yes. My brother.
Pastor Gerald, good to see you,
Good
my
to
man.
see you, Jimmy. Come
Yes,
on
sir.
in.
Yes, sir.
Welcome to the bench.
It's called the hot seat.
Well, I'm glad you could join us here and be a part of this. This is special for us to be on the north side having a conversation because we met on the north side many, many years ago.
1975.
1975.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so it was on the other side, but that's where a lot of our spiritual journey began. And all these years later, we're back together again. And so just wanted to give you some opportunity. You know, we're here just sharing stories, sharing things that are happening, and And so what's on your heart and mind today?
Well, as you said, in 1975, I met you.
Yeah.
And what I like to share with the audience and remind everybody that in 1975, my pastor, Pastor Bill Gallus from Walnut Grove Church, he got saved at the Light of Life.
Yes.
So people ask, what good can come out of a homeless shelter? You know, is it lasting? Is it beneficial?
Right.
Well, 50 years later, my pastor is still influencing people's lives, and I share that story, and I pray to God that more pastors come out of the Light of Life.
Yes.
And a more personal note is that you knew my brother Stush.
Yes.
We all went to church together. He went into prison for crimes and drugs and alcohol. He met the Lord in prison.
Wow.
But when he got out, had a hard time finding a job, the Light of Life hired him. How much of a blessing that was to him.
Yeah.
So.
Well, he was the real deal too. And I know for me, in my life, you know, he was older, but it was somebody I looked up to because he had such a authentic relationship with the Lord. I just remember that about him, and it encouraged me. And so you have a great legacy there, and now you get a chance to also work with me with our Celebrate Recovery group, and you've been able to take some of our people to your church, and again, one of the themes has been around community and building community. And so often when we're out there, whether it's an addiction or being in the world, we're isolated, we don't have community, but we do things intentionally to build community. And you were telling me you were writing something that about something you're going to be sharing later, but maybe some of that you can share now, because I think it's appropriate for what we're doing here on the bench.
Well, one Monday a month, my church and I, we go down to the day-to-day program, Vogarty, and we do chapel service. And I was talking to a buddy of mine, he says, Jim, we have the same boots on. And I said, the old saying, you can't judge somebody unless you walk in their shoes.
Yes.
And I didn't know he had cancer at the time.
Yeah.
So I knew him, but I didn't know that he was struggling with that.
Right.
And I believe that Jesus coming on this earth as a human being, that he wanted to walk in our footsteps.
Yes.
So he knew what it was like to be a human, to struggle and how to deal with it. Psalms 23 says, though you walk through the valley of the shadow of death, God is with you. God is walking with you in your shoes through all your valleys, and he's there to protect you and to guide you. And he'll never leave you nor forsake you.
Right,
you know,
right.
After I met the Lord 50 years ago, and he's never left me nor forsaken me. You know, so it's a beautiful thing.
Amen. Amen. Well, that is in the middle of the darkest night, the coldest night, or somebody feels isolated and alone. That scripture is true. That God is not forsaking you; He's with you. And Bishop Garlington, he likes saying that God is not mad at you. He loves you. And sometimes when you're under the guilt of sin and shame and mistakes, when you think about God, when I used to think about God, I would only think of him as this someone in the sky with a lightning bolt waiting for me to make a mistake so he could zap me. And I had this very punitive view of God, but that's not God. That's this religious idea of God. But God so loved the world that he gave his son. So the son came to a world that was doing all these bad things, yet his disposition towards them was love, not judgment, not hatred, not anger, love. And so we need to remember that he loves us, and he accepts us where we are.
part of my message I'm going to share next month down at Vogarty for chapel service. 2 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 17. What can separate us from the love of God?
Yeah.
There's nothing in this world that can separate us. The only thing that can separate us is us from God. We can choose not to be next
We have to choose.
There's
Yeah.
nothing else that can separate us because He loves us unconditionally. Yeah.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. Well, that is good news.
Yeah.
Well, I hope anybody tuning in or listening to this will be encouraged by that. If there's someone out there that you've been feeling isolated, alone, there's a promise there that you're not alone and that God is there for you. So thank you for coming by and
my pleasure.
sitting on our bench and,
Yes,
and
sir.
enjoying this conversation. And I know it's cold out here, but I appreciate you joining in.
It's the warm heart that does it. It's a blessing. It's a blessing to be involved here.
Yes.
It's a blessing to be a blessing. Thank you, sir.
Right.
God bless
well,
you,
I look
brother.
forward to you
Yes,
coming
sir.
out again.
Yes, sir.
And you have a good rest of your day. God bless you. Thank
yes,
you.
sir. Yep.
Well, as we said, Jimmy has been a part of Celebrate Recovery, and he
Okay.
is.
Yep.
He came down and
He
just
said,
started
"Jim, I can't let you
volunteering
talk
and helping
forever."
drive some of our
I
clients.
said, "I
and
just
guests
went
there."
through A through
And
J.
So again, there's many ways people can be involved and get involved. You can go to our website. You can volunteer. You can donate. I hear next door our donation tent has been full of people coming in and dropping things off, and now they are coming in and giving cash donations as well. So thank you all for tuning in. I think we have some testimonies for you to watch on the video. Hello. Hi.
I saw the camera and I was like, oh, right.
So the next thing we're gonna do is Jesse Marsh sent $10 for you.
Aw.
So Sue went and got a Starbucks for you. But we just want to give a shout out to Jesse Marsh.
Yeah.
You can just let her know, like, hey, we got. But I'll just deliver it to you. You'll make the announcement.
Okay.
And Sue on the side is also gonna video it, so we can send her the video.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
It was to buy you a coffee, but you can tell her we got your favorite mint with honey.
Okay.
Or you can pretend it's coffee, whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
Alright, so we'll do this real quick. I just want to make sure Jocelyn's ready. This is so hot. Don't let this burn you.
Oh.
It's like overfilling. It's overfilling.
Good. Oh. No. My wife does though. That's Shanna. So I'll sit and you're going to hand it to me? Yes, my good friend. Wow. As I'm getting towards the end, it's getting kind of cold. And I just learned that a good friend is watching and sent me this Starbucks. It is nice and hot. Jesse Marsh, my good friend, thank you for this. It is perfect, is what I need to get me across the line. Thank you for your encouragement over the years, and I wish you the best in everything that you're doing. Thank you. And then you can get Joyelle next.
Welcome to Mission Kitchen. My name is Ron Trout. I'm the owner-operator of 2 Chick-fil-A restaurants, one in Cranberry and one in Wexford. I've been doing Chick-fil-A since I was 15 years old, only job I've ever had. Great company, and happy to be here with you.
Hi, my name is Candace. I'm an employee at the Light of Life.
Thank you for joining and for coming by. There was somebody here earlier. Jimmy was here.
Yes.
And Pastor Ken was here.
Yes.
And we were talking about Celebrate Recovery and all those different things and New Wine Church. And so I know you have been a part of all of those different things. So just tell us about that.
I mean, since I arrived at Light of Life, gosh, March of last year now, 2024.
March, wow, not even a year.
Yeah, not even a year. No, but I mean, you know what? It's been, my entire life has changed. You know, and like, you know, beginning with I Saved, you know, and it was kind of like from there that, what song is it? I Thank God. It's like pick me up, turn me around, like put my feet on solid ground. That's kind of what it felt like.
Yes.
But it is almost solid ground, and I'm around all these people that are just so wonderful and humble and loving and kind and giving. I had an opportunity on Christmas that some gifts were brought to my daughter, you know, with some people at church. And like she said, Mommy, those are the nicest people I've ever met in my entire life. So I knew I'm on the right track.
Yeah.
And just to have like honor to be with people, you know, anywhere else, like sitting down with a director or something, I would be so nervous. But you are an awesome human, and you're just easy to talk to, and I really admire you. Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Light of Life.
Well, you're an example of taking that step of faith. And when you do that, all these other things start coming into place. And it's been wonderful to see your transformation, because I remember the first time you came to Celebrate Recovery and just your countenance and everything, and you come back later and it's brighter and you're smiling more, and you could just see it over time.
Yes.
And so, and now I hear there's good things, and you are. Yeah, what's happening now?
Well, I'm in the Scattered Sites part of the long-term program, but I've been over here. I'm no longer at the shelter, which was like an 8-month ride, and that was an experience, you know. And so I'm at Sister House now. We're preparing to move. There's a new place waiting for us. We're just waiting for a date, so packing up, and then looking forward to looking into housing, and at some point getting a place for me and my daughter, and like regaining custody of my daughter and being able to start raising her again.
And that's a blessing. That's such a blessing. I know.
I think about that. I think about like if her dad really wouldn't be negative about it, like I had to go to court, I'd be like, look what I have behind me. You know, like, but like, you know, it's just, I feel it. I believe it's going to happen.
Yes.
I believe, I trust in God. I do. I trust in Him.
Well, we say, one of the things that we say, and I'll let you go with this because I know it's cold, but that we get to see miracles happen every day.
Yes.
And I just think of not trying to tell your story, but I just remember one time you wanting to see your daughter, and you just happened to be at some store at the time, and her father had her there or something.
And my bus was late, and then it was canceled, and God put everything into place so I could see her before she started school.
Wow.
Because He wouldn't let me.
Yeah. But it was something that was really on your heart.
Yes.
And it happened. Yeah.
Just like that, yes.
And we had a chance to celebrate that with you.
Yes, it was excellent, awesome. And we'll get to, February 12th, Wednesday is my birthday, but we'll celebrate 18 months also. Clean date. So, Celebrate Recovery.
Yes,
So,
yes.
And it's always so good to see you
Yes.
everywhere. Yes.
Well, thank you.
All right.
Well, thank you for stopping by and visiting with us.
Yes, of course.
And just keep up the good work. And it's really God's work in you. So
It is. I enjoy it. Thank you.
right,
Thank you,
well,
sir.
thanks again.
Okay.
Thanks again for joining.
Okay.
God bless
Oh,
you.
keep it going. You're the best.
Yes,
Okay.
well, thank you.
You don't know what's going on.
Hello,
Hello,
Julia.
how are you?
I'm doing well.
Hi guys.
This is my daughter, Joyelle.
Hi, how are you
Came
guys?
in
Hi.
to visit impromptu on this very cold day.
Yes.
I don't think you like the cold.
I'm not a fan of the cold, but I think it's beautiful and I think this is amazing that you're doing this, even though it's so cold out. It's impressive.
Well, as you know, the camera can't see, but there's heaters and things
Yes.
around, and it keeps it warmer than it is out there. But what we were thinking of is people who are sleeping in the street, they can't cancel it because it's real cold, so we didn't want to cancel as well.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we wanted to just keep it going. And
Yeah.
so one of the things we're talking about here is building community. One of the things we're talking about is what Light of Life does, and hope for people who may not have hope. And so any of those you want to talk about, your journey here, or what you're doing here, or a message of hope for people who may not have hope?
Yeah, so in the women's outreach specifically, what we do in the women's outreach is we provide the women with just God's love, honestly. And that can be in many forms. That can be in the form of having a conversation. That can be in the form of prayer, things that are edifying to them. We give them services like showers and clothing. We even help them with getting into like an apartment or maybe a rehab. It depends on what their needs is, because they are really our focus. And that's honestly, that's how God wants it. He wants us to focus on other people and view people above ourselves. And so that is our way of honoring God and doing that and taking care of them. So I'm really honored to be able to do something like that and to be God's vessel in being in the women's outreach. I also have a little bit of a story myself, so I'm able to bring that to them as a form of hope, of saying like, look, I know what it's like to go through some difficult times, and having Light of Life like walk beside me as well. So I'm able to be a living testament to them and to let them know like there is hope. Like it is okay. Sometimes it gets really rough, and it honestly does, but leaning on God and having like Light of Life, being God-centered and being able to aid in that has been a huge help to me. So I just wanted to give back what was given to me.
Yes.
And specifically the women in the outreach as well, like they were extremely helpful for me. So just giving back what God gave me, honestly.
Good. That's good.
Yeah.
Well, again, thank you. Thank you for the work you do. We talked about outreach quite a bit over the 24 hours because we realize there are people on the outside and they're alone or they may be discouraged. And the outreach team is very critical in getting that message out and letting people know and feel that they are valued, they are worthy, and they need community, and we're offering that to them.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
thank
awesome.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming and sitting on the bench and sharing this moment.
Yeah, thank you.
I know it was a last minute thing. So.
It was.
All right.
That's all right. We did it.
Thank you. Well, I think now we're going to go to to some video stories. And so enjoy your video stories, and we'll be back in a little bit. So is there Peppies inside?
Yes, sir, there is. So if you want to make your way up to the second
Am I allowed to eat the Peppies now?
Yes. It just got here too, so,
So,
it shouldn't be
so
What?
what are you doing now?
Hi, I'm Lori Yunch, and I'm the operator at the Chick-fil-A in Greengate Center in Greensburg, PA. Our store's been there for a little bit over 10 years.
My name is Hutch. I'm one of the cooks here at the Light of Life Rescue Mission. Gainfully employed last month, 16 years.
We're going to show you all of the ingredients for the delicious chicken flatbread. First, you'll need some pizza crust. It can be whichever type you prefer, whether you make it your own or purchase it like we did. Cheese, whatever kind of cheese you're interested in having. We're going to go with the traditional mozzarella. Chicken, Chick-fil-A grilled chicken, already pre-chopped. Fantastic waffle fries, ready to roll. The secret ingredient of the Chick-fil-A sauce. And of course, we'll need just a little bit of olive oil.
So here we already have our pre-made pizza crust. And take it out of the bag, roll it out. Very nice dough, nice and thin crust.
Want to baste it up a little bit with just a tiny bit of olive oil so that it just doesn't all stick. All right. And we're going to go ahead and put on the Chick-fil-A sauce. We're going to do this just as much sauce as you would prefer at home. Some people like a lot, some a little. Can always add it just to make it right to your family's flavor.
I like my sauce a lot thinner. Spread it out. Now we have the sauce evenly distributed.
And we're ready to add on the chicken. And again, this can be just as much as or as little as you prefer. Some people like a lot of protein, some people not looking for that much. The nice thing is the chicken is already made at Chick-fil-A, so you're just going to spread it on out there.
We'll see what Lori doesn't know today. Actually, this isn't going anywhere except for me.
Secret ingredient for on top. How about if we add some waffle fries? Again, get your waffle fries through the drive-thru. Couple large containers will do a nice flatbread for you. And all you're going to do is spread it out right on top. We already pre-chopped it all up, so it can just lay right there on top of the chicken. And then how about if we just add a little bit of cheese? As much, again, as you prefer, but we're just going to pour a little bit on top. You can always add more once it's cooking in the oven. What do you think, sir?
Put some cheese on her, please.
What, you want more cheese?
Yes, ma'am.
All
Put some cheese on her.
There you go.
Okay, so now we're going to pop it in the oven, 350 degrees for 15 minutes. Okay, our flatbread pizza is done. We're going to bring it out of the oven right now.
Ooh-wee. Yes, sir. That looks delicious. And again, if you want to add a little more cheese on top when it's all out of the oven, that's totally on you. But I think it's looking pretty good.
That's it.
Perfect.
Thank you from the Mission Kitchen. Viola, as I say, or voila.
Voila.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Salute.
Thank you.
Welcome to Mission Kitchen. My name is Ron Trout. I'm the owner-operator of 2 Chick-fil-A restaurants, one in Cranberry and one in Wexford. I've been doing Chick-fil-A since I was 15 years old, only job I've ever had. Great company, and happy to be here with you.
Hi, my name is Candace. I'm an employee at the Light of Life, and I've been here since June.
You're going to get 4 Chick-fil-A fillets, can get those off the app. You can run through the drive-through super quick, super fast. You're going to use some Dijon mustard, some cream of chicken soup, Swiss cheese, deli ham, broccoli, and then some olive oil that we'll bring in later. We're going to put cooking spray on there so this all doesn't stick. So we're going to put the fillets down on the cookie sheet. And Candace, if you don't mind, if you'd like to start prepping the broccoli, we're just going to cut it down into florets and put it in this bowl. So once we got our fillets out onto the pan, we're going to take a slice of our deli ham. We're going to put one on each piece of fillet. You might have to fold them a little bit depending on the size of the ham, but we're just going to layer them on there. So after we put the ham on there, we're going to get our cheese, and you're going to do just the same thing. You're going to layer it down on top of there. So we're going to put this in the oven at 350 degrees and melt it up. It's probably going to take 10 minutes or less. So we're going to put that in right now. So Candace has got our broccoli all prepped. We're going to take the olive oil, just drizzle it over top of there. We're going to take some salt and pepper, add it to that. This is so simple, but it comes out delicious once you've roasted the broccoli. So we're going to take that and we're going to stick it in the oven too. Now this is going to take a little longer. It'll be on 350 for about 20 minutes. So we'll be pulling our chicken out early and leaving the broccoli in for a little while longer. So now, last thing we need to do is we're going to create our sauce. And the sauce is super, super simple. You're going to get a can of cream of chicken soup. And to the chicken soup, you're going to add a tablespoon of Dijon mustard. So we're going to put about a tablespoon of Dijon mustard in there, and we're going to just warm that up on the stove. So let me give a check on this chicken. Looking good. Just probably a few more minutes. We'd like the cheese to get a little more bubbly, but it's getting really close. So we're going to pull them out. The chicken's all done. So they are looking delicious, good and bubbly. We'll get our broccoli out too. Okay, so we're going to plate up. So we're going to take the filet, all done, melted goodness, looking great on there. We're going to take a little bit of your broccoli, that is your side. We're just going to liberally drizzle that with some great sauce. And so that's it. So me and Candace are going to give this a try, and we will tell you whether it's a thumbs up, easy meal. What do you think?
That's good.
Thumbs up. So thank you for joining us in the Missions Kitchen, and you all have a great night.
And I made this for the first time. The clients here loved it because it's pasta and a cheeseburger, so comfort food. Today we're making cheeseburger casserole. We have about 8 ounces of macaroni noodles and about a pound of ground beef, 2 8-ounce packages of cream cheese, a little bit of salt and pepper, 2 cups of cheddar cheese, and 2 diced tomatoes. Preheat your oven to 350 degrees Fahrenheit. You're going to want to boil the noodles in water for about 8 minutes until they're al dente. While that pasta is cooking, you would cook your ground beef. Once your ground beef is hot, you add the tomatoes. So I have a pan over here, so I'm gonna go ahead and put the ground beef in it. Medium-low heat would be good. You don't want to scorch the meat, but you want it to get hot. And then once it's in there, we're going to add our salt and pepper and our tomatoes. I'm going to stir that around and let it cook for about 5 minutes or so. You want to cook ground meat like lower for longer. You get all the pink out of it, but you don't like scorch. Al dente means to the tooth, so it's not hard, but it's not mushy. It gives some resistance when you bite down onto it. You could use whatever cheese you like on a cheeseburger. Shredded is easiest to mix. I've been working at Light of Life for just over a year. In 2020, I did a missions training program called YWAM, Youth with a Mission. We came to Light of Life, and I just felt God telling me that I was going to work at Light of Life. So after I graduated, I applied until I got hired. So the new building is beautiful. There's a lot more space, counter space, high-end equipment. It's a great place to work. Just look at the tomatoes. They're getting mushy, so that's good there. I'm gonna add the hamburger mixture into my pan. You can use maybe like a 9x13 casserole dish if that's what you have. And then now I'm just gonna add everything else into there and mix it up. Then you're gonna wanna save a little bit of the cheddar cheese. You're gonna sprinkle it on top at the end. You can use a spoon, you can get in it with your hands. If you have a toddler, I'm sure they'd love to mush this. Just wanna make sure you get it until everything is incorporated and it's evenly distributed in your pan. You don't want any dry noodles or hunks of cream cheese. I chose a higher pan so I could mix it in the pan. That looks pretty good. I'm gonna sprinkle the rest of the cheddar cheese on top of it. And now it's ready to put into the oven. It's going to cook on at 350 for about 40 minutes. And that cheese will get nice and melty. Our cheeseburger casserole is done. Oh, look at that. It is caramelized. That's gonna make a great dinner.
We are here at the Light of Life Kitchen, and today we're going to make and everybody's choice here, Lisa, Jarrell, myself, either a blueberry, a cherry, or an apple raisin turnover. Yummy. So we already have our already prepared dough on a cutting board with flour. So what we're going to do first is just around the edges and edges only with a gloved hand, very important. We're going to egg wash around the edges. And then to everybody's preference, they can either stuff it with apple raisin, cherry, or blueberry. Then we're going to get it in the center. Then we're going to fold them over. Then we're going to press them. Then we're going to brush them with butter. Pop them in a preheated 375-degree oven for 25 minutes. Bring them back out. And my favorite, we're going to drizzle them with icing.
And Turnovers is perfect, by the way, because we sponsor Turnovers for charity, right?
Yeah.
Right? And we're doing that. The Black and Gold defense, we need them to help us out a little bit more this year, right?
Yes.
For and for everyone that they recover or force, then we're donating $500 to Light of Life mission, and this is our second year doing that. Clearview's been around for 70 years, and back in 2004, they converted to a community charter, so they opened up to southwestern Pennsylvania. Light of Life, their mission really coincides with what we do, and our mission is helping people to enjoy a better life. Okay, that's really our vision of our organization, and we try to be, a true community partner, and Light of Life is near and dear to us. Working for a credit union or a financial institution, it's not just about your, helping people with their financial solutions. You try to help them in all ways to, make their life a little better. So that's what we do.
We love doing things in community here. Everything that we do is about community and doing things together. And so this is a great opportunity for us to come into the kitchen, learn from each other. Takes a little bit of humility, being willing to get out there and do something different. But not only is this great for us, but for our clients, these kinds of activities are important because a lot of the ways that we learn about changing and healing has to do with learning new tasks and being willing to take risks. So baking is a great opportunity for that. I am doing a duo here, blueberry and cherry. I'm just going for it, I like innovation. Clearview and Light of Life, we like innovation.
We do.
Trying things new, so we're innovating.
We are.
All we're doing is pressing down on it to keep our goodness on the inside. Actually, to me, it looks like a ravioli or a pierogi.
It does look like a ravioli.
Yeah.
We're gonna put
Yeah.
butter on them. So with your gloved hand,
Mm-hmm.
just rub them with that butter.
Okay. Now, do you want the butter on the edges too, or just on the top? Okay.
We're gonna put them in the oven now.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so here's
See?
what they look like.
can't
Here's some
fix
of
it,
the
I'm all
finished
butter.
product already.
I like that.
Ro, you get the honor.
An honor. I'm drizzling.
You're drizzling.
Okay, here we go.
Whoa, look at that goodness Jarrell has.
Drizzle it up.
Don't be afraid to use that, Jarrell.
I've waited all day to eat something.
Grab one. Jarrell,
Okay.
grab one.
All right.
So it seems to me like we all grabbed cherry, which is fine. So this is the finished product. We're going to celebrate. We're going to salute. We're going to cheers first. Cheers, cheers.
Cheers.
Laka nuts, Nostrovia, and all the goodness that goes with it. Thank you, Jesus. Cheers.
Cheers. Mmm.
It's good.
That's
It's good.
great.
All right, I'm showing you how to make Italian beef, Chicago style. You need roast beef, maybe about 5 pounds. You got to have a good Italian roll. You need pepperoncinis, mozzarella cheese, olives, whole olives, juice and all. Beef broth, beef base. You need 1.5 cups of water for that. So, you ready to go? Let's do this. You need a nice sturdy pot, about 8 cups of water. You toss in your roast beef. I love this stuff. Once this roast beef come to a boil, then you add in your beef base. It's gonna get to about 325 degrees. Once it start boiling, then you add your beef base, you add your olives, and you add your pepperoncinis. We're gonna get this bun ready. You wanna split it halfway, because if you split it all the way in half, then it's gonna ooze all out the sides. You wanna hold everything in. When I was back home in Chicago, my grandma used to make it all the time. Mostly roast beef, when you buy it off the deli, it's already cooked. Only part that's not cooked is the very center. So once the center turns darker, then you can add the rest of your ingredients. Don't have your kids near this stove. They will stand there and be like, Ma, when is it gonna be done? Because my kids did it. When I feed the people that come into Light of Life, and I stand at the doorway by the dining hall and watch them eat, and when I see them push away from that table, yes, I did my job. So, now, it's no longer pink. You want to add your beef broth. And then you want to add a little bit of adobo, not a whole lot, but to your liking. You want your whole olives, juice and all, because it gives it flavor for the au jus. And you want to add a full jar of pepperoncinis, juice and all. Then you want to give that a little stir. Let it simmer for about 10 minutes. And then you're going to start building your sandwich. 10 minutes is up. You want to pile on the roast beef. Peppers, olives, all of it. You just want to pile it on. We get some olives in here. Load the cheese on. I take the whole sandwich, just like this, and dip it in the au jus. The bread is still chewy, and you got a nice, beautiful sandwich, and it is awesome.
Good morning, my name is Hutch. I am one of the cooks here at the Light of Life Rescue Mission.
And my name is Mike, owner-operator of the Chick-fil-A down the waterfront in Homestead, and I've been there for 11 years. Today we are making a chocolate peanut butter banana pie.
Yummy.
The ingredients that you're going to need for this is first you're going to need some hand-spun chocolate milkshake from Chick-fil-A. Then we're going to melt some peanut butter and put it on our graham cracker crust pie. And then after that, we're going to add the milkshake, add the whipped cream, add the bananas, chocolate, and I've got that completely out of order, but just follow along because we'll show you exactly how to do it. First, what we're going to start by doing is Hutch is going to melt us up some peanut butter. You want that super smooth and creamy. So he's going to do that on the stove. While he does that, I'm going to get the banana ready. I always peel my banana from the bottom. So you can put in the comments if you like that way or not. I think it's the best way to do it. So we're going to slice that up. This is going to go right on top of the peanut butter as soon as it's ready. I think I'm doing about a ½ inch here. But whatever you like, you can do. So our peanut butter's just about ready. All right, so here we go. Pour in the peanut butter. Oh, that's a beautiful thing. Once that freezes, that's going to be a nice texture when you bite it. We're going to smooth that out so it's nice and flat, and then I'm going to lay my bananas down on here. Every bite should have a banana in it. All right, now that we've got the bananas laid out, it's time to pour the shake. Hutch, if you want to do the honors. And the best thing about this recipe is there's always a little bit of chocolate shake left over, so that you just have to drink. There we go. Awesome. We're going to take this all the way up to the rim. Now we're just going to take this, we're going to freeze it for an hour and bring it back and we'll show you the rest. All right, so it's been an hour, so we're going to go check on our pies and dress them up the whole way.
I don't know about you, brother, but I'm getting hungry.
That's the hardest part about the recipe is the waiting. Everything else is easy.
Amen.
All right, let's go grab these. All right, here we go. While we were waiting, we went ahead and made another pie. All right, here we go. Whipped cream on top. Oh, man. All right, then we're going to drizzle a little of the chocolate sauce on top here. Everybody's favorite person when you bring this to their house. All right. You want to do the honors?
Absolutely.
It's not over till it's over. And there it is. Cherry on top. So that's it. We're going to cut this up and taste it out. You going to try it?
Absolutely.
All right, jump on in here.
I didn't get this good looking figure by not eating food.
Here we go. Oh yeah, very good. The chocolate syrup was great on top. You could also use like shavings. Chocolate shavings is really good as well.
Cheers.
Cheers. All right, thanks for watching.
You could taste some bananas.
That's good.
There's a scripture that says that if any man or woman is in Christ, he is a new creation. Old things are passed away. Behold, all things have become new. How many are glad that old things can pass away? There's a lot of old things we need to leave back there and forget about it, and we need to embrace the new and move into the future, and that's what we're doing today. We're embracing the new, and we're moving it to the future. So tonight is going to be that night of celebrating that new beginning.
I know some of the graduates tonight experienced the Waymaker as he was making a way out of nowhere as you was working through your program. If that's you, come on and shout glory. He is a Waymaker, and when I think about the men and women that's going to come up tonight and it's going to be celebrated. One of the things I think about is their courage. It takes courage to take your life back.
I was slowly killing myself with the drinking. 27 years I drank. My drinking almost killed me. So I had to find a way to learn how to live again. I'm so grateful and thankful to be in this program. I thank Light of Life for helping me on my journey. I'm very grateful for this program. I really am.
So we unpack that program by bringing a very robust and structured program that is focused on a biblical foundation, because until that foundation is laid, you can't build nothing on it. So we build it on the biblical principles of God's word. That's where we start. And then they go into recovery, they go into job readiness, they go into financial literacy to give them a well-rounded and robust program that is going to equip them and to prepare them beyond the doors of Light of Life. Amen.
God is good, God is good. I just want to say I thank the Light of Life for what it's done for me. I was homeless, hopeless, but you know, God allowed their eyes to see something in me and gave me a chance. I just praise God. Amen.
The beautiful thing about community is that as we come together, there's electricity in the room. There's the presence of God in the room. And we are all sharing our love with the graduates. And so what my greatest hope is that this will imprint in their memory for the rest that on this day, and we celebrated this milestone, but we also said that just like you've made it to this point, another day, another year, another decade, and so in their life as a remembrance of how all of us came together. Wow, what a great day. What a beautiful day. Thank you all for being here to make it so special. Over 25 years in the making, this day has been just trying to find a place where we can have services for people who are experiencing homelessness and be able to serve them with dignity and respect. And then finally, we were able to locate this building. We had to redesign it, but redesign it in a way that from the moment they walk in the doors, we want people to be able to experience life transformation. And so whether you're looking at the walls, the widths of the hallways, the height of the ceilings, the colors, everything is designed around taking somebody who is experiencing trauma, bringing them into a space that communicates that they are welcomed, that there's a place for them. I often say the opposite of addiction is not sobriety, but community. And we want those who are experiencing food and housing insecurity to know that there is a community for them. If there's anyone in our city that needs a place to come, a place where they can talk to somebody to hear their story, Light of Life is that place.
Their days are like surviving. When you see them in survival mode, I see people digging in the trash. I see people picking up cigarette butts off the ground. I remember one particular girl, when she came to the mission, I gave her a toothbrush and toothpaste and told her it was free, and she just started crying. She couldn't believe it was free. My name is Lloyd Massey, and I am the Community Engagement Liaison, and I've been here 15 years. What I do is I work a lot with outreach, going into the communities, to the camps, talking to the less fortunate, trying to help them along, we pray with them, talk with them, we take them hygiene kits. Some occasions they may need food, and we'll take them food, and then we just chat with them about becoming non-homeless. like if they want to join our program at Light of Life, or they just want to, talk about life in general, how, things they've been through, how they became homeless, and how we can come alongside them to chat with them about the state that they're in. The building that we're in now, it was kind of cramped, and there was not too much space. The aisles were very narrow, and you'd be bumping everybody in the aisles there. They talk about they don't want to go in there because it's too cramped. One particular gentleman told me I'd rather just stay out under a tree. There's more space out here in the open air. So I know when they walk into that new building, they're going to be real appreciative for this space. Yes, the new building, I tell you what, where they're going to feel a lot of dignity. They're going to feel a lot of dignity, like, wow, this is for me. When the homeless person walks in that building, they're going to feel, wow, this is new for me. And that's why the building's there for them. It's not there for the staff and us. We're just servants. And the building is for them. And I just can't wait to see when they walk in there to feel the love of Jesus. It's going to be like heaven to them.
Got me feeling good. Kept the faith and praise right through it. Happiness is here at last. Let me tell you how it happened. Some took over me, got my hands and feet. I couldn't stay in my seat. Now I clearly see. So good, how good, so good, how good, really good, so good, how good, so good, really good. Said I'm feeling good, yeah. Nothing can change this mood. You can have the same thing too, yeah. And let it just take over you. Here's what you gotta do to let it take over you. Clap your hands and feet. Jump right on your seat. So good. How good. So good. How good. Really good. So good. How good. So good. Really good. Keep your hands a clapping and your feet a stumping. Next thing you'll be jumping, 'cause it feels so good. Feels so good, y'all. So good. How good. So good. Really good. Said I'm feeling good, yeah. Nothing can change this mood. You can have the same thing too, yeah. And let it just take over you. Here's what you gotta do to let it take over you. Clap your hands and feet. Jump right on your seat. So good. How good. So good. How good. Really good. So
After my baseball career, I've always, since receiving Christ as a 20-year-old, at a very high point in my life, I was the youngest rostered player in the big leagues. And when I received Jesus and really understood that it wasn't my achieving something, I've just had a passion to tell that to others. And so I started a business career after my baseball career and was promoted here to Pittsburgh. I had heard about the Light of Life ministry and the integrity that they had and the passion that they had for serving those in need. And so it just so happened I was actually working with one of the people that was a sub-manager in my division, and I was working in this area and got lost over in the north side. And I remember seeing, at the old facility, I remember seeing the sign, Light of Life. I saw a little place to park, and I went in, and I spoke to a woman there that was behind the desk, the receptionist, and I just asked her, I said, I've heard a lot about your ministry, do you need volunteers? And she looked at me like, what is that, a trick question? And I said, you know, I really have a calling and really feel as though God is calling me to speak, and I would love to be able to come here and share. When I hit the parking lot here at Light of Life, the Holy Spirit just rises up within me, and I just take on a whole different paradigm. I take my eyes off of those little momentary and contemporary tasks that I have and my to-do list and all of the other cares of the day, and really allows me and enables me to just keep my eyes affixed to Him for the miraculous. And something, a way that I always think of it, and this is something that I prayed shortly after I started coming here back in 1988, that I would never speak from a high horse, that I would never preach to the men. I was always convicted and still remain convicted that I'm merely one beggar telling other beggars where I found food. And I've seen things over the years that are hard to describe and even harder to believe. How God has changed lives, and how I've seen men that have come in broken and literally cast into the dung heap, but there God has reached down and is just doing things in their lives that you can't even imagine. His grace, His mercy, His love is for them. And I know many times the Holy Spirit will speak that specific word because the men here have been broken by life. And one of the things that I feel is very important is that every time that I have that opportunity to share, that I allow God to share that word of encouragement, that His love, His mercy, His grace is for you, that it's individual, it's not corporate, but it's for you. And no matter what your circumstance, no matter what your situation, God's love, God's forgiveness, and the price that He paid was just for you. The one thing that has not changed is the integrity and the extraordinary commitment that this ministry has to saving lost souls. And not just feeding a person a meal, but literally giving them, as Jesus said to those who followed Him, that they would never drink or never thirst again, that they would never hunger and they would never have to be fed again, because it was a spiritual feeding that the Holy Spirit was giving to them. And that's the one thing that has never changed in all of the years that I've been here.
I had an addiction problem for numerous of years. Now I'm realizing like I can't live that life anymore, because that lifestyle will kill me. I see people, a lot of people died in this. My own brother died, overdose. Just after that, you know, I went back into that lifestyle, drinking, getting high again. You know, this is how vicious and cunning this disease is. It'll sneak into your mind and think that you are okay, but it's not. I've been in numerous of programs before. I signed myself into a program called Clear Day. the counselor introduced me to Light of Life. In this program, it's beautiful, but it's what you make it. It set me up to prepare myself for the real world. So now, I'm working jobs, I'm maintaining, going to meetings. You know, Light of Life teaches you and guides you to live a life a better way, just one day at a time. I have a year and 1 month clean. It feels so good waking up not craving or going to my piggy bank change, putting penny in wrapper just to go to the liquor store, just to get a drink, just to calm that high down from yesterday, you know what I'm saying? I wear this ring for a reason, and hey, I'm married this rest of my life. It's my purpose for me to maintain and stay strong. I use the network and people, recovery, sponsors to help me stay growing. I just want to love myself every day. If I knew then before I know now, I would never use. I could listen to the birds sing now, you know. I could hear the beauty of life. I could see how beautiful life is. I want to, you know, become a counselor, get my CRS. You know, I want to give that which really given to me. I thank God for giving me another day. I thank God for me being right here to share my story. Hoping I can save somebody else's life.
My addiction history isn't like some of the other people in that I didn't start using until I was 35. Prior to that, I had the picture perfect life that everyone would want. I had an amazing career as a healthcare provider and really loved my professional life. And unfortunately, my personal life suffered because of that. And seeking social acceptability is what took me to the use of methamphetamines. And in a matter of 9 months, I went from the picture perfect life to laying on a steel slab in a jail cell. There's nothing more demoralizing than going from being a well-respected professional to a jail cell overnight. Some of us have been molested, some of us have been raped. Some of us have parents in active addiction, family members in active addiction. Some of us have been through unspeakable things. There's a reason we climbed to the pill, the needle, the bottle. It's because we didn't want to feel anymore. My picture of someone who was in active addiction was someone living under the bridge trying to get a bag of dope in the morning so they weren't sick. That wasn't me. So I wasn't an addict. I couldn't be an addict if that was the case. And strangely enough, even when I was sleeping out of my car, losing everything in my life, I still didn't think I was an addict. Very commonly in nursing, we take care of people very well because it's much easier to take care of someone else than yourself. I came to Light of Life a year ago and stayed for a couple months. I was here, I was present, but I wasn't involved in the community. Part of that was a lot of shame about my own life. Growing up in a small rural town as an openly gay boy, not accepted by the church, was a lot of trauma. When I was here a year ago, I left, went back to my career, and I relapsed. I came to Light of Life last time from rehab. This time I came from a park bench. And the only thing I found here was love and open arms. What happens in these four walls is life-changing. It's love. There's not many places that you can come from an active addiction from a park bench and walk in the front doors and the executive director meets you and greets you and tells you that he loves you. Or the marketing director sees you at a function and comes up to you and says, hey, I'm proud of you. That's big. Every one of these staff members knows my name. Every one of these staff members prays for me. Every one of these staff members shows us love. That's the difference. We're not a number, we're not a patient, we're not a client. We're part of the family. They want to see you succeed, not only staff, but other clients. One addict helping another addict is without parallel. I don't have to worry about a single need of mine. And far beyond that, I mean, the blessings that I can't even tell you that come from the community through the Light of Life is just breathtaking.
When these people on the street come in for a meal, when they push themselves away from that table and they belly full, my job is done. I cook comfort food. I cook food that I know is gonna stick to their ribs, and I know they gonna come back the next day because they know Miss Dad's cooking. And as long as they happy, they belly full, that's all that matters. They can go back out in them streets and still do what they've been doing, trying to get by, but they know they can come here and get a decent meal. You know, not just a bowl of soup, a cup of coffee. They get a meal. It's been days we gave them porterhouse, crab legs, and jumbo shrimp. Where you gonna find a soup kitchen that do that? It's a privilege for me to cook for them. And I know they're not gonna be hungry, because I get them hearty plates. When people come in and I look at these people, I feel bad because I've been in their position. I haven't had no alcohol problems or no drug problems, but I've been homeless. I was out there in the streets. The streets had me bad. And I came to Pittsburgh because I didn't want the streets to get my kids. I applied for several jobs, and I started at a different company as a pizza maker. From the pizza maker, I went to a kitchen, the main kitchen cook. Then I ended up at another building as the kitchen supervisor. It wasn't like that's what I wanted to do. I went to school for criminal justice, you know, so it was like, that's my thing. Because I always have cooked since I was 12 years old. So cooking, I love it. The only way I felt like that I would be able to help anybody and help myself is to be here. I know how it feels to want a good meal and to want to have somewhere safe where I can rest my head. Some of these clients in here that I do talk to, you know, if we get on a, I'm starting to cry. If we get on a deep conversation, I, you know, sometimes volunteer my past, and they'll be like, Miss Dez, for real? Yeah, I got a life, I have a past. If God is pushing me to help other people to better themselves and want to do better, that's what I'm gonna do. This kitchen is the heart of this ministry because we feed the masses. Anybody that walks in that door, they're gonna get a meal. And I feel it's comfort in that. If they can't go nowhere else, they can come right here. Light of Life is doing everything that they can to help these people get off drugs, get them a place to stay, get off alcohol, go through all these internships and all these trainings and classes and everything else. Light of Life is the place to be, trust me when I tell you.
I met a friend that I grew up with who actually had been a heroin addict, and I expected to find him either in jail or dead. He said, "Hey, Bill, I need to tell you something." I said, "What?" He said, "I found Jesus." And I was like, "You found Jesus? I didn't know Jesus was lost." He said, "No, Bill, I'm not talking about religion. There's a real Jesus, and he can change your life. He changed my life." I went in the military for 4 years during the Vietnam War. Got on drugs pretty bad before I went in the military. Continued with it while I was in the military, but sort of like a functional drug addict. Did my job, got by. It's more than just an addiction. There's family things, there's background, there's wounds, there's hurts. And those are the things that are so deep-rooted that you can't fix on your own. And you need someone. In my case, I needed Jesus. But I needed someone to introduce me to Jesus. I needed someone to be bold enough to tell me the truth, someone to invite me, but a place to go. He said, hey, there is this service. It's held on the north side at this place called the Light of Life, which I knew nothing about. Although I lived close, I grew up on Federal Street Extension, which is just up the hill from the Light of Life. So he said, you will love it, because they got a preacher there who's really funny. And I said, okay, I'll go with you. But in reality, I don't want to go to church. I was going to say, hey, Denny, I'm glad you found Jesus. I'm glad life's working that good for you, but this Jesus business is not for me. So anyway, I go to the Light of Life, and I'm sitting in their little chapel service. There's a lot of drug addicts and people struggling with alcohol there. Even though I'm still struggling with drugs, I sort of saw myself as, I'm not that bad, but I was that bad. I was empty, and I was hurting, and I was lost. And the preacher's preaching, and he says this verse, that if any man gives his life to Christ, he becomes a new creation. Old things are passed away, new things come. And all of a sudden, as he was speaking, he disappeared. I mean, he was still there, but to my eyes, he was gone from the platform, and in place was a blackboard. It appeared there was this writing all over it, scribbling nonsense. And I heard a voice, and the voice said, Bill, this is your life. It's a mess. But if you will let me, I will do this for you. And a hand appeared with an eraser, and it erased all this scribbling. And all of a sudden it was gone. And there is the speaker up there preaching again. He said, if anyone wants Christ, to come up. And I got up on my seat, I went up to the front, and I didn't know how to pray. I said, Jesus, I've been driving the car of my life, and I'm wrecking it. I'm going to get in the back seat, and I'm going to let you drive. And when I was done, I was set free from drugs. I'd been struggling with drugs for 7 years. I was set free. And that was 1975. And not only did he take drugs out of my life and bitterness out of my life and reunite with my father, he called me into the ministry. And I've been in the ministry for 40 years. And that was from the Light of Life, a little chapel service on the north side, to a young man who expected nothing except a boring, uncomfortable service to get out of there. And it changed my life forever.
You know, I was raised by my mother and my grandmother. It was pleasant, and then it wasn't as far as my childhood. I kind of grew up with, I would say I grew up with a lot of structure and around my family and things like that, and then I was raised around addiction. I kind of didn't know what a healthy household was supposed to be or what any healthy relationships look like. It was really hard because I'm the oldest of 6 kids. I took on a lot of responsibility as a child. And I kind of almost felt like I was an adult, you know, when I didn't have to be. I think my addiction started when I was 13. My grandmother passed away, and she was someone that I obviously looked up to because her and my mother raised me. So once she was gone, I felt like a big piece of me was gone. So I became real rebellious and promiscuous. I started experimenting with drugs, like with alcohol and pills and cocaine and stuff like that. And it kind of just escalated throughout the years. Like I felt like I was broken, like at 13. That's when things kind of got pretty serious for me. You know, I was in and out of group homes and boot camps and shelters because I had behavior issues. Around 17, 18, start like being hospitalized and things like that as far as when it came to my addiction. 2014 or 15 is my first time I actually tried to get clean, but I only got clean because of consequences. I really didn't get clean because I wanted to be clean. But this time around I got clean because I want to say my mother really gave me that push, that tough love, like that got me clean, helped me get clean, and my children. You know, I was tired of being absent. I might have been there, but mentally and emotionally and like spiritually, I wasn't there for my kids. And I was scared to die. In order to be here for my children and my family and to find myself again is what got me clean. Light of Life's taught me how to be a better mother, first and foremost, to all three of my children. It's brought me closer to my family. They taught me to want to be independent, you know, to be a strong woman. Put God first, be a mother to my children, and take care of me. They taught me to find me again, and they gave me a purpose to live. They gave me a sisterhood. The Light of Life has taught me how to be more honest and open and real.
In the fall of 2017, Light of Life allowed cameras to follow Dean Robinson, a member of the newly formed outreach team, as he visited homeless camps around the city of Pittsburgh. What you will see is the stark reality of addiction and those working on the front lines of this battle.
This homelessness, along with addiction, has changed over the years. There's a much younger population of people. I've had guys sitting in my office, and I seen the look on their face, and I really do think they wanted to get clean. But it didn't happen that day. The next day they were gone. Madison Camp will be coming up on your right. That is a heroin camp. And pretty bad. You have your old diehards that just refuse to change their
In the fall of 2017, Light of Life allowed cameras to follow Dean Robinson, a member of the newly formed outreach team, as he visited homeless camps around the city of Pittsburgh. What you will see is the stark reality of addiction and those working on the front lines of this battle.
Check 1, 2, check 1, 2.
Just stick that in there. Now clip you again. You want it all the way in? Just right there. Whatever's more comfortable for you. Honestly, it might be better to put it all the way in. That way when you sit, it doesn't fall out.
Perfect. Very good. Okay, we start from the beginning. Do you then he introduce me again? Is that what he does? Sit down. Do I sit?
Sure. Yeah, you can sit.
Okay.
Okay. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. What's that? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2.
You can hear me. Okay. Okay.
All right. So we're starting over again. Anyway, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us here at this very chilly afternoon. But I appreciate you coming out and being a part of this. I know the cold isn't necessarily your favorite thing. So I do appreciate you coming out to be a part of this.
Okay.
So Roz is here. He's a part of our board and a part of the team, and just really has been an encouragement to me along the way as well. And I was just wanted to ask about your journey to Light of Life, and just to give a little background, a little context for our conversation.
Okay. First of all, let me say thank you for doing this.
Yeah,
this is wonderful, and thank you for having me. I appreciate it. So, when I lived in Charlotte, North Carolina, I worked for a community health center. In that community health center, we knew we were missing something because we were taking care of people who were underserved, the underserved population. Yes. They either were uninsured or underinsured. Okay. So obviously the homeless population is going to be, chances are, is going to not have insurance. So what we decided to do, we partnered with a shelter. The shelter would bring the gentleman over on one day. We had a nurse there like 2 or 3 days a week on site, but actually to our site, to our center to see a doctor. They would come over one afternoon. It was a wonderful, it was a warm handoff. We got people, we took them from the shelter and brought them to get their medicine, to be examined by the doctor, to see the dentist, to see the podiatrist. It was a one-stop shop. I know people use that term a lot, but it was great because we knew that with the population in which we were dealing, we needed to be able to offer something that was going to be sustainable. The only thing that's sustainable is if you have to get people where they're at. We can't make that decision. It's a decision they had to make. They formed a beautiful relationship with the doctor. He was a internal medicine doctor. Okay. They formed a wonderful relationship with him, and it was great. So what brought me here to Light of Life, when I moved back, Pittsburgh's home, and when I moved back to Pittsburgh, I said I have to do something.
Yeah.
And I knew about Light of Life from when I left here, but I was never involved before. And I said, I have to do something. And I remember coming over here and meeting with you. One of the things that you told me was about your parents' involvement with Light of Life when you were young.
Yes.
What I want to know is, how did that get you from there to here? Obviously, you didn't just walk that walk. You talked that talk. You didn't just talk the talk. You walked the walk. So how did you do that? How did you get?
So you're asking me.
I'm asking you.
Yeah. Well, we actually had my mother on earlier, and she was talking about that, because what I remember is her and my dad taking us to different places, and Light of Life was one of them. But she also added that there seemed to be something in us and in me, that even though she was taking us, that I really enjoyed being around and helping people that were in need. And so I think that was earlier than my memory, but that's what she was adding today. And really the quick story is I became a paramedic here at this University of Pittsburgh Center for Emergency Medicine, and that was my goal. And I was out in the trucks running, and with the Pittsburgh paramedics. And there was one time we were in the Hill District, and we were in one of the housing plans up there, and we were leaving, and the father of the children, I don't know, boyfriend, husband, whatever, but there was something medically wrong with him. We took him and we put him in the ambulance. We were leaving, and I had done that same thing many, many times. At that particular time, I looked up and I saw the mother and her kind of grasping her children as we were leaving with the mail from the home. And there was like, the look on her face stayed with me. It was like concern. I think she was concerned for her own safety, because with that big old ambulance, everybody in that whole area knew that he was gone. But concern for her future, for her children, maybe provision, and all of that was like in her face. And so we're pulling away, and I got back to the engine, to the house there, and I remember seeing that face, and this thought came to me: I could be the best paramedic in the world, but if we don't change that, then we're just going to keep coming back.
Keep coming back.
And that started me on this journey. I thought about politics, I thought about business, I thought about other enterprises or communities, and basically where I landed was that it's a spiritual problem. And so that sent me down this other path, kind of away from the medical field, into studying theology, and I eventually started being involved with urban settings, and I just felt a call to a place where there's a concentration of need, and so I did work in New York and Phoenix, in Denver, and ended up back in Pittsburgh.
Back in Pittsburgh.
And by that point, it's like I have a lifetime call to urban centers, and all that time too, I was involved with Light of Life. So even when I was away, for about 8 years, I lived in another state, 2 other states. When I would come back, I would visit. When I came back to move, I volunteered, and so I was always involved. So that's how I got reconnected.
That's how you got reconnected.
Yeah.
So here's, for me, what I realized early on was that we couldn't heal a community unless we dealt with people individually.
Yeah.
People are not widgets.
Yeah.
My needs are not the same as your needs. But what we knew was that if we don't take care of people medically,
Yes.
We can't take care of anything else.
Right.
We knew that we had to have people. We saw people that, this was in Charlotte, we saw people that possibly were getting ready to lose their feet because of the cold, that had diabetes, were dying in the cold. And even though Charlotte was not known for cold, it was cold in the wintertime there, you know, contrary to what people believe. And we had people who had long-term illnesses that were not being cared for, and they got worse over time. So in my mind, I felt as though that if we did things step by step, and that's where the Lord led me.
Yeah.
And it was like, you can't do everything, but you can do your part and you can do it well.
Yeah.
So I felt as though that we would do best by, if we could get people into a healthy, physically healthy environment, we might be able to get them into other types of healthy environments. But that was first.
Yes.
So when I came here and you walked me around and you talked to me about the liaison that you had with the Community Health Center here, Northside Christian, I was really excited. I was really excited about that because I know that Light of Life has a lot of programs, but you realize that there's the whole being that has to be taken care of. The whole self has to be taken care of. And we can't just leave things off. I think I'm understanding that about 75% of those individuals who are chronically homeless either have some sort of drug addiction or some sort of mental illness.
Yes.
And I don't know what came first. But and I guess at this point it doesn't matter. What matters though is that we provide more than shelter, and that's why I like Light of Life. It's more than shelter. It's not a place where you just come and you can come in for the night and get a warm meal and go out the next day.
Yes.
And that's important. If I'm going to assist with a program that's going to help take people from being homelessness to being housed, I want to be with the program that's doing more than just a meal and a cot and letting them go the next day.
Right.
Because they're going to come back that night.
That's right. That's right.
If I listen to the stories at graduation, when Light of Life had some graduations, when I listen to those stories and about where men and women, where they came from, and where they are at that moment, I think it's absolutely wonderful. There is no better testimony than the person who has walked through. I can stand up all night and talk. Nobody's going to pay attention. But the person who has walked that walk, when they come through and they say, "Here's where I was 6 months ago."
Right.
Well, you passed me on the street 6 months ago. You didn't know, and I was in the street, or I was in the gutter, or I was doing things that I shouldn't have been doing, and here I am today with a job, taking care of my family, and trying to be a good citizen in society. The other thing that I like is the concept that somebody reaches to the next person. I love that. Because where I'm weak, you might be strong.
That's right.
And on and on and on. Those are the things that make me, when I first came back home and I first had a conversation with you, those were the things that made me very excited about that. I was really excited about that because the way you explained it to me was that you didn't say each one reach one, but you said that we're a community and that everybody would stand there together for everyone. That's important.
Yes, it is.
Even as a person who has never been homeless, I recognize and realize that support is important. I don't care how old, what color, where you came from, what religion, it doesn't matter. Support is important. This is why I like the Light of Life. This is exactly why.
Well, that is so good. Thank you.
This is why I like it. I like it I like the idea of being on the board. It gives me a bird's eye view, but what gives me a better view is when I interact with the people. Like if we have a program out here in the summertime, or if we have the graduation, or just coming to the building or serving, that makes me feel like okay, well, you're a part of it and you're doing something.
Yes,
You're doing something.
yes.
You're not just sitting there and listening and reading stuff, and that's
Right.
not the only thing you're doing. And that's not what you need. And I get that,
Right.
and I love that. Absolutely.
Well, thank you for that. And it is so true. I've said it probably 100 times over the last 24 hours, the importance of community, of bringing people in, of having that place where if you were isolated, now you can come in and be in a place where you're not only seen, but you're encouraged to be your authentic self.
Authentic self.
You're not trying to hide, put on the facade, but you're saying, hey, this is where, if I'm having a bad day today, you be honest about that. Say, I'm having a bad day. And we want to stand with you in that. And that's something that I think our staff does very well. And we're constantly trying to expand the people we can reach so that we can bring them into community.
In the community.
Yeah.
I see that the staff gets so excited when they reach the goals that they
Yes.
want to reach.
Yes.
When somebody says, we got so many women in this program,
Yes.
or so many gentlemen in this program, or we have women with children, or we're getting ready to move into this particular place, it's authentic.
Yes.
They're not just showing emotion to show it. They mean it.
Yes.
The importance I found is that if you have to have people who are dedicated,
Yes.
who clearly believe in the mission, who clearly believe in the mission. It's one thing to go to work every day. Anybody go to work
Yes.
8 o'clock, leave out at 5, or whatever the case may be. But a job like this requires commitment. It
Yeah.
definitely requires commitment. And I think looking at the staff that you have now and the people that I've met,
Yes.
I think you have a wonderful group of people
We
to
do.
set forth on the mission in which God has set you to do. Because
Yeah.
you can't do this by yourself.
Yeah,
You have to
I
be
know that's
surrounded-
right.
That's right. You have to be surrounded by people. So I think that,
Yes.
I think what I'm looking at from outside looking in and from
Yeah.
the board's point of view,
Yeah.
you have what you need. You definitely
Well,
have
thank
what
you for that
need.
encouragement.
You do.
And you can feel it in the rooms and in the hallways because our staff are committed to living life with the guests and with the clients. And we had some that were sharing here earlier that they are changed in this process. And that's so important when we are hiring people. We want to hire people who have that humility that is saying, I can learn and I need to learn. And so I enjoy being in community with people who are early in the program, and I'll share challenges I'm having, or if I didn't respond in the right way, I share that with the group and say, I should have done this better. What suggestions do we have? And somebody who's new in the program, they're like, you're asking us? We're saying, yeah, because I have blind spots, and there's things that I see the same way and I don't recognize it. So you might have a fresh perspective, but what it also does is it gives them value and respect.
It does.
And we give that respect because we believe every person is made by God. And so therefore, they deserve dignity and respect in everything that they do. And together, so we learn. We learn from each other, we challenge each other, and it continues to grow, the influence that's here. One of the ideas, and I'm going to let you go here. I know it's cold out here.
It's okay.
But we have a board in there, and I don't know if you had a chance to see it yet, but there's a board in there, and one of the questions is, like, what would it take for Pittsburgh to be that Mr. Neighbors kind of community where everyone feels welcome and valued? And when we wrote that board, our idea was we felt like people were going to give ideas that were going to spark true change. In fact, when the county exec was here, I offered to send her, and she wanted to receive the suggestions, the ideas, the dreams of what our county would look like if we were in that area. Some of the ideas that came, and I just wonder if you have something to add or any comments, but some of the ideas that came that I thought were good was the one person, actually the county exec was saying, having this initiative where everyone makes a commitment
to do something to have a positive impact on their community. And she was saying the magic, if you want to use that word, of it is that everybody is doing something. She said for some people it might be volunteering somewhere. For somebody else, it could be paying for something, or helping somebody get into a program. But whatever it is, it's like everybody is doing something. And when we do that, it begins, that forward momentum begins to add up. And then there was a person that was earlier in the project, one of the pastors from the church, Pastor Ken Turnbull, and he was talking about the idea of having space where they had a house, their children had moved out. They decided to convert their space into like hospitality rooms.
Okay.
So that people could stay there. And instead of sending them the Light of Life or somewhere else, he and his wife were saying, what can we do? So they made themselves ready before there was a need. And they said, we're going to convert these rooms so that we could take people in. And it's been interesting how God has brought people into their lives where there was some kind of transition. They needed a place. He said they weren't homeless yet, but tragedy had struck. And a few months down the road, they could have ended up there. But because they said, you know what, come stay with us. Stay with us a couple of months, get your feet under you, and then move on. And so they've been able to do that. So that's a good example of not everybody can do that, but some can. And I believe with God in the picture, if he helps you and you say, okay, what can I do? What can I do? Something is going to come to your mind.
Right.
Something will be, okay, I need to do this, I need to do that. And so that was exciting to see that idea kind of bubble up here.
I'll tell you what I would like to see.
Yes.
I would like to see, we have a lot of educational institutions in this city.
Yes.
Wonderful ones. We have Carnegie Mellon, Pitt, we have community college right down the street.
Yes.
I would love to be able to see individuals who have experienced homelessness to be able to stay out of that system by getting some training and even going further. Not just necessarily a 6-week course. There's nothing wrong with a 6-week course.
Right.
But sometimes people have the ability to do differently or to do more.
Yes.
And I would like to see that being done.
Yes.
I had the opportunity to talk to someone who was unhoused, and he was, at the time that this happened, he was in his 2nd year of college.
Yeah.
This guy.
Wow.
This guy. So I don't know where he landed or what ended up happening, but I'd like to see that opportunity out there.
Yes. Well, Dr. Bullock was here earlier, and he was talking about some of those initiatives that they started at the community college.
Okay.
And he had a wonderful stat. It was 85% or so of those that graduate with no debt. And he talked about the various programs that are linked with businesses where they have guaranteed that they will hire their students once they graduate. And so he is creating more and more pathways and partnerships so that people can, if they decide, they can pick a trade, get the training, and start a job. And so I think that's a great idea, and we need to do more of that.
I would love to see that, because that's a wonderful pipeline. Literally and figuratively, it's right down the street.
Yes, it is.
I just think that this would truly be great. It would truly be great. So that was basically is my idea that once people have become homeless, they don't have to stay there, and once they're housed, we want to keep them there.
Right.
And the way we do that is to give them the tools by which to operate.
Yes.
So that's a big concern of
the
mine.
Wraparound services.
Wraparound services.
We see that time and time again. Sometimes it may seem logical when you hear housing first, and you say, well, person is homeless, put them in a house. But what we've seen in a larger group that we're a part of, about 25% of those experiencing homelessness, that's the appropriate next step. But for 75%, they need some kind of support.
They need some support.
It could be budgeting, finance support. It could be drug and alcohol rehabilitation.
Right.
It could be mental health
Right,
support.
right.
But they need some kind of support. And so we're challenging our government officials that although they are committing dollars to finding apartments and new housing, we're saying, can you also commit to 2 years of wraparound services
Yes.
to make sure that the people, once they're in that apartment,
Right.
have the tools to stay.
That's
and
right.
and there is a willingness to do that. So I'm excited about that and moving
This
forward.
makes me excited too. This
Yes.
is exciting. This is
Well,
wonderful.
I am so happy we get a chance to work together.
Thank you. I
And
feel so much.
it's very rare that you get to meet someone, feel that connection, and then ask them to be your boss. So thank you for joining our board.
Thank you for
Thank you for
having
being a
me.
part of it
Thank you.
at this pivotal time that we're in. I have great hopes for 2025, and I'm glad you're going to be a part of that.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you. Thank you as well again for being with us. And Annie will take the microphone off for you. So thanks again for being with us.
Hang in there.
We're almost there.
We're almost there. You got till 5
three more
o'clock?
hours.
3 more hours. Hang in there. Hang in there.
Okay.
And tell your, turn the
So
other
this
way.
is Sheldon.
Oh, yes. It
Sheldon
sure is
Ingram.
Sheldon.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. He has a producer's eye.
I see.
And
I see.
I've seen him set up scenes, and he just has a gift.
A gift
He's a
for
gift
that.
at it. So when he came here, he saw a vision, so that's what he's doing.
Okay, all right. Okay, I understand.
Yeah,
I totally understand.
yeah.
So, okay.
And then when I met you, not realizing you were in the same building as Josiah.
Not anymore.
Not anymore, but
I mean,
before.
but I was.
Yeah.
How's he doing?
He's doing well.
Is he-
He was on the bench with me.
Was
He surprised me last night at like 11 o'clock. He comes walking around the corner.
Oh my God!
And
That's wonderful.
You'll have to look back on the
Okay,
video. You'll be able to
okay,
see it.
Okay.
Are we good?
Okay. We're good?
Okay.
Thank
All right.
you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Okay. She's on next.
Keep your seat, man.
Hey. I am. But you inspire me.
Oh, man.
Look at you, man. Yeah, man. I gotta work out, man. I'm slacking.
You know what? This is heavier, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn this on.
Okay.
Let this like slide down.
Okay, inside that. Yeah, just
let that slide.
do what you need to do.
Actually, you can probably just set it right where it's at.
Okay. Barely. It's actually a little warmer now than it was before.
Our conversation's clean, so we good.
Just till 4. So I'm at the 2 more hours, I think, and I'm done. Four to 4, yeah. But
You got a lavalier? All right. Terrell, so I know you've been it. Oh, okay. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Okay. Hey, Johnny. Good to see you. Carry on.
Basically, what I want to do for my story is I want to know why you're doing this.
Okay.
What you want to come out of it, and what you have learned.
Okay.
And the type, not the type of people you've spoken to. I don't need to know them by name,
Right.
but category.
Yeah, yeah.
Government officials,
Yes.
homeless,
Yes.
professional athletes, whoever.
Yeah, yes,
That way.
yeah.
That's basically it.
Yeah, yeah, that's good. When I saw the schedule and I saw you were in this slot, I was happy because I was like, because you'll help me get home strong.
Right.
I know you'll have the questions. It'll be, I don't have to be trying to figure it all out. So yeah, I'd rather have you here than at the beginning. I need a closer. I need a closer. Yeah.
I appreciate that. That's good. You good? So Darrell.
Yes.
Why are you doing this?
We're doing this to raise awareness. We are part of a national network, so on this day there are also 13 other missions that are doing this exact same thing. But here in Pittsburgh, we felt like it was important. When we learned the polar vortex was coming, we thought, should we cancel or not? We said, no, this conversation is too important. We need to gather community leaders together, people who are out here. We need to hear their ideas and hopefully inspire some new action so that we can see a dent in the homeless challenge that we're seeing in our city.
What do you hope comes out of this project?
Well, I hope that we get some very practical ideas to implement. I'm hoping that the people that sat in that seat will be inspired as well. And we've had a few of them that have made commitments to leave this place and try to implement some of these things. And so that's the goal, was just for us to come together. We're not trying to simulate being homeless for 24 hours. That's ridiculous. Somebody who's truly homeless, they don't have all this support and heaters and all these things. All I'm doing is having a conversation and trying to obliterate some of the misnomers out there and bring hope about what can happen.
What types of people, what groups of people have you spoken to on these two benches in the last 21 hours?
Oh, it's been a wide gamut. We've had county officials, city officials. We've had a professional athlete, ex-athlete from the Steelers. We've had people who have experienced homelessness, people who lived in tents and now they're in homes and they've experienced various things and they shared their stories. We have people that were just dropping off some donations and there was a slot open and they came in and just sat down and we just wanted to pick their brains and see what they were thinking. So everybody here, we had somebody from community college here, so executives from higher learning. We tried to cover the gamut from every sector of our society to see what are the ideas, what are they thinking. In particular, we would say, when you dream about this ideal county that we live in, if there were solutions that were there and everybody had a place, everybody felt welcome, what would we need to get there? What would that look like? That Mr. Rogers kind of neighborhood, what would that look like? And so people started giving their ideas, they're writing them on the board, and on the end, in our final hour, we're gonna read what people have been writing. And again, we believe that those ideas are gonna spark some initiatives.
What have you learned from the ideas and what have you learned from the feeling of empathy towards the homeless?
Yes, well, from the ideas, I learned that there's optimism out there. I guess so often when I'm pulled into a conversation, it's because there's some kind of contention going on. But across the board, there's people, they want this to be a place where people feel dignity and respect. They want everyone to know that this is a place where they can live and flourish. And so now the next question is, are you willing to be part of the answer? And one of the people that came, they said that her wish is for everyone to commit to do one thing that moves us towards this ideal society. And he said for some it could just be donating their time somewhere or helping somebody do some chores at their house.
For others, it could be something larger. But what she was saying was that if everybody does one thing, we'll start getting positive momentum towards this place of solving some of these big issues that we're facing.
Lastly, physically, how are you holding up?
Well, I'm getting tired, and the conversations are energizing. But again, I have great staff. I was never alone. I have people all through the night. They're making sure I have water, tea. If it gets too cold, in the middle of the night, I actually went inside because we had no interviews scheduled. So when that polar vortex came in, we shifted it a little bit. But I'm holding up. But the thing is, it's not about me. It's about people that are truly in a dire situation. I know that I'm going home. 4 hours from now, I'm going to be in bed. There are people that are out here in this cold without the heaters, and they don't know where they're going to be tomorrow. That's true stress and trauma, and we need to be thinking about how to help them get out of where they are into a place that's healthy for them and for the community.
Okay, good deal. Cutaways? Yeah, cutaways. Well, that's good, man. What professional athletes came by?
Well, it was Craig Wolfley.
Oh, okay.
And of course, Tunch, you know, so he and Tunch had stories. So he was sharing some of those stories, and I asked him because it was 6 degrees when he was here, and I asked him where was the coldest he ever played, and he said it was in Buffalo, minus 15.
Really?
And they barely had any extra clothes on back then when they played. No.
Technology with the underwear stuff.
No. He said he had like a cut-off shirt and something else on. He was like, and that was it.
Wow.
And so I said, well, that inspires me because I know I'm not running plays right now. All I got to do is sit here and talk to people.
Yeah. What other cities are involved in this project? Not all of them, but a few.
Right. Well, I know that we actually did Zoom calls with Fresno. They had a wonderful program there where they're broadcasting from. Their city actually created this enclosed space for children who are homeless to have a place it's like a playground or a rec center, and they can come free of charge and be there. We called into Seattle. We were talking to them there, and those were the two we had conversations with. But there are others, about 11 other cities that we're in. The goal, though, is in October on Homelessness Day for 100 missions to all do this on the same day. And so this is kind of the dry run. We're getting all the technology together, and for us here, we're really stretching it. We added some of our own footage so that we try to have less downtime than some of the other places. Right. And so we're trying to up the production value.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, good deal. Well, we're going to have this on tonight at 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah.
Add that to your archives. And I'm glad you're safe, man.
Yeah.
You got the heat going and the infrared.
Infrared, that's the main thing, man.
Right.
To keeping me. And And it's actually, the temp's coming up a little bit. When it was really cold, it was...
Well, yeah, single digits, minus 5, 6, 7 degrees, and that sort of forecast is going to be up to 28. I'm like, man, that's good stuff.
Yeah.
I guess by this weekend, man, we'll be feeling like it's April in the 30s.
Right. Well, on this call, we had... I really got involved by Cleveland.
Okay.
When they announced this, it was a mission, I think, from either California or in the South, suggested January. I laughed at them. I was like, there's nobody in the Northeast going to do this. It's too cold. And the person from Cleveland, Linda up there, she said, we're going to do it in Cleveland. You mean to tell me Pittsburgh isn't going to do it? I said, well, we're in. So we jumped in, and guess what? They pulled out.
Are you serious?
3 days ago, they pulled out.
They planned that, man.
Yeah. That's what Craig Wolfley said. He said, that sounds like a Cleveland move right there. And then we heard that down in North Carolina, I don't know if it was Charlotte, they pulled out too.
Oh, wow.
And I said, they pulled out, and it was like,
it went down to 36. But for them, they said for them that's really cold. So okay,
Wow.
36. That's
Wow.
man, I take that right now, anytime.
I saw the forecast in the upper 30s. I'm like, man.
Yeah, that would be great.
But those folks, man, different strokes for different folks, man. You know. I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, man. Thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Hey, thank you. Good to see you. Yeah, we're coming home. You know my wife, Shanna, Dr. Shanna.
No, I haven't. Have I met you before? How you doing? It's nice seeing you.
Yeah, no problem.
Good.
She heads up the Area Agency on Aging for DHS.
Okay.
And so she runs all of aging services for DHS.
In the fall of 2017, Light of Life allowed cameras to follow Dean Robinson, a member of the newly formed outreach team, as he visited homeless camps around the city of Pittsburgh. What you will see is the stark reality of addiction and those working on the front lines of this battle.
This homelessness, along with addiction, has changed over the years. There's a much younger population of people. I've had guys sitting in my office, and I seen the look on their face, and I really do think they wanted to get clean. But it didn't happen that day. The next day they were gone. Madison Camp will be coming up on your right. That is a heroin camp. And pretty bad. You have your old diehards that just refuse to change their ways.
Nobody in the mother or wife or father or son or daughter or no one has ever even tried to help me.
Then you have the young guys that are just lost.
Yeah, I actually had an apartment and a job, but you know, I messed it up. I got back on drugs. I didn't do a lot of heroin stuff, you know, up here. I tried heroin for the first time when I first got up here. So, you know, I just think about my mom. You know, I'm all the way up here, you know, got away from my family, and that's the last thing she needs to identify one of her kids. You know what I mean? In a body bag. Oh. You know?
How long have you been homeless?
9 years.
9 years. May I ask what kind of drugs you do?
Marijuana, alcohol, heroin.
I have a lot of success on the north side because that was me. I was born and raised here on the north side. I grew up in a house with my mother, my father, and my sister. They had high hopes for me as an athlete. Somehow, some way, I just fell into the wrong path. I would get home weekends, and you know, then it went to 4 days a week, and then 5 days a week, and by then I had to have it to function. The stuff I was doing out on the street, people don't live through that stuff. And I really think I was trying to kill myself. I had to change my way of thinking. I had to change the way I do things and extend a helping hand to those that need to get back up.
I lost my apartment, my job, my electric was cut off, like everything happened all at once.
I really got into just the cycle, this is how life is. There was no thought of the future.
Pittsburgh's infested with it. It's everywhere.
Now you have young guys that are mixing heroin with fentanyl and elephant tranquilizer and all this. They're you know, you don't know what you're putting in you, and it's killing people.
I have a lady I've been with for about 3 years. I love her very much. About a week ago, I did 3 bags, she did 3 bags. I woke up, looking over to see where Joyce is at, wondering why all the cops is here. And I go over, start to reach for my girlfriend, Joyce, and the officer kept pulling me away from her. She died right here, in the tent right here. I feel guilty of losing her. You should have left me dead right along with her. That's how I feel. You should have left me dead right along with her.
In 2014, PA reported 36 counties there were overdose deaths due to heroin. 1 year later, every single county had a heroin death. There's not this hypothetical, okay, it happens in an inner city, it happens in the country, it happens in the suburbs. It can happen anywhere.
People have an idea like it's a certain age or a certain gender or it's a certain socioeconomic group, but it's not. It's everybody.
Angela was always just very unique. We grew up in a very tight-knit family. We were all very loved. She got married and she has 2 children. Probably about 3 years ago, she started to have lots of different health issues. She started presenting autoimmune issues, and so she was put on prescription drugs for her pain. There were a few things that we started to notice that were sort of not really making a lot of sense. When we would be around her, she would be very up and then very down, you know, nodding off, eyes in the back of her head. She wasn't suddenly able to pay some of her bills. It got to the point where it became very clear to us that she was addicted to these prescription pills. Finally, you know, my mom just said, "You have a problem, something's going on, let us help you." While she was in rehab, she met someone that she ended up having a relationship with. At one point, no longer could she get her prescription pills. And so the guy that she had been seeing, he came home and said, "I couldn't get the prescription pills, but I got something better." And that's when she used for the first time. She'd never tried heroin in her life. She tried it one time and she was hooked. There were so many people in our family that thought she was going to be okay. And it got to the point where I had to just say, she's never gonna stop. And I feel like I needed to mentally prepare myself for that reality.
It's hard for people to understand that there's no way in heck with myself. Being clean 4.5 years and making a decision to use drugs again. And that's the concept of people using against their will. You know, it is powerful, it's cunning.
I was getting ready for youth group. I'm in charge of a youth group in Connellsville. And I'm in my kitchen and my stepdad shows up. So I opened the door and he looks at me and he says, "I need to talk to you. You need to get the kids out of the room." And he walked me to the back of the house and all he said was, "They found Angela, she's dead." I will tell you, I was very calm because I thought, she can't use again and she can't hurt herself again. I felt as though it was like a prison in her mind that she couldn't get out of, and she hated herself so much. And now she didn't have to hate herself anymore, and she didn't have to hate herself for what she did to all of us or to her kids, and that she was at peace. This really is a disease. She didn't choose this. She might have chosen to use that first.
Done their end.
Okay.
Hey, Jarrell.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. How are you doing?
Hey, doing well.
Jarrell,
we're in the Bell Lap now.
Yeah. Jarrell, you're making me too warm just looking at all that stuff. I think I need to dress for California.
Wow, short sleeve. You're really suffering out there.
We had to bust out the sunscreen out here, to work on my doing so.
The sunscreen. Wow.
It was close to freezing in the night, but Fresno warms up during the day, so it was stinking cold night. I don't think it was
close.
But how cold is it there in Pittsburgh?
I haven't looked lately. We were around. We went to around 6 last night. I think we're up at 13 or 14 right now, so I can actually feel more warmth in the air. But we have some extra heaters around where we are. We decided to kind of go with a semi-enclosure. We still have the benches here, but it's more like a bus stop in the conversation. However, even with the heaters going, my water bottle froze. So it's cold still.
Well, before we get too far, why don't we introduce ourselves to our respective audiences here? So would you mind telling us where you're at? I mean, I already said Pittsburgh, but tell us who you are, what you do.
I'm Jarrell Gilliam. I'm the executive director at Light of Life Rescue Mission in the great city of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
That's awesome. And I'm Matt Dildine, and I'm the CEO of the Fresno Mission, located in Fresno, California. And Fresno is in the California is a big state, and Fresno is in the kind of the dead center of the state geographically. So we're kind of like almost down to the hundreds of basically the middle part. If you're to fold California in half, that's not where Fresno is. Some people know where Yosemite is at. We're at the Yosemite is in the mountain ranges that surround our valley here, and so we're at the base of that valley, the real agricultural part of the state. So so definitely So one of the things I've been interested in talking to the different people from around the network is, what are the unique challenges in your community regarding homelessness? And I think one thing for us, California, that we don't really understand is, how do you guys operate when you have extreme cold weather, and how does that impact your homeless population?
Well, those are great questions. One, there's kind of this dual reality here. There is this thought that we don't have as large as numbers as you all have out there because of our weather, and so we do have a lot of migration here. And when it starts getting colder, some people will move out of the area, but our numbers in point in time, as you know, stay the same. And so what we've noticed in the last few years is that there's been an increase in those over the winter seeking shelter. One of the ways we measure that is that the county has started an overflow situation, and They ask certain missions, we participate with it to add overflow capacity to their capacity, to their normal capacity. So we were already full, and then we added 25 beds for this overflow winter. And so it's from November 15th to the end of March. And the county also opened up a 100-bed facility that they're able to use. So we know that the numbers are increasing in our area. The cold weather definitely is a factor. But what we found out, and the thing that we're concerned when it's really cold like this, is for people who are suffering with mental health. And one of the words we learned out there, anosognosia, people who have the inability to even know that they need help, they will stay out in weather like this, and they could end up getting severe frostbite, lose limbs, or even die. And I think that's a challenge.
Yeah, I think you brought up an important point that I wish more people were educated on that anosognosia, or however you say it, but that basically that mental health condition that I kind of compare it to anorexia or bulimia, where a person who 90 pounds looks in the mirror and sees somebody who's 300 pounds. And same way, somebody who's on the street, their brain is telling them that they're perfectly fine and they don't need any help. And it's not a rational choice, but it's something that it's not a conscious or rational choice, but it's something that their brain is telling them.
Yes. And they do neuroscans now, so they can actually see the brain activity, and they're able to differentiate between somebody who's in denial, who actually knows the right thing to do but is choosing not to, and someone who has this, which is it's not even firing in their brain. They are not processing that they need help. And what the best practice is for people who are in that state, they need to be strongly encouraged, or even using a system like being court ordered for treatment, so that they can stabilize in order to make the decision. So we interviewed one of the pioneers in street medicine. I guess he would be the pioneer in street medicine in the world. Comes here from Pittsburgh. Their street team was out yesterday, and they found a man that was in a tent, had severe frostbite, and again, he had no idea. He was saying he did not need help, even though he was not even properly clothed out there in this tent in this sub-freezing weather. And so they had to intervene with the authorities in order to get him out of that very dangerous situation.
That's those are stories that everybody should know that deals with homelessness, because it puts a magnifying glass. What you experienced there in Pittsburgh, that case puts a magnifying glass on the same problems that we have here in California. But just because in California we don't have freezing temperatures, it just looks different, even though they're making the same exact decision, right? That's clear, understandable. Somebody is clearly acting irrational, yet their brain is clearly telling them they're fine. Here, it just looks like they just stay outside, they do drugs, they don't do it, they don't want to get better, or they can't have a choice. And while it doesn't get down to 6 degrees, they're not ever going to get frostbite. Slowly kill themselves over time.
But that is, so it could be more hidden there in the warmer weather.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's a good story. I'm going to share that story. It's a good illustration. Yeah. So how have your conversations gone?
They're going very well. They've been very productive. What we were saying, we've emphasized, as I know you have as well, that we are in no way trying to say that we are experiencing homelessness. This is nothing like someone has to deal with who doesn't know where they're going. I know In a few hours, I'm going to be home in bed. But somebody who's experiencing homelessness, they don't know where they're going to be tomorrow. They may not know where their next meal is coming from. They have to live with that anxiety every day of their safety. I have people with me all the time. I don't have the social isolation that they're having to deal with. And so this is totally different. However, the conversations have been very enlightening because, one, there is optimism here, more optimism than I was aware of in our community. I guess oftentimes when we have these community discussions, there's some issue going on, so there's a lot of energy. But in this conversation, we are able to not have a particular issue, but just say that we want to talk about the state of homelessness in general. And Matt, one of the things we've been using is, as you may know, Mr. Rogers comes from Pittsburgh. I think this is my second or third Pittsburgh reference, so there's some more to come. But Pittsburgh is a special place, but Mr. Rogers is from here. And so this whole idea of what does it mean to be a neighbor, to be a good neighbor. And so we've been trying to ask each person on the bench if they can imagine this future where everyone feels welcome, where everyone feels like a good neighbor. What would that look like? What would the characteristics be of being in a good neighborhood where everyone is accepted and has a place to stay? And out of that have come some interesting ideas. We have an idea wall in our lobby area, which is kind of the waiting area for our guests. And we're asking them to write on the wall their ideas. And in our final hour, one of the things we're going to be doing is reading what people have been saying on the wall to imagine what are solutions that we can bring to this.
Oh, dang, man. You just took this thing up another level. That's awesome. Did you know they did that? Did you hear that? Come here. Come here. Here, come sit with me. So Jarrell was telling me, yeah, they did, which is really cool. So Jarrell said that they've been asking everybody that sits down the bench of what does it mean to be a good neighbor? And then they have a wall where they write these things up. And then they're gonna talk about in their final hour what people wrote and like their solutions they come up with. That's super creative. That's a super creative idea. I like that, Jarrell.
Asked the question because I got to answer that question last night, but I had no idea.
That sounds
that
like
he's writing that down.
That sounds
awesome.
like one of the new best ideas I've had.
Yeah.
Happy to contribute.
That is he's got the act of being able to take an idea and make it his.
Oh, here we go. No,
that's a superpower.
No, I think that's awesome. Actually, that's the beauty of this event. I think why we're doing this is that it's cool seeing how it evolves with everybody else's creativity for the collective. I think that's awesome, man. We got to do that.
Love it.
We got to do that.
I do have a question for you, Jarrell.
Yeah.
We're towards the end of this, ready to do it again in October.
Yeah, we want to do it.
All right. That's awesome, man.
So we just have 140 recruits.
Yeah, we're in. We're excited. We think the conversation has been great, and excited to do it when it's not so freezing. But even our community partners, telling them that we want to do this again, there's been a lot of receptivity to that. They like participating in this process, and so yeah, we're in. This is worthy of continued conversation. And can I give you another idea that we've done here as well?
Yes.
There have been some people that they didn't necessarily want to be on the bench for the conversation, but they knew that this was an important topic, so they wanted to commit to pray. And so we made our chapel available, and some people came in to our chapel and they were praying for our event. They were praying for the conversationalists. They were praying that ideas would be inspired while we are here, that people would sense something special when they walk into this tent. And so that added this other layer of prayer covering for this event. not everybody came. Some prayed at home, but some came here. And there was sometimes where they would come out and ask, what are ideas that are being talked about that they can pray about? So I gave them some things, and they went back and prayed about it. So it added another interactive element to our gathering.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Man, that's awesome.
Awesome. So you're going to be on our wrap-up call in February, so we can hear those ideas again when we're all fresh-minded, and make sure that we can implement that in October.
Yeah, I should be out of bed by then.
Yeah, that's awesome, Jarrell. Man, you did such a great job. It's awesome seeing how you guys have put your own twist on it, and look forward to totally stealing your guys' ideas in the future. And yeah, I think that's awesome. So that's awesome.
Well, what have you learned out there? I love that place where Brandon was broadcasting from last night. And in fact, I was telling some of our people about it. Can you tell me about that place where youth can go and have recreation?
Yeah, so we built this place called City Center, which I think you're going to come out here in April.
Yes.
You know, one of the things that we looked at where our greatest demand was coming from, it was really coming from families and youth, right? And oftentimes when you're building facilities for the homeless, they're really catered towards the adult, the single adult, right? And there's good reason questioning that. But often the kid and the family is an afterthought, and they need things that are completely different from what a chronically homeless adult might need. And so we built City Center is really this campus that's focused on people who are struggling with life insecurity related to homelessness, human trafficking, foster care, addiction, and poverty, with a focus on families and youth. And so the kid is placed at the highest priority here. So one of the things that we want to do at City Center is, as opposed to building kind of a homeless fortress, we really build a community center. And so it's not so much, so like we have a coffee shop, we have a charter school. We had this parking lot, but we just turned the parking lot into a park. So we have, to my left over here, you can't see it, but we have the coolest basketball court in Fresno. We have an urban, you can't see it also, but there's a giant life-size dinosaur over here behind me too. That's, it's like an actual size Tyrannosaurus Rex playground. But we want to create an environment that what we wanted to do is say, if you lined up all the properties in Fresno and you had to say which is the coolest one, not just all the homeless providers, we said all the properties period in Fresno, said which is the coolest property. We wanted people to say it was going to be this one, City Center. And I think we've achieved that. And so yeah, it's definitely different. It's definitely different. It has about 25 different organizations on site. We have a youth drop-in center. We have a free grocery store, mental health care clinics, medical health care clinics. A bunch of, a variety of different services, supporting services. So yeah, it's a pretty cool environment. Look forward to showing it to you in April.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it as well. That sounds wonderful. I love how you're bringing all those services together like that.
Yeah. Well, hey man, I really appreciate the opportunity to get to talk to you, and I'll let you finish up your day there. And hopefully we're going to be praying here at 12:50 today with everyone together. So
awesome.
All right, man. We'll take care.
All right. Well, guys, good to see you. Finish strong, and I'll be talking to you soon.
Awesome. Thanks, Jarrell.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Cool.
Recording stopped.
I need to run to the bathroom real quick. Okay? Run to the bathroom real quick.
In the fall of 2017, Light of Life allowed cameras to follow Dean Robinson, a member of the newly formed outreach team, as he visited homeless camps around the city of Pittsburgh. What you will see is the stark reality of addiction and those working on the front lines of this battle.
This homelessness, along with addiction, has changed over the years. There's a much younger population of people. I've had guys sitting in my office, and I seen the look on their face, and I really do think they wanted to get clean. But it didn't happen that day. The next day they were gone. Madison Camp will be coming up on your right.
Testing. Testing. 1, 2. Testing. 1, 2. I turned it on. Testing. 1, 2. Hey, how are you doing? Testing. 1, 2.
We're good?
Hello.
Well, hello. Well, we are now going to have a bench conversation with my favorite with stars and everything around it. This is Dr. Shanna Gilliam. She is joining us here on the bench. So welcome to the bench conversation.
Thank you so much. It's really great to be here. First, I have got to just commend your team. This has been an amazing night and an amazing day. I feel like I've been here with you because, okay, so I wasn't really here with you, but I've been up for a lot of the night watching you and watching the videos and hearing the conversations, and I'm just so proud. You guys have done an amazing job, and I love that you continue to emphasize the point that you're not trying to recreate homelessness.
Yes.
That's not the point. The point is to highlight homelessness and highlight the issues that folks are dealing with, and also the resources that are available to help support people if they want to come in and just give it a shot, just give it a solid try. So I'm just really proud of you. I love you. You're doing a great job. You're doing so great.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Well, as you know, I could not do it without the team. If you were here, those of you who are watching on either Facebook or YouTube, there's a whole team of people around that's making this happen. I'm not alone. I've never been alone. There's always been a team of people, and they have some heaters and things like this here. And so I guess it's a little warmer because my water did not freeze yet. Last night it froze, so we're getting warmer here. But it is truly a team.
It is.
And that's been a theme too this whole time, has been community. What we do is a result of people working together and being in community. And so this is just a fruit of that happening. So like you are here, not only because you're my wife.
Right, but also
Yes.
because older adults, people over 55, in fact, are the fastest growing population of people who are experiencing homelessness. So, you know, it's definitely an issue that we are seeing more in the social services and the public services.
Yes.
And I started asking you that question a while ago, you know,
Yes.
are you seeing more people over 55? And we say over 55 as opposed to over 60, which is typically the age that we use to denote older adult, because we know that when a person lives on the street, their experience really takes a toll on their body.
Yes,
It
yes,
ages them.
yes.
So I've been asking you that question for a while, and you've been sharing with me as you've noticed the uptick in the
Yes.
percentage of people who've been coming to, you know, get a meal or spend a night in your shelter or even come to your program. So we're definitely seeing the national trends here in this region, and we've got great partners like Light of Life, with whom we've been working on various projects over the past 2 years that I've been at the Area Agency on Aging.
Yes. Well, we're proud to be a part of that, and the community network and partnership is important for us as a region to continue to strengthen that. I know for Light of Life 2 years ago, we were somewhere around 25% of those that were coming to our emergency services were in that older adult category. This past year, nationally, 30% of those who were receiving homeless services were in that category. But the trend line is that within 3 years, that's going to triple. So, so we're looking at that continue to grow and grow at this really an exponential rate. As the baby boomers are starting to age up, we know that now those people, as they get up there, they're going to need services, and the services that they need are different than the services that some of the other population has had to deal with. And so I know that that's an area that you focus on a daily basis. Yeah. And so for those who do not know what you do, what does the Area Agency on Aging cover for DHS?
Sure. You know, actually, before I launch into that, you said something that was really important. Okay. You mentioned how people who are in this aging demographic actually have somewhat different needs than those who are younger, who are in the shelter system. When we look at the overall health outcomes for our population in our country, I think we could probably agree that the quality of food, the lifestyle that people are living, you know, even though people are living to be older, the years that they're actually living healthfully are the lowest in this country than they are around the world.
Wow, yeah.
And when you combine a population that is living longer with those who are acquiring chronic diseases at higher percentages, and then you also recognize the fact that we have generations coming behind that are like the Generation X, our population is smaller. There are fewer healthcare providers who are able to help serve those populations.
Right.
It's really a recipe for a dire need to do something different.
Yes.
And so I think part of what I love about partnering with the Light of Life rescue mission is that you are open and willing to really look around not only our region, but look around the country, look around the world, and see what the practices are that are working well, and what can we bring to our region to continue to put Pittsburgh and Allegheny County in a space to be recognized leaders.
Yes.
So I do want to get to your question about what the AAA does.
Yes.
So,
Thank you for that.
The Area Agency on Aging is responsible for basic services for the population of people over 60 and their caregivers. We focus on key areas like nutrition. Last year, we delivered over 500,000 home-delivered meals to older adults in the community. We also sponsor 42 senior centers, which are situated all around the county. And these are places where people can come to ward off social isolation. You can come play a game of cards, play pool. You can do health and fitness activities and attend wellness education services. And you can also get a meal. You can come in for lunch every day and sit with some friends that you meet and have a nutritious meal. We also support in-home services. So there are many people who don't want to move into a nursing home, and frankly, they don't need to. They just need someone to come and to help them with what they call activities of daily living.
Yes.
Bathing, brushing their teeth, laundry, light housekeeping, going to the grocery store. And with these types of support, they can stay in their homes, in their communities where they want to be, surrounded by the community that they've loved and supported for their lives. That's one of the services that the Area Agency on Aging contracts out, and we provide support for that. We also have a body of programming for caregivers.
Okay.
Caregivers of spouses, of adults. You know, we talk a lot about child care, but you know, when you look at someone who is, you know, moving into that elder adulthood, having someone who is going to be there to take care of their spouse as they age, or you know, your mom, your dad, your uncle, your aunt, that is a space where the Area Agency on Aging supports formal and informal caregivers.
Right.
There are people for whom that's their career. We contract with providers all across the county to whose profession is direct care. But then there are also people who are spouses, and that's not their formal job. They might even still have a formal job, but that's their role, that's their responsibility, and frankly, they do it out of love. But that role can be very stressful. So providing training on how do you properly sit someone up, how do you properly move someone or help them move from the bed to the toilet or to a chair, how do you help feed someone, or how do you continue to support someone as they continue to feed themselves as long as they can?
Right.
You know, these are all areas where the Area Agency on Aging provides support. We also do older adult protective services. You may be familiar with children and youth protective services. But similarly, there are older adults who are being abused and neglected by people who are, you know, loved ones, and sometimes even those who are closest to them.
So sad, yeah.
But they're being victimized, and perhaps sometimes their finances are being exploited. But if there are situations where you come to know that this is occurring, you can call. Call us on the senior line. Google Allegheny County Area Agency on Aging, Aging Services, DHS, any of those things.
Yes.
It'll pop up. It'll get you to us.
We've used the senior line, yes.
And we will come out and investigate those. We get 7,000 phone calls about older adult abuse each year.
Wow.
I could go on and on because I really love our work, and you know, it's just such. I'm passionate about it.
Yes. Well, you have a large staff that's helping out in this area. County Exec Anna Murata was here earlier, and she was highlighting some of the services and highlighted older adults as well. And so we know that this area is something that's important to the county, and is important for our future.
Yes.
And so one of the goals for our time is to begin to imagine what would it look like for our city to have solutions for some of these challenges that that we see and that we are aware of.
Yeah.
And so I think about that for older adults. I think about accessibility.
Yeah.
And so often some of these buildings around here are old, but they're not accessible for wheelchairs.
Right.
They don't have the types of protections within the home that they should.
Yeah.
And so what are some of the? Do you have any?
Sure, definitely. Yeah, this is an area where there are innovations abounding all across the country, and actually, Pittsburgh is one of the areas that is becoming a hub for this type of innovation. The University of Pittsburgh has a partnership with the Area Agency on Aging. We've been working with them for the past 5-6 years now, and we actually recently just received, it was just announced, a federal grant from the United States HUD, Housing and Urban Development, and it's for a program for housing remodification. So University of Pittsburgh actually has their Healthy Home Hub where they test out ideas that can then be brought to market to support people to age in place, whether it's adaptive lighting to help make sure people don't trip as they're going to the restroom at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, or if it's a chair that stands up to support you or greet you as you begin to sit down, or even a guard rail, like a movable rail that supports people as they can still traverse the very steep steps that we have here in Pittsburgh, but maybe need a little extra support so that they don't fall backwards.
Right.
You really, if you haven't gone to the Healthy Home Lab, you should go. Check it out. It's really interesting. I was there just a year ago, and I know they probably have even more innovations than were there when I was there.
Right.
But you know, you're asking me about what we do, but I really do want to mention the fact that Light of Life has been an amazing partner.
Yes.
And innovating around the homeless issue for older adults. You mentioned in an earlier conversation about the street medicine outreach, and I remember a couple years ago, early on, you know, when we came together to talk about, you know, how can we better support access for medical services for people who are living on the streets, who are entering older adulthood. How can we leverage the street medicine, the work that the partnership that you have, to actually increase access for those folks to get, you know, dental exams and get their physicals and to get care, and even wound care, and the types of issues that you come across on the street. And then as I was going inside, I saw the signs for older adult protective services. If you see someone, or if you know someone who's experiencing abuse or neglect, you know, this is the phone number to call. And I really I appreciate the partnership that your team has had with Area Agency on Aging to really help inform the work that we're doing to get the message out to folks who are living on the street that you don't have to be victimized. It's not okay for you to be abused or neglected simply because you don't have an address. It's not okay. And there's someone here who can support you. So I appreciate the partnership that the Department of Human Services has had with Light of Life Rescue Mission, and you know, looking forward to the emergency and transitional housing project that we recently received from administration from Community Living. You know, just having, it's such an amazing opportunity to have a national leader in our backyard. To be able to work alongside Light of Life Rescue Mission, Mercy Behavioral Health, Taylor Construction, Casa San Jose, Deaf Stone, all of these community partners, Wesley Family Services that are doing this work, as we're looking to actually modify the units that people are going to be able to move into quickly if it turns out that they have to basically escape their own home because they're being abused by someone that lives under that roof.
Right.
So this is a great opportunity.
Well, these Dr. Jim Withers was here, and he was talking about some of the initiatives they're looking forward to in this coming year, and their program is definitely growing, and they have a commitment to helping older adults.
Oh, good.
And we want to see that here. We know it needs to expand.
Yeah.
One of the parts of our model is that we're hoping to open community hubs in other parts of the city because we realize that it's beyond, our scope is beyond just the north side. So there's been some partnerships that's already been initiated.
That's great.
And so we're looking at how we can come alongside other people. And again, we love some of the ideas that were being presented here today about how each area or each person can choose to do one thing to move us towards a more equitable, a more serving, a more accommodating living space here.
Yeah. I actually just had a conversation today with US HUD.
Okay.
We were talking in preparation for the new grant that we just received for home modification program. And I was mentioning to them, and actually they were mentioning to me about the COC, the Continuum of Care, and how, you know, important it is for us to really keep aging adults in that conversation. So you can look for us. We're going to be joining some of those working groups, particularly with this new grant. It really gives us information that we didn't have before. So I'm looking forward to being a part of those teams and seeing you across the table.
Yeah, I always enjoy that. One of the things that was not mentioned today in any of the conversation, but it is part of our strategy and part of our strategic plan, but I know it's something that you're aware of because you introduced some of it to me, and that is looking for ways to utilize AI technology to assist in the work that we're doing. And so that is definitely part of the future for us and for our county.
Yeah.
And this is a period of time where we can decide how we're going to use AI in a negative way or a positive way. And there are so many positive things that can be done, time-saving measures that can happen through using AI. And so I know that that's something that you've looked into before. And do you see a broader application in our county using that?
You know, I definitely do, and thanks for bringing that up. Artificial intelligence, you know, it's ubiquitous. It's pretty much everywhere. Whether you see it or not, it's there.
Right.
And so I decided, you know, when the opportunity presented itself, the Forbes Funds put together a partnership with Mad Labs to offer a set of 3 cohorts to build skills among the social service sector on how to use AI for social good.
Yes.
And it was through that learning opportunity that it really opened my eyes to the potential that AI had to really save me so much time and to save my staff time. And you know, the bottom line is when you're recognizing the fact that you have a worker shortage in older adult services, and then you're not necessarily using time efficiency, you know, that's a space where you can definitely, you know, make some impact, make some changes for the good of the network and for the system. So that's exactly what we did. We've been utilizing just, first of all, just in our everyday workflows, we've been using artificial intelligence to help with streamlining documentation editing, or you know, putting together advertisements, or you know, just the types of skills that are not, they're not central or core to the work that we do.
Right.
You know, there always has to be that human touch.
Yes.
When someone walks into the office and needs help, or when someone calls the senior line, there needs to be that warm voice, that person who actually can empathize, sympathize, understand, talk them through the situation, and help guide them to the resources that they need. At the same time, I don't need to spend 30 minutes putting together a flyer to tell you about the event where you're going to get, you know, the hot and warm meal. So there are places where, you know, we've just started, you know, just kind of the tip of the iceberg at saving time, costs that cost my staff time that they could actually be using, talking to someone and helping them through their challenges.
Right.
But one of the places where we've actually been more impactful on the system is with our digital assistant. We have actually launched a digital assistant named Ally, A-L-L-Y, like Allegheny, but Ally. And she has all this information about how to access services for older adults and what services are available. So let me tell you what happened. I was actually speaking with a woman who directs one of the medical departments in one of our universities. I don't have permission to say her name, so I'm not going to say her name. But she was telling me that in the training program for some of the pharmacists that were, you know, being, you know, placed around the county, they were getting questions when they were on site at the pharmacies from older adults who were coming to pick up their medication. And they didn't really have the answer for, well, how do I get food, or where do I go for this, or how do I get this service? They didn't really know what to tell people. So she was asking me if there was someone that we could send out to do a training, and I'm like, well, sure, we can do that. And I said, and by the way, we're also in the process of developing this this digital assistant that they could just have on their phone. So when someone comes in and asks a question, you know, where is the nearest food bank and when is it open, they could just type that into Ally and have the answer right there at their fingertips. So, you know, this is a space where not only that information for older adults, but I can really see that type of technology being developed and honed to be much more responsive and inclusive of, you know, where are the beds available for shelters, so that people can have that information in real time. And, you know, I'm not talking about ChatGTP. I'm not talking about Googling. I'm not talking about some like open source, you know, where there's, you know, just information may not be accurate or updated, but this is curated information to make sure that people get the best information that's accurate and, most importantly, timely.
Yes. Well, I appreciate you spending the time out here. I know that it is getting cold, but we're also coming towards the end of our time. And are there any closing thoughts you want to leave us with?
Well, honestly, when I was sitting here for the first half hour before I was talking, when you were on the video talking with the other executive directors, I was thinking to myself, you know, I know that this is not really what it's like, obviously, to be homeless. But it's definitely cold out here. I don't think I've been in a situation where I have just been kind of outside like this.
Yeah.
It really gave me some minutes to think about that.
Yes.
And it really shed a lot of light on how important it is
Yes.
to have a shelter system where people can come and get in out of the cold, not just for a night,
Yes.
but also for a lifetime. Thank you.
Right. Well, it is our honor to be able to do this and to have these conversations, and we're committed to moving forward and having more. The next one will be in October. But again, thank you for coming and getting me across the finish line. I know I can do it.
You can do it.
I know I can make it.
You can make it.
And thank you for all the work you do for older adults. I do know that our team is very grateful for the support. It's just so good to know that when an older adult comes, that there are supports, and they can call that senior line, and basically they are there to help. I often quote what I saw on your walls, one of your walls over there. There's no wrong door.
Yes.
And so we try to have the same kind of philosophy. We want people to know that they'll get superior customer service, whatever number they call, whatever door they show up. We want to try to get them the answers. So thank you for inspiring me and for inspiring us in that area. And we just wish you well, and we want to continue to be good partners with you.
I'm glad you're my neighbor.
All right. Well, I think we're going to a break now. Okay. Who's here? Oh, okay. I think Sydney is here, so we're gonna check out. Thank you. Sydney! Hello! Hello! Welcome! Yeah. I can't believe it, we're here! Yes, yes. Well, welcome to the bench conversation. Yeah, so please, have a seat. I, when I was looking at the schedule, and I saw that you were our last one before our staff comes together, it gave me something to look forward to, because one, I know every time when we talk, there's synergy around what God is doing, that there's hope for people who need the hope, and also...
I am a host, producer, development producer of Cornerstone Television Network, which is a Christian TV ministry that's based in Pittsburgh, but we have affiliates across the country, and we have been a long-standing partner with Light of Life, and so it's like from our heart to yours, like we love you all so much, and so even this opportunity is just incredible, and I just commend you for taking the time just to do this and to really raise awareness like for such a time as this.
Well, thank you. Yeah, we are a part of an international network of rescue missions called Citygate, and that's where the idea originally came from. Some other missions had done something like this, and so we decided to, hey, let's try this. They were planning this in the summer, and they picked January. The people who were recommending this, though, were from the South and from California, and so I was telling them it's a little different for us in January.
Right.
But we decided to do it, to be a part, because we know the conversation is important.
Yeah.
We were not expecting this whole polar vortex thing.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. So that kind of changed things, but we kind of had a huddle about it, and we said, you know what? If we had to change this in some way, we realized that the people we serve, they don't have that option.
Yeah.
They're living outside, they're in the streets, they're in tents, and they don't have the option of saying, oh, we're just not going to do it. So we said, you know what, we're going to move forward. And so we did change it up a little bit. It was just going to be a bench, and we got a little bit of enclosure here to keep the wind from blowing, and we got some heaters, and it may not feel warmer in here, but
it feels.
I know it's warmer because my water bottle didn't freeze. Last night it froze, so there was ice inside. So.
But just like what you said, because I think I'll be transparent. So I was like, ooh, seeing all those like temperatures, like how it was like the negatives and like really cold and how things are shut down. But I felt like, like you just said, that there's a lot of people. This is their option. This is it.
Yes.
And so this is for like a short time, but it just made me even process and think, and just driving the city or different areas around, just like this is somebody's livelihood. This is somebody. This is home for somebody in our city.
Yes. One of the themes, there's been a couple of themes that I wanted to mention to you that's been coming out. One is the importance of community.
Yeah.
We say it here a lot. We talk about the opposite of addiction isn't sobriety, but community. And so we always want to try to build community. We feel like Jesus modeled that.
Yeah.
He created community from people that were different, from different backgrounds, but he brought them together and made them one. And so we believe that when people have been under trauma and they've been hurt, they often begin to believe lies about themselves, others, and God. And so what we want to do is invite them into an environment where they can experience the love of God, where they can experience people accepting them just as they are. And then we all learn and grow together. And so that community thread has also been carried into the wishes for people, for our larger community to be more welcoming. And so we have a board in there. I don't think they let you get inside. They grabbed you right as you came, but inside there's a kind of a dream wall in there. And we said there's a couple of questions, but one of them is if Pittsburgh truly was Mr. Rogers' neighborhood, where everyone here felt like they were part of the neighborhood, what would that look like? What would be the things that would need to change so that could happen? So people are writing down their ideas. It's like a vision wall of what Pittsburgh would look like. And in this final segment here, we're going to bring the wall out and we're going to read some of the suggestions that are out there. But then earlier we had the privilege of the president of Fred Rogers Production Company coming by. So Paul was here, and he gave me a hat, and more importantly, these thoughts from Mr. Rogers about neighborhood, and he went through and bookmarked these sections that reminded him of us.
Wow,
and
that's powerful.
So he read some of them, and I read some of them randomly here, and they're just inspirational. But anyway, that whole idea of neighbors being in community together is so important, but I believe that that's part of what we are supposed to be working towards here.
Yeah. Well, I know when we had a chance to talk like a couple months ago, because on the Glory Hour, like on Cornerstone, is this a whole idea? I know it's on your heart of like this prophetic imagination.
Yes.
And just dreaming of like a better life, a better community, especially for those that are, facing, homelessness and addiction. And so just even hearing that there's a wall and people are writing what, what Pittsburgh could look like. I know that's something that's close and near and dear to your heart.
Yeah.
And I love Mr. Rogers growing up. So it's like that's Mr. Rogers, like rest in peace. But like I just love that, and it just warms my heart just to hear that all that you're doing, and it's incredible, like the light that you truly are in the city, and for so many just around in our community.
Yes. Well, thank you for that. it truly is a community that makes it happen here. And we've been able to visit with political leaders during these conversations, business leaders. We have people who have experienced homelessness and shared some of their story. We've also been playing some of our past testimonies that have been captured in between as well. So there's been a lot of hope shared. And that's what we're hoping, is that as people see the stories, they find their story in the story.
Conversation that it transformed my way of thinking, of just understanding how trauma has changed the face of homelessness, and just even sitting here, like, I'll be honest, my face is getting a little cold, and I just had a moment where it's like, okay, I'm sitting here, this is temporary, but like, can't even imagine for somebody who's maybe over there or somewhere down in the city where they're sitting, and what things that they're carrying inside of them. That they need that hope like never before, and we know like the greatest hope that we have is in Jesus.
Yes. We interviewed Dr. Jim Withers not too long ago, and he was talking about their team saved somebody out of a tent yesterday.
Wow.
And this person, they would have died if he would have been there a little longer. And so they were glad that they saved him, but it also highlights the fact that there are some people that they are so impacted by maybe it's mental illness or their own trauma that they refuse to get help. They refuse to get it. They don't even recognize that they need it. And so we're grateful for partners like Operation Safety Net that will go out there and seek them. We're grateful for our outreach team that does the same thing, and they go out and drive around and they have conversations and invite people in. Right now in our other building, I was there right before I came on the bench. I just wanted to check in with them, and there was probably 40 people in our cafeteria area over there in our day center. People are just welcome. There's always a warm place in Pittsburgh to go. So a person can come in, they don't need an appointment. They can come in, charge their phone, sit in a warm environment. That's what we feel called to do. And we're happy to be able to do that. But now it's expanding, and we want to see it happen even more around the city.
Yeah, well, I'm just believing God. It's like He's going to do exceedingly above anything you can ask, think, or imagine because of all that you're doing and your heart that you pour into. And I had this thought, like, can we pray?
Yeah.
Can we pray together and just like?
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
In fact, I was just going to mention that to you because I know that's so near and dear to your heart. Yeah. We had some people, when they heard about this, they said they weren't interested in coming out on the bench with me, but they wanted to pray. So we opened up our chapel and we made it available for people. So they put a 24-hour prayer list together, and some people came here, some prayed at home. So there's been prayer covering over this event. We've been praying that this would be a tent of meeting, and we've been praying for people that as they sit on these benches, that they would be inspired with new ideas and new passion. So yes, it's appropriate that as we close this time, that we close it with prayer. Thank you.
Well, Heavenly Gracious Father, we just thank you that you are the great I am, that you are the God of the universe. We thank you, Lord Jesus, just for your heart and your warmth, Father God. And we thank you, Lord Jesus. I just thank you so much for Light of Life. I thank you so much, Father God, how you're using them as a beacon of hope, Lord Jesus. And we just pray, Father God, in the mighty name of Jesus, that you would expand their territory, that you would expand their tent pegs in this season, Father God, to reach more people, Father God. That, Lord Jesus, that we just declare and decree that, Father God, that you would give them strategies, divine strategies to go out into the cities, to go out, Father God, into the benches and even to near the rivers, oh God, and that you would just give them ideas, Lord God, just so this could be solved, Father God, that everyone would know who you are, Lord Jesus, and that you have a place for them at home. And so I just thank you so much for this incredible ministry. I thank you so much for the vision of Reverend Jarrell, Father God, and just thank you for the whole staff that's here that is working day in and day out, Lord God. And I just pray a special blessing over them. And Father God, we even just pray for the people that are sitting on the bench, that are maybe on the tent, or maybe they're scared, they don't know what to do next. We pray, Holy Spirit, that you would just move through the city like never before, that we would hear of your testimonies and your miracles, Father God, that you would just continue to draw the one, and that we even pray as this weather is like it's cold, that we pray that it warms up, but also that you would just draw them into a place that they would be safe and that they would know you, Jesus, because you are the greatest thing that has ever happened to any of us. And so we just thank you, Lord God, and I just pray just continued blessings over this whole Conversations on a Bench, and it would go far and wide, oh God, and that it would just bless Light of Life for the days to come. In Jesus' name.
In Jesus' name. And so now we'll be preparing to do our close. And so I know there might be some that we have one more guest, and then we'll have our close. And so thank you again.
Hi.
Hi. I'm glad you found us. Seabirds, yeah.
She saw that you were here today, and she felt inclined to come down because homelessness is her calling. She wants to help people. She does help people currently.
Okay.
And she just wants to sit with you for 5 minutes.
Okay.
So I'm gonna just wake you up, so you don't have to do anything. It's just right here. And then when I turn this on, it turns green, and that's when you can hear you. So as soon as I turn this on, you can see the shot, okay?
Well, welcome,
Thank
Judy.
you.
Come on in, and
Thank
welcome
you.
to our conversation here.
Well,
so what prompted you to come by?
Well, my daughter said you were here. I didn't see it. Actually, I seen you on television,
Okay.
but we were doing Bible study
Okay.
at home yesterday. So I seen your face, but I couldn't hear you talking or what
I
you were
see.
doing. But we had just cooked. We cooked for the Light of Life, our church,
Oh,
Faith
thank
Community
you.
Christian Church. And
Okay.
Mark Hubert, who is doing this, is in the hospital, and I
Oh.
took over for him for that. But I used to come down and feed for them.
Yes.
But this is a calling that has been on my heart forever.
Okay.
And when my daughter said you were here, I'm like, I just need to go see him. I just need to talk to him. I need to tell him, let's do something. I know you are.
Yes.
I need to do more. I run a free storage church.
Okay, yeah.
And so we have a lot of, we're near the projects in
Yes.
Moon Township, Coriopolis.
Okay.
And they all come up. A lot of them are foreigners. A lot of them are Hispanic and Guatemalans and so forth. But my heart is here. My heart
Yeah.
is here. We also feed once a month from Men's Challenge. We go down with Men's Challenge to feed on, I can't think of the name of the street, Boulevard of the Allies.
Oh, okay.
Once a month.
Right up
and
there.
I've got a lot of new friends down there from meeting them.
Because you
And
meet them as you're giving things out. Yes.
Absolutely. And
Yes.
we just did a coat drive, and I take the coats down, I hang them on the fence, and they pick their,
Oh, wow.
It's so rewarding. But
Yes.
what's rewarding is when they accept Jesus Christ
Yeah.
that night, and
Yeah.
there was 2 last time that did. A lot of them just want to hear you,
Yes.
and you hear them.
Right.
And my husband had a really touching situation where a guy was from Vietnam, and he's taking his coat off and showing him his wounds and everything, and
Yeah,
it's like, but he wasn't with it, and
Yeah.
it's like, why are we not doing more?
Yeah, we do need to do more.
What can we do to listen?
Yeah.
You know, I know that you house and you feed but what can we do to open doors for even just to sit and have a conversation with people? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I would love to rack your brain. I'd
Yeah.
love to be able to have a big building and just do what we need to do in
Yeah.
all the floors, you
Yeah.
know? Because there's a lot of people out there that are caring and giving.
Yeah, that is true. We just a couple of years ago opened up our building over at Vetley. And so that was the first time that we were able to have a day center because we typically, for years, once people would eat in the morning, sleep at night, eat in the morning, they had to leave.
Right.
So we knew that that wasn't a way to build relationship with people. So having a day center is one of the steps to give people a place where they can come. They're not feeling rushed. Then in the winter, we participate with the cold weather shelter system.
Right.
And so we're one of the overflow spots. So people are there again, and then we add another additional 25 beds between November 15th and the end of April or end of March to accommodate extra people. But the reality is that more is needed. Mm-hmm. And somebody was here. We're hoping to gather some ideas, and one of the ideas was around if each person prays about it and thinks and asks God, what is one thing I can do? Mm-hmm. And the person was saying, no matter how small it is, mm-hmm. it doesn't have to be a grand, start a new ministry or start a whole new outreach or cook soup for 500 people. It could be to just help somebody in some way. Mm-hmm. And what she was saying is if each person does one thing mm-hmm. in that direction, they brought up this idea of homeless and people needing a place. And one person was challenged around the idea of what can we do? And they were an empty nest couple, mm-hmm. and they decided to take their children's room, the 2 rooms that they had moved out, convert it over so it could be like a boarding room, and they could accept in some people. Mm-hmm. It was only 2 people, but it was what they could do.
Right.
And
right.
Not everyone needs to become homeless and come to Light of Life. What if all the churches did that? What if all the people who have faith did that and just said, what is a place I can do? What is something I can do? Maybe it's not a room, but maybe it's serve a meal. Right. Or maybe it's pass out clothes, have a free store. There have been people that come here and they've expanded their free stores or donation centers mm-hmm. by getting some of their supplies from us. So that could be a way that you can become a partner if you're not already, and we can help you with the supplies that you are giving away in whatever area you're in. Now, is Faith Community in the Monroeville area?
No. It's in Pittsburgh.
It's in Pittsburgh.
It's over Swickley Bridge up Thornhill Run.
Okay.
So we overlook
right towards Mooncrest.
Mooncrest.
Yeah. Okay.
So primary that used to, when we moved in the neighborhood, was low-income blacks and whites.
Yes.
Well, now it's over. They're out, and it's everybody else, and it's triggering some points in my head, and it's like, we just need to do different. We need to do more, and we need to do different for our soldiers that are here laying on the streets.
Yes.
That's what's killing me.
Yes.
That's what's killing me to see. My brothers were all in the armies, navies. My husband, but they have homes.
Yeah.
These people don't, and I just feel that. I keep asking God to give me that answer. Give me that answer. And when my daughter said you were here, I'm like, okay, maybe he's telling me to get down and talk to Jarrell because I wanted to do that. But I want to help in some way. And so I gave the girl my number, my name.
Good.
We have a restaurant and a pub.
Okay.
So I do a lot there. We have so many giving, caring people that drop things off constantly. I had a guy buy 3 pallets, how they bid on them.
Yeah.
We had 3, these huge,
Wow.
from bathing suits down to doorknobs, But I mean, it's amazing how giving people are. They just don't know.
Just don't know where to go.
They just don't know, So I would love to be some type of in-between for everybody. I don't know.
Yes. Well, thank you for stopping by.
My pleasure.
I'm glad they got your number. Also, our donation center, our volunteer area, they have a short orientation. But on that, they have many opportunities for service and for getting involved. And also Lori Muslow is in our church area.
Okay.
And so they help with kind of church strategies, outreaches, things you could do. Both those places would be happy to talk to you. So.
I appreciate that.
Right.
I appreciate it. God bless you.
Well, God bless you. Thank you again
so
for
much.
thinking of us and
No
for coming
problem.
by. Tell your daughter hello for us.
I will.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
So I didn't know if you needed to use the restroom or anything. I'm gonna kind of reconfigure the space a little bit to fit all the directors in here. So I'm gonna bring a few chairs out and whatnot.
In the fall of 2017, Light of Life allowed cameras to follow Dean Robinson, a member of the newly formed outreach team, as he visited homeless camps around the city of Pittsburgh. What you will see is the stark reality of addiction and those working on the front lines of this battle.
This homelessness, along with addiction, has changed over the years. There's a much younger population of people. I've had guys sitting in my office, and I seen the look on their face, and I really do think they wanted to get clean. But it didn't happen that day. The next day they were gone. Madison Camp will be coming up on your right. That is a heroin camp. And pretty bad. You have your old diehards that just refuse to change their ways.
Nobody in the mother or wife or father or son or daughter or no one has ever even tried to help me.
Then you have the young guys that are just lost.
Yeah, I actually had an apartment and a job, but you know, I messed it up. I got back on drugs.
I didn't do a lot of heroin stuff, you know, up here. I tried heroin for the first time when I first got up here. So, you know, I just think about my mom. You know, I'm all the way up here, you know, got away from my family, and that's the last thing she needs to identify one of her kids. You know what I mean? In a body bag. Oh, you know.
How long have you been homeless?
9 years.
9 years. May I ask what kind of drugs you do?
Marijuana, alcohol, heroin.
I have a lot of success on the north side because that was me. I was born and raised here on the north side. I grew up in a house with my mother, my father, and my sister. They had high hopes for me. I was an athlete. Somehow, some way, I just fell into the wrong path. I would get home weekends, and you know, then it went to 4 days a week, and then 5 days a week, and by then I had to have it to function. The stuff I was doing out on the street, people don't live through that stuff. And I really think I was trying to kill myself. I had to change my way of thinking. I had to change the way I do things and extend a helping hand to those that need to get back up.
I lost my apartment, my job, my electric was cut off, like everything happened all at once.
I really got into just a cycle, this is how life is. There was no thought of the future.
Pittsburgh's infested with it. It's everywhere.
Now you have young guys that are mixing heroin with fentanyl and elephant tranquilizer and all this. They're you know, you don't know what you're putting in you, and it's killing people.
I have a lady I've been with for about 3 years. I love her very much. about a week ago. I did 3 bags, she did 3 bags. I woke up, looking over to see where Joyce is at, wondering why all the cops is here. And I go over, start to reach for my girlfriend, Joyce, and the officer kept pulling me away from her. She died right here, in the tent right here. I feel guilty of losing her. They should have left me dead right along with her. That's how I feel. You should have left me dead right along with her.
In 2014, PA reported 36 counties there were overdose deaths due to heroin. 1 year later, every single county had a heroin death. There's not this hypothetical, okay, it happens in an inner city, it happens in the country, it happens in the suburbs. It can happen anywhere.
People have an idea like it's a certain age or a certain gender or it's a certain socioeconomic group, but it's not. It's everybody.
Angela was always just very unique. We grew up in a very tight-knit family. We were all very loved. She got married and she has 2 children. Probably about 3 years ago, she started to have lots of different health issues. She started presenting autoimmune issues, and so she was put on prescription drugs for her pain. There were a few things that we started to notice that were sort of not really making a lot of sense. When we would be around her, she would be very up and then very down, nodding off, eyes in the back of her head. She wasn't suddenly able to pay some of her bills. It got to the point where it became very clear to us that she was addicted to these prescription pills. Finally, my mom just said, "You have a problem, something's going on, let us help you." While she was in rehab, she met someone that she ended up having a relationship with. At one point, no longer could she get her prescription pills. And so the guy that she had been seeing, he came home and said, "I couldn't get the prescription pills, but I got something better." And that's when she used for the first time. She'd never tried heroin in her life. She tried it one time and she was hooked. There were so many people in our family that thought she was going to be okay. And it got to the point where I had to just say, she's never gonna stop. And I feel like I needed to mentally prepare myself for that reality.
It's hard for people to understand that there's no way in heck with myself. Being clean 4.5 years and making a decision to use drugs again. And that's the concept of people using against their will. It is powerful, it's cunning.
I was getting ready for youth group. I'm in charge of a youth group in Connellsville. And I'm in my kitchen and my stepdad shows up. So I opened the door and he looks at me and he says, "I need to talk to you. You need to get the kids out of the room." And he walked me to the back of the house and all he said was, "They found Angela, she's dead." I will tell you, I was very calm because I thought, she can't use again and she can't hurt herself again. I felt as though it was like a prison in her mind that she couldn't get out of, and she hated herself so much. And now she didn't have to hate herself anymore, and she didn't have to hate herself for what she did to all of us or to her kids. And that she was at peace. This really is a disease. She didn't choose this. She might have chosen to use that first time, but after that, she wasn't in her control.
This is a culturally driven disease that is creating a ripple effect of crime, economic depression, socioeconomic despair, this is an epidemic.
There's a struggle. It's huge. It's a big fight. And I feel like at this point, I don't know who's winning the war, but the drugs seem like they're multiplying.
It truly is a family disease. Even though one person uses, the entire family is affected. And it's painful. And no one should ever have to tell their loved one that they're not ever gonna see their mom again.
If we don't come together and attack this disease together, it's going to consume us, okay? And I'm scared of what this world will come to.
I started drinking alcohol first. I was selling drugs. I used crack cocaine. I've been in jails. I've been in institutions. The end of the road was when I was homeless.
My drug of choice was heroin. There's no limit that you won't go to get the next one, just to be okay. I think that's one of the biggest misconceptions. That or like it's fun, because it's not fun. I mean, you don't even feel like a person.
Got on drugs pretty bad before I went in the military, continued with it during the Vietnam War.
I lost my sister in 2015 to addiction, and I've seen it ravage families. Addiction does not discriminate. Homelessness does not discriminate.
I had an amazing career. I worked for many years, paramedic for almost 20 years. Before all this happened, I never thought addiction would happen to me.
I lived in the projects. My husband, myself. I have 3 children that smoke crack cocaine. My husband smoked crack cocaine. And eventually it got out of hand.
I drove up into an apartment complex. The stickers were outdated. When they pulled me over, all they could do was impound my car. As I was walking away, the police officer found a rock of crack that I had been looking for a month and a half. And when they grabbed me, I told the officers, I know this is going to sound strange, but thank you.
After the military, I was stationed in California at the height of the Vietnam War. There wasn't a drug that came back that we couldn't get. You know, after Daddy did what he did, then Mommy lived. He shot her and then killed himself. It has an effect on you.
I was a single mother to my daughter, and I bounced from different family members' houses. I started using around the age of 18 years old.
I found my father dead. He had committed suicide, and I was already far into drug addiction by then. And chances of me getting out of that cycle after living through that were slim and none.
From using crack cocaine and just hit bottom, and all my life I didn't know how I got there, but I needed a way out.
24 years of hardcore partying, being a drinker. I had numerous jobs.
of jobs that I did enjoy, lost many of them due to being a non-functioning alcoholic.
I grew up in the 60s and I was attracted to the dark lifestyle in my community and struggled for at least 35 to 40 years.
My whole adult life was basically a lot of years of struggling through addiction and mental health struggles that were going untreated. I got out of being incarcerated and had nowhere to go. I had to go to a homeless advocate to even get the tent to sleep in the woods.
I started out using marijuana when I was 15. I was abused as a child, sexually abused. That was my way of numbing the pain.
When I was 13, I did marijuana. I drank just because it made me feel good and my other friends were doing it. I started selling drugs and then kind of took off from there.
My life was unmanageable. I lived to use, to drink. But the most important thing, I was violent, torturing myself for numerous of years.
My childhood, basically, my mother and my brother and I, we lived in every battered women's shelter in this area. We've all been homeless, we've all been in jail, we've all been diagnosed with different things, we've been exploited.
People who are experiencing homelessness, they need to be seen, they need to be understood. We need to take time to hear their stories and then come alongside them.
I think the desperation, waking up in a tent, not being able to bathe for a week or two. There's just that look when they hit bottom and they're just sick and tired of being sick and tired.
I think most women, by the time they get to us, they feel like this is my last shot.
We are celebrating 70 years, and one of the things that's been consistent for that 70 years is that Light of Life has needed to adapt to the needs of the community. About 5 years ago, we noticed the people that were coming out into the streets were not necessarily the same demographic of homeless that were before. The outreach team, every day they go out.
We have a lot of them that were in college. And some of the others, younger people, we don't know the trauma that they went through in their homes, or even cases of being raped.
I was a heroin addict. I've been clean 28 years. I lived in a tree shack for about 3 months. This is, there's a personal investment.
How long have you been here?
Like 3 months.
Did you grow up in Pittsburgh?
Yeah, Southside. My mom's in Canonsburg. Grandma's in Brookline.
How long have you been using?
Oh, 2016. Oh, yeah, it was dope, yeah.
How you feeling today?
Sick.
And how many people live here with you?
Like 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you ever wanted to get off permanently?
Yeah, I do, and then I get back on it.
Yeah. Have you talked to your mom recently?
A couple of weeks ago.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Does she miss you?
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah.
Within our county, over the last 5 years, we've lost over 400 transitional housing beds. That's very important. About 25% of the street homeless in our country, Housing First is an appropriate first step and right step for them. But for the other 75%, they need support. Even in times when we are in an overflow situation, homeless will want to be around us. And they say because they feel safe where we are. We want to make sure that all of them have a place with dignity where they can stay. We're working with community partners to discover what those solutions are. Part of our strategy is not only reaching those who are homeless, but to also prevent people from becoming homeless. The fastest growing population of homeless are women with children. When we see a woman who is about to be evicted, we want to come alongside them with rental assistance, working with their landlords, being advocates for them, because we know it's better for that mother.
When I was in the throes of things, community rallied around my daughter and helped her complete high school. If it weren't for the women at Light of Life reminding me, this is why we do what we do,
I learned the importance of my relationship with God. I also learned my own value. I had probably zero esteem when I got there. I would have never went back to school if it wasn't for Light of Life.
That the opposite of sobriety is community? Absolutely, I'm a firm believer in that.
You know, I have my moments in life where I feel unworthy, but I know today that I am a daughter of the King. One of my favorite scriptures is Philippians 4:13, that I can do all things through Christ that strengthens.
Okay, so Joel will introduce everybody, and then he'll make the announcement. You know, we do have
Why don't you want to pass it? You don't want to pass it?
I don't like the announcement of Dr. Baby.
Just say your name.
Like all cheer and everything, and we're filming it separately so we can send it to Doug too. No, not yet. And then after that, Joel will just kind of go into a conversation about the board behind you, and you guys will pull the sticky notes off of there to the question: if you could snap your fingers to end homelessness, what would that look like? And you each can like take a sticky note and read it, and just like kind of maybe just converse about what that sticky note means, or if you have any thoughts. And you know, right? Yeah. Girl? Okay. I think that's it.
Yeah. Depends on if there's a meat enough to.
Yeah, there are some. Like I would go for the blue ones. I'd go for the blue ones. Everyone focus on grace, God's grace and mercy. There's one about women and children behind you. So there are some, and if you only want to pull a few, that's fine. And then just if you want to go into like a natural conversation, you can.
Yeah. Yeah, just don't want it to be awkward. We're trying to pull something. Yeah. So Tammy has agreed that she'll say her name and what she does.
Yeah,
so then we'll pass it.
I can do that.
So we can pass it. Thank you, Tammy.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I think I had that memorized.
Yeah, you think so? Okay, good. And why is the rest of the staff out here? So why are they not out here?
Oh, we can get them.
The rest of the staff, like.
Yeah, we can get them if you want. I just didn't know if
I
you
just
wanted
don't.
to stand around the conversation that's being had right now.
Okay. Whatever you all think is best.
You're delusional now at this point, so.
Yeah.
He has no fight left in him either. He's like,
Whatever.
You can bring him out. Yeah, get him out.
Yeah. How much? Yeah.
All right, so you guys can go whenever you're ready.
Okay, well, here we are. We're at the end of our time, and just wanted to celebrate this this whole event here, and just want to thank everyone for being here and being a part of it. And and so we're gonna go first with our leadership team here, and just introduce yourself and tell us who you are and what area you serve in.
Okay. Hi, I'm Tammy Ecker. I'm the controller, so accounting area.
All right.
Hello, my name is Lisa Chester. I'm the Director of Development here at Light of Life.
Hi, I'm Carl Sauereisen, Director of Administration.
Hello, Tamiko Dawkins, Director of Programs.
Hi there, Michael Hendricks, Director of Operations.
And so, so this has been a wonderful time of coming together. We also have a bunch of our staff here who all make this day possible. Yay! There's a lot of energy in the room, and we're just excited about this. And a part of this was that not only were we going to be having conversations, but hopefully we're going to also hear some ideas that were going to be birthed from some of the conversations and some of the ideas that were placed on this board. And so we want to be able to take a few of these and read them. But before we do, we have an announcement that we want to make. Is everybody ready for this announcement?
Yes.
Our team, our family has just grown. A baby was born to the Smiths. Luke Kennedy Smith, and at 2:08 today was born, and so 9 pounds and 3 ounces. So welcome, Luke Kennedy Smith. Woo! His nickname is Jarrell, just in case you want to know, but you know that's the official name. But yeah, we're so excited, and we kind of had an idea that was going to happen during this event. And so it did. So Doug, our thoughts are with you, and Laura, we love you guys, and just so happy that this day has come. So, yes. All right. So let's. What we're going to do is just take a couple of these and read it, and then we're just going to reflect on our time. But one of the things that is so. That I thought was surprising and good about our event was the optimism that I felt from all the people that were sharing. And a lot of times when we are involved in community discussions, there tends to be some kind of negative aspect that we're dealing with. But in this case, people were coming and they were willing to imagine what Pittsburgh can be like if we're all working together, and they had good ideas and they were willing to be a part of it. I like some of the things that Sarah was saying about just challenging everybody is what is that one thing, our county exec, she was saying, what is the one thing that if each of us will do one thing, even if it's a small thing, a kind gesture, an act of kindness, then we can begin to move the needle as a community in a positive direction. And so I think that's something that all of us can carry with us is one good thing, one kind deed, one action that we can do. And may that be contagious and move through our area. There was some that actually did a deed where they converted some space over so that they could help people who were kind of having a struggle live with them for a while. They were empty nesters, and they were saying, you know what, we're going to convert these bedrooms over and make them like guest rooms. And they've been able to take people in as they are struggling. And for them, they were saying this actually prevents some people from becoming homeless. They weren't homeless yet, but another tragedy, and they were there. So they were like, let's intervene now, put some love around them so that they can get back on their feet. So there are lots of ideas that are out there, and it was good to see people freely sharing those things. And so, yeah, you want to read one or two?
Sure.
Okay, we could do two.
Okay. This one says, it would look like a safe place where people's needs are met and they can flourish.
Wow. And so the question, in case you can't read the whole thing, if you could snap your finger and end homelessness, what would Pittsburgh look like? And then on the bottom it says, how would this fulfill Mr. Rogers' vision of being a place of being a good neighbor? Place of being a good neighbor, something like that. Mm-hmm. Yes.
So the next one says, Pittsburgh would look like the beginning. It would give hope and serve as an example of what God can do. If one day, one person, or one moment can change a life, so can one city.
Wow. Yeah, that's great. Well, Pittsburgh is a city of first, and we do a lot of things as far as leading the nation. So why not lead the nation in this thing of loving our neighbors well and loving people well who are experiencing homelessness or addiction? And so, as we are in this time and just thinking about this space, I've been doing a lot of talking. But what are the things that anybody else has seen or learned or celebrate about this time together? I know that there's been many of us experiencing different things here. So we only have a few minutes, but somebody to share. Yes, Lori, what were you going to say?
Wow, okay.
You got to use the microphone.
So Thank you for calling on me with my hand up. I was really grateful to be part of our prayer intercessory community today and yesterday. I saw some truly amazing things. There were some prophetic words that were spilled out, one of which was about this tent. And I believe we're going to take it forward beyond this weekend. It was Pastor Ken mentioned that he saw a burning bush inside this tent and that people would be attracted to it, that they would just gravitate to it, right? And when they got here, they would feel the warmth and love of Jesus and that they would know that this is a place, a community of love and joy and peace. And so beyond that, we sat together in circles and we prayed what was on our hearts and what was on our minds and whatever the Lord brought to us. And it was just a beautiful, really beautiful time. So I'm grateful for the opportunity to do that, and I look forward to doing it every week.
Oh, wow. Anybody else? Anybody else? Just thoughts or reflections on this time?
I was thinking of Mr. Rogers and the way he would just look for the best in people.
Yes.
And that's a choice we can make, and that's something that I want to recommit to.
Yes. Thank you. That's great.
Well, I'm looking at one more note over here, and it says heaven. So what would Pittsburgh look like? And I think that just reminds all of us we're always, all the time, involved in building God's kingdom and bringing heaven to earth.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. There was a thought, this phrase that we used before in one of the prayer walks that we did. It's called prophetic imagination. And it's this idea that God can inspire our imagination as we look at a space, as we look at a people, as we look at a group. And sometimes people will pray, help me to see as Jesus sees. And so as we go through our community, as we think about all these major challenges, part of it is saying, God, help me to see this the way you see it. And we need to look at it from heavenly places where we're seated. And realize that there are some solutions that he's going to birth in and through us. And so it's wonderful to be able to do that together with community. That theme was here the whole time. And this is just a microcosm of our community here to make that happen. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yeah. Barely made it. What time is it? Yeah. Well, we have a few more opportunities for people to share something that they see, or maybe pull something off of this board. One of the other suggestions. Anything pop out? Hey,
I'll
Holly.
just even say, like today we had an opportunity to have outside community members come in and just be able to, I think we had someone come this morning from AHN. He had just saw what we were doing on the news and was like, wow, this is really powerful. I want to stop in and support. And so, you know, something from our end, it's really incredible to get to partner with other people in the community that are providing resources or where we can really think together. So my prayer is that something like this would bring that awareness to other people that can provide resources as well. So.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good idea. That's good. Anyone else?
William?
Come on, William.
All right.
I don't know why y'all picking on me. One of the things that I learned from this process, among other things, is that we as a community, especially as staff of the Light of Life, it's important to build each other up, to encourage each other for the pouring out. Okay. So we're always pouring out, we're always giving gifts, sacrificing, and there needs to be a refilling.
Okay.
So that's what the Spirit laid on my heart. So that was important for me.
Yeah. Well, thank you. And thank you for sharing on the bench.
Lloyd.
Thank you. You know, being a greeter inside there, we just saw joy, laughter, and just a spirit of love. The guests coming in, those who needed help. A young man was over at the other mission, and he came over here and he wanted a bus ticket. He wanted to talk and wind down. He was kind of agitated, but somebody giving him a cup of coffee. Sue, I think you gave him some coffee. We showed them love, and that's what life is about, just to show love and display the love of Christ, where they could feel hope, they could feel joy, and his demeanor changed and everything before he left. But just a cup of coffee and atmosphere in there with the snacks, the goodies, the hot soup, the grits or cream of wheat, whatever it was, but they all enjoyed it. So I just wanted to share that.
Yeah. Well, it's certainly like really the support helped me in getting through, and people coming by or posting in the chat, encouraging me to keep going, or giving me a high five or whatever it was. All of it was helpful. I was able to get a bowl of, I heard it was cream of wheat. But I also heard it called porridge, and I heard it called something. But it was nice. It was just nice to get that hot bowl of cream of wheat this morning, Diane. And all of those things, it just helps to encourage us along the way. And so also during the time, people would comment about the reputation that Light of Life has, or people that they know who have been helped by somebody at Light of Life. So again, that's all of you. All of you are part of that story. All of you are part of helping somebody else get better. And so every department is important. Every position is important. And so again, thank you for all that you have done through all of this. Now this event, as we are coming together, there's a lot of questions about doing it at this time. And one of the ways that it happened that we were able to do it was that Madison stepped up to take the lead in getting together all of these different logistics and all of that. So I just want to acknowledge Madison's work and she did a lot of things behind the scenes, and she was worried about everything being just right. And I was trying to tell her just chill, everything is all right. But it turned out well, and I was thankful for her details. And I had to get her something. That's a little special treat here. It's a gourmet crispy Rice Krispie treat, but it's gourmet. See, and so, no, I just got it, but I told you about it at Christmas. And so, this is Cocoa Crispy. It's not peanut butter, but it's close. So I think you'll enjoy that. So thank you again for all your work. And yay, enjoy it. Eat it slowly because it's gourmet. Did I mention that? That's gourmet. Can't get that anywhere. You can't get that everywhere. Yeah. So thank you. Love you. And so thank you, Lisa. So because you said that, why don't you pull one of those other something else off, and let's.
So this one says, by coming together to fulfill a crippling issue, preventing what can be death and beginning to walk down the road that can lead to life. And this is a very spiritual, if I may comment, when I look at this, because so many people are lost in the community. They don't have the support that they need in order to make it through. They've burned bridges with their relatives, and they've all been destroyed, and then they end up someplace dark. And Light of Life is here for the community, which offers the hope that they need to get back on a path where they can be more productive.
Right.
So we are fulfilling the crippling issues that are here in Pittsburgh and giving new life. And I like the way this person wrote it, where they said, beginning to walk down the road that can lead to life. Because we're just a means to the end. We are a way where the community can come in, get refreshed, get restored, and then go back out. So the road, they still have much more life to live.
Right.
So the title or the name of the organization, Light of Life, we want to love you to life, love you back to life.
Yeah.
So that's all I got
good.
to say.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Anyone else want to comment on? We have two more. Wait, you can comment on this one, or you want another one?
Yeah, as I was looking out the window today and passing by, and I saw the different community partners and stakeholders coming in, I was really encouraged and blessed to see the people that care about the work that we do, because it takes a community. It takes all of us. It's bigger than Light of Life. And so when I saw the Sarah Honorado and just different people coming, my heart smiled, and I give God praise, because it's a cold day, but they decided to come here and support something so great to bring. And Jarrell, I thank you for bringing awareness to this, and how, and that's loving well. That's our mission. That's our vision. That's our passion. And so I'm happy to see all the people who rallied around today, and just for the prayers that was going up for our guests and clients that come through our door every day who don't know Christ, but maybe they may see this on YouTube. And we want to say to you, we're here for you. Come to the Light of Life. Come find Jesus. Come find hope.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, that's so good. We
You gotta be kidding me. We have the trend of me having the challenge of following the inspiring words of Tamiko so often. I'm going to share words from one of our guests.
Okay, thank you.
Women and children living in a safe home, creating memories, and spreading love because Christ loves us.
Wow. Wow. That's a beautiful one. I like it. I like the fact that it's a picture of a family, and that's a fitting way for us to end. It's about family. It's about creating family, and we always talk about that. The opposite of addiction is community. That God puts the solitary into families, and that vision, that prophetic vision, was basically seeing families come back together. One of the most moving parts of our graduation is when we see someone get up there and say, I didn't think I would have my kids back. I never thought I would see them, and here they are. And of course, when one of the kids say, congratulations, Mommy, everybody wants to cry. So it's 4 o'clock. Yay! God is good. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, well, it's cold out here. I know. So thank you all for being here, for getting me across the line, and may God water this with grapefruit. Amen? Amen. Amen. Thank you. Hey, thank you.
Amazing. Amazing.
What
a statement.
Yeah.
Really wonderful.
Thank you. Well,
Well deserved.
whew. Yeah.
How do you feel?
Good.
Tired?
Tired. I am tired.
They're wires?
Yeah.